Hello, everyone. Welcome to the International Computer Club, a fellowship which will reach across borders and oceans and allow folks from all around the globe to share their passion and joy for classic computers, consoles, and retro gaming. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 11th gathering of the International Computer Club. Your good buddy and your good pal, Amigo Aaron, be emceeing this joint this evening for these fine gentlemen. We've got a packed house, and we've got a packed show for you this evening. We've got a lot of presentations, got a lot of luminaries in their fields. It should be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. We haven't had this kind of turnout for quite a while, and we've got, I think this may be the most presentation action that we've gotten so far on ICC, so I'm real excited about this. We're going to go quickly around the room here and just have everybody introduce themselves and just say a little intro. We'll start to we'll go to my side here with my good buddy Adam. What's the story, Adam?
Hi, how's it going?
Great.
I'm Adam, the Commodore Chronicles.
There you go.
In Southeast Michigan Vintage Computer Club, which you'll hear about all later on.
Very good. Very good. To his side, it's our longtime pal at 48K RAM, a.k.a. Josh. What's going on, man?
Hey, Aaron. Thanks for having me on. Not a whole heck of a lot here. It's last weekend was revision, so that's kind of been my main thing, but good to see y'all.
Very good. Very good. Directly below him, our closer. I don't think this man's ever missed an ICC. It's our good buddy from the desert, David Z. What's going on, Dave?
Hey, everybody. Hope everything's well. Happy Saturday, all.
Very
Looking
good.
forward to a bunch of good talks today. Very, very excited.
Very good.
Glad to be back.
To Dave's side, from Parts Unknown, directly from the man cave, it's Edvin. I can't see who's behind you there, Edvin.
It's my trusty sidekick.
Oh, no. What a pair we've got here.
My drunk brother.
Look at that.
Yeah.
His head was canceling out the light, the light fixturing in the camera there. So make sure he doesn't bend over anymore. Listen.
It's
Right
good to
here.
see you, Jacob.
Yes, sir.
Hey, buddy. Hey.
To Edwin's side, it's the Big H from the Break Key. Tell them all about it, man.
Hi, folks. Welcome to the International Computer Club. My name's Henry, and today, well, I'm not on Coco Nation because I decided to come over to the International Computer Club.
Wise choice.
Never been here. Yeah, I'm enjoying it so far. So yeah, just chill, just absolutely jazzed to be here, folks.
Very good. Now to his side, goodness gracious, straight from the Great White North, it's our good buddy Jason Warren. What's going on, Jason?
Hey everybody! Yeah, greetings from Canada. Yeah, it's actually, I can't call it the Great White North so much anymore. At least where I'm located, winter's finally broken, and we're seeing some flowers starting to bloom. It's actually it's nice, but I'm looking forward to kind of geeking out with all my friends here.
Very good. Now, directly below him, sneak it in just under the wire, because he's a sneaky fellow. It's Pixels at Dawn. What's up, Pix?
Hi, everyone. Looking forward to another great evening of ICC. Yeah, I just got here in time, as always.
Very good. Hey, the new magazine looks like a big winner, my friend. We looked at it last night on Amigos. I think you got another big seller on your hands, brother.
Good stuff.
Directly to his side, it's our good buddy Petzel from the garage. What's going on there, Pets?
Just more garage time.
At least you're not freezing.
Yeah, no, it's a nice temperate day today.
Yeah.
Here in Indiana, and I'm hoping to talk about the Pi 1541 a little bit. Not a big long talk, but just a little overview of some things it can do.
Very good. To his side, straight from the UK, the first of two here. It's our good buddy Jocko. What's going on, man?
Hey, Rob, can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir. You sound great.
Awesome. This is a new laptop I bought just before Christmas. So this is actually the first time I've used the camera. Yeah, all good. All good. Very, thank you. So,
what brand of laptop you got there?
MSI. Someone said get an MSI laptop, so I got one of these horrific MSI.
Who said that?
AI.
You need to defriend that guy. He led you down the wrong path.
I've made the call. It's all right. He's no longer with us. You know, he's getting better.
Very good. Now, and then directly beside him, it's our good buddy. He's rich. He's handsome. It's Mitsuyama. What's going on, Mitz?
Cheers, everyone. Good to be
Look at
here again. Looking forward to another ICC.
Very
should be a
good.
show.
And then all the way down here at the bottom, last but not least, it's our good buddy Will from the Cool Cave of Awesomeness. How's it going, man?
Hey man, you talking to me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, all right. You can hear me at least.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm just a Bill. I'm a long time listener, first time caller.
Very good. There you go. Now we're gonna close this up. This work around the horn here with my good buddy, my partner in crime. It's John Boat of Carshaller. Boat's gonna lead off the festivities this evening. He's got a gimmick. Boat, tell him all about it.
All right. So today I did a little research, which in 2025 means I typed a question into ChatGPT and I said, hey, here is a bunch of booze I've got. Can you rustle up some retro computer inspired cocktails for me? So between every talk this evening, I will be mixing live on air a different delightful drink to keep me going for the next 6.5 hours. First up, we've got a little thing inspired by Windows 3.1. That's right, folks. It's the Program Manager Punch. This is a mixture of, well, I'm going to mix it up right now. So let's get some ice going here. Let's see. I've got my special ice getter. A little bit of ice.
Isn't that a cup?
Okay. And then I've got my cup.
Oh.
Now what we need here, I'm going to mix it all in this orange mixer because it's got the measuring cups built in. 1 ounce amaretto. This amaretto is about, I don't know, 8 or 9 years old. I'm sure it's still good. So we got 1 ounce of amaretto. Okay. And then we'll put in 1 ounce of peach schnapps. Okay. This peach schnapps is brand new. Picked this up at Walmart. This whole thing was $4.75. Kind of put a little bit of that in there, like so.
Cheap schnapps.
Got some horror stories. I've got some horror stories about peach schnapps back in the 80s.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna put some ice. Add some ice in there. We got to add the ice carefully, or else we'll be in a splash situation. Okay, let's kind of ice it up there. All right. And now comes the old Patrick Swayze. Here we go. This is a really, I don't trust this. All right. So now we just strain this mixture into this glass. And then we top with a little soda water.
Is this a real recipe or are you just making this up?
This is a real recipe, and by real recipe, I mean it's something that ChatGPT spat out at me.
I see.
And you may ask why. This does not look appealing.
No.
You may ask why it's called the Program Manager Punch, and the answer is it's just like Windows 3.1. Colorful, friendly, and a bit of a mess once it gets going. Cheers, folks.
Yes. Cheers.
Well, what do you think, Bud? By that face, it must be great.
Smooth.
Looks like the program crashed, brother.
Smooth like Windows 3.1, yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Horrible. Thank you, Boat. I'm looking forward to seeing how many times you can make one of those before you finally just fall over dead. So that'll be a good time. We've got a lot of interesting stuff, but this is timely since Revision has come and gone. And we've got our man on the street who's going to fill us in and give us the scoop. Let's hand it over to our good buddy, Josh. Take it away, Josh.
Oh, goodness. Hey, everyone. How y'all doing? Yeah, this weekend was Revision. For those who don't know, I'm big into the demo scene. And Revision is probably the biggest party of the year. People get together, talk about demos, finish demos, make demos, don't finish demos, watch demos, vote on demos. It's a good time. There's a lot of old school focus at Revision still, so I really enjoy that party, particularly for the old school stuff. But let's see. That's actually not the only thing I've been working on. I don't know if I've had a chance to show this off yet, but I got myself a new old Amiga. If you can see that, Aaron.
Oh, hold on 1 second. I'm sorry, man. Let me scoop over. I was looking at you.
Yep.
And so I was infatuated. Here we go.
There we go. That's okay. I didn't give you like the slightest cue that I was about to do this. But I finally got myself an Amiga 500.
Oh.
Bought this off. Yeah, bought it off a guy at work. I brought in my Amiga 500 Mini to show off the Roguecraft to some people, and one of our scientists walks by and says, "Hey, I had one of those." I'm like, "You mean the real thing?" He's like, "Yeah." And do you want to sell it? And he did. So it was the diagnostics once I got the floppy drive working. It was a half meg NTSC running OS. Well, actually, this is actually partway through the upgrade. You can see I've already upgraded it to 1.3, courtesy of Frank from Retro Rewind's Oops adapter for the A500 ROM. I discovered you need an adapter because of an oops that Commodore made, and you can't drop an EEPROM into those things. But our man Frank sells exactly what I needed. And then I converted it over to PAL with a few more parts and got this up and running. So here it is running its very first demo.
Conversion process for those people that might not be aware of all that goes on there.
Funny you should bring up the PAL conversion process.
For us there, Nick. You want? I'm trying to mute. Hang on.
Hold on a second.
Boy. Here we go.
Oh boy.
They're getting it. Keep going, Josh.
So what you do is you take this crystal right here, the main CPU clock crystal. If my cursor's, of course, not showing up on screen, that's the silver part. And then this MOS 8371, that's the Agnes. You swap the crystal, you swap the Agnes, you got yourself a PAL machine.
Okay. And when you were buying that crystal, I mean, is that sort of an off the shelf part that's easily obtainable?
Yeah, search for A500 PAL crystal. And that's the easiest. So the first thing I did actually is I went to my usual part suppliers to try and find a crystal in this form factor and this frequency. Couldn't find anything. So apparently this is sort of unobtainium through main channels, but lots of Amiga part sellers sell them.
Is there any difference between doing this as opposed to simply holding down the mouse button and booting to PAL? Is there a benefit?
Well, you can't do that on an A500 Rev 5.
Yep, that's right.
Oh, you've got 1.3. I think if you go to 3.2, you can.
If your Agnes supports it, but the standard Agnes on an original Rev 5, I don't believe can do PAL, and Jason can correct me.
I'd have to look that up to be for sure. But,
yeah, because I thought with the newer ROMs, you could simply hold down both mouse buttons and go to PAL. That's what
you can on a Rev. You can on a Rev 6. I don't think you can do it on a Rev 5, but in any case, a local buddy of mine who I'd helped nurse him into the Amiga habit many years ago had a leftover 8371 from when he took his PAL machine to an ECS Agnes so he could do 1 meg chip. So yeah, it's just these two parts right here. And then it's super easy.
Josh, I've got from left field, Frank chiming in saying, Josh is right. You can't do this on the original Agnes.
Ah, look at that.
Man.
Confirmation.
Very exciting. Thanks.
We have it. We have it from
He who shall not
so, yeah.
argue.
So yep, got it up and running, got it running some demos. There's the ROM adapter. Frank sells these super cheap, super easy. Just drop the thing in, poof, upgrade from 1.2 to 1.3. Bought myself an extra half meg of RAM so I can do half meg chip, half meg slow. Threw the RTC on there because why not? And then I actually wound up with this buying a set of replacement keycaps off of someone on I think Fediverse maybe. Goes by Amiga Love. I'm sure lots of people know him.
Oh,
He
yeah.
had apparently.
Yeah, he's
Yep.
a huge player.
Yeah. So he had bought these like when the original Kickstart happened, and then by the time he got them, he'd sold the A500 he meant to put them on.
We know
So-
that Kickstarter well.
Yeah.
Yes. But this is them. You can sort of see on the larger caps. I know Frank had asked me to send him some information, and I've been a little bit delinquent on that. But I have a couple issues with these A1200.net keycaps. They're better than what was in this machine before, because I also had to replace the keyboard. But you can see the wall thickness is the same on the regular keys versus the larger keys, whereas Commodore used a thicker wall on these tabs. The curve is about right from the top of these keycaps. You can see how yellowed the ones that were on the replacement keyboard that I got were. Luckily, I got a deal on it. But, generally, they're pretty good. So here's the original keyboard that was non-functional on it at the top. Here's the keys from the replacement keyboard, and then just a couple examples, and then the A1200.net keys. So I'm generally happy with it. You can kind of see maybe at the top of these keys there's some marks at the top that I think are from the injection molding process. You can't see them when you're in front of the computer, but from behind the computer you can see them. But at the end of the day, I'm happy with the result, right?
It looks great.
Yeah. So
now, did it ever cross your mind, or do you think? I mean, is this going to be a machine that you plan on keeping for a while?
Oh yeah.
I know that they make. Actually, no. I'm about to say something that I don't think is true. Do they make a A500 replacement case if you want one?
That I do not know. I'm generally pretty happy with the condition of this case, and so I have two. Nice, Edwin. I have two Amiga 1200s. One of which has an A1200.net replacement case, and it is just gleaming white, right?
Oh.
It looks so wrong to my eyes, and keep in mind, I am a proud owner of the Pumpkin Spice Commodore 128, which is oranger than that sunburst on your guitar back there, right? So
If anybody happens to need any original keycaps, I've got keycaps.
Oh wow.
Oh, there's the man right there. Look at that.
If anybody needs any,
there are replacement A500 cases you can get.
Yeah,
there's different ones. There's like transparent ones, and there's multicolored ones, and there's ones that try and look like they, but they are around.
And when the A500 came out, because I don't know that I've ever seen one sort of right out of the packaging. Were the shade of the case like it's we've got basically three different shades as your machine stands here. You've got the dark gray, you've got the white, and you've got the beige of the case. Does that reflect the way that the machine originally came?
I suspect that these keys were a little more beige originally. You can, if I back up a few thousand photos here, you can see kind of the underside of the original keys, which is sometimes a fairly good indication of what the plastic used to look like before it yellowed.
I see.
And it's hard to see in this terrible camera phone photo, but it is a little darker than the replacement keys.
I do like the color of your case. I think your case looks. If you can go to the case, I really like. I think that's really close to the original color. That's pretty.
It's pretty good. The top and bottom, again, on this case, and I don't have photos of it here, but the top and bottom are pretty close in shade. Sometimes you get a very yellowed top and a not so yellowed bottom. These are pretty close. I'm very happy with this machine. So this is my OCS demo machine. It's going to stay with me for a while.
You took some pictures before you took the keycaps off with all the fuzz and junk under there.
Yeah,
that's always amusing.
Nah, I don't want to get Aaron's Twitch stream banned.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was that project. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. Gotta say, pretty happy. And then revision. This just pulled up the results here. I'll just talk about a couple of them of my favorites here. The 256 byte intro is got to be one of the craziest competitions there is in the demo world. 256 byte, typically DOS executable, to do all sorts of crazy stuff. I'm not going to run one right now because I'm not really set up for it, but you can see if I bring up this video here, maybe this will go through. Like, this one's got music and voxel animation.
Wow, that is amazing. Jeez.
In 256 bytes.
In 256 bytes.
Jeez.
This competition is off the rails. Absolutely off the rails.
156 bytes?
Right.
Yep.
Source code, please.
Yeah. I think we broke Henry. Sorry. A lot of these people actually do publish source code. Of course, it's all assembly.
Oh, that's fine. I can read most assemblies.
Yeah. Let's see. The 4K executable graphics, that's a modern Windows executables, but again, just this was my absolute favorite from the party in the executable graphics. 4 kilobytes for this shader, and it's just, I love it. It's got such character. But then some of the more interesting stuff. Now you get into there's a bunch of different old school compos, and the Amiga intro was one of them. Our Retro 32 has their sort of modern take on a Cracktro for their BBS. 68K Inside produced an invite for their party.
Was this a Friday, Saturday, Sunday thing?
It was, yep, and a little bit of Monday too.
And
these guys know how to party.
Take place? Was this in Germany?
Yeah, it's in Saarbrücken.
Sorry for all the questions.
No, please. I could talk about the demo scene all day, man.
Yeah. No.
Till Aaron cuts me off.
Take your time.
Approximate attendance numbers.
I mean, in person, it's a couple hundred people, maybe. There are several, like 500 or 600, usually watching the stream. I think over the pandemic, it got up to like 1,000 people on the stream. It's a very it's the big party. It's really the big party, right? But
so you said this was the 17th.
It's always Easter weekend.
But I mean, this is the 17th revision, the 18th revision, the 40th revision. Oh
gosh, I have no idea which revision it is. Let's see if Demo Zoo tells me. It's the 18th. No, I'm sorry, it's the 18th to the 21st. Haha, I don't know which one. So, revision is basically just the current incantation of the big German demo party, which started as Mecha and Symposium, and then became Breakpoint, and then became Revision. It's been going on since, the dawn of time, practically.
First revision was on April 22nd through the 25th in 2011.
15, I think.
There we go.
But they've had it.
But I mean, that was just, it's revision now because the last party folded. That was after Breakpoint. The folks who organized Breakpoint stopped it, and then some other folks stepped up. All right, we'll make our own party. There's been a big Easter weekend demo party in Germany since forever.
So Dave Velociraptor said in the chat that both Terrible Fire and Chucky were there, and they're now off the beer this weekend as a result.
Yeah, Terrible Fire and Chucky have been there for since it restarted after COVID. Basically, I can always see them out there dancing in front of whatever Hoffman's DJing at the moment, pretty much.
So I'm curious with MS-DOS variety demos. what kind of hardware they ended up using. I mean, is there like a standard, or is there classes like 8088, 286, 386, 46 Pentium? I mean, what's usually the cutoff?
Well, so they have different machines that they consider old school or mid school or modern, right? Old school is typically 8-bit, mid school is typically 16 and 32, and then modern. So like your Amiga stuff comes up in mid school, right? But your ZX Spectrum, your 8088 Corruption, right? Those would all be old school according to revision rules. But, you know, the standard hardware is just kind of basically DOS. If I can, I don't know why DOSBox is doing this to me, but we're going to pull this up again here. This was my absolute favorite thing from the party. This is, nope, it's not here. It's in mods. This is the executable old school competition winner. Old school executable music. A lot of times this is a packed Amiga mod, or it's a C64 chip tune. The winner this year was this tune called Crystal Oscillator. It's a DOS tune for OPL3. If I had heard this in the Sound Blaster 16 days, it would have blown my mind. And Aaron, you'll have to adjust the volume here. I have no control.
Already on it.
It goes on, but I'm going to cut that in the interest of brevity. I was just sitting there going, what in the world are they doing to that poor Sound Blaster?
I don't know, but it's pretty flippin' awesome.
Yeah, that was real good.
I forgot to, let's see, mods. Yeah, just a .com executable. All right, 28 kilobytes.
Wow. Wow, that's.
So yeah, but so much good stuff in the demo scene. Mystic and TriStar won the main Amiga demo competition. This was a fantastic. You actually tend not to see a lot of AGA lately. OCS has been on a tear. But this year it was an AGA that won it. I'm sorry, Boat. It's just
They're
the way it
using
is.
Boat just wants it used. He'll like it more if it's used.
Yeah. The ASCII NC Petsky had some really good stuff too.
Hey, Josh, do you have a hot take on the use of AI, generated art and or code in these things?
Oh boy, you had to go there. All right, I'm going to stop this.
Oh, yeah.
So there was a thing where officially revision rules say you can use it for a small portion of your work, except in like the graphics compo or the music compo, right? But you can use it in a demo or an intro as long as it's not a large part of the work and as long as you disclose what you use it for. And a lot of people did that. There's some people saying that some people did not and included some generative AI undisclosed in some demos. I don't know that that's been sorted out. As far as I know, no productions were DQ'd because of it. But the entire time, there are people in the stream going, I would totally have made you an intro tune for this, or I would have totally made you an intro screen for this, or I would have totally done that artwork for you. So, for me personally, of course I don't speak of revision, right? For me personally, if you're doing something, if you're putting on a festival or contributing something about computer art, it should really be about human expression. I have personal biases against AI because it took my last job, but I do not see the point of it. I hated it. What we saw, that at least was disclosed, seemed pretty low quality, and I really wish people would knock that stuff off. Find someone who will do the thing. Find a human being who would love to contribute to your production. And that was the general sentiment of people in chat. I get it. It's hard for a newbie to find those sorts of connections and connect with those sorts of people to contribute to the production. And it's just easy to type in a thing and go poof, right? I get that. But I think we should make it clear to folks who want to be in the scene that you should connect with people. There's always someone who's willing to contribute to a production. Make a demo.
Very good.
So yeah, that was it. It was a fun weekend, as it always is, and I encourage more people to check out the demo scene. It's a fantastic way to experience the joy of using these old machines.
Very good.
I think one of my favorite demos in revision, outside of all the stuff, there was a really great demo which was fully on an oscilloscope. But it was just like a demo like any other one. It was very, very impressive. I don't know how the hell they did it, but I think basically they'd done the music and then they played it through the oscilloscope and they encoded the graphics into the music so it appeared on the oscilloscope. It's like, okay, you guys are too close.
There's always some crazy wild entries, and it's fun to see what people manage to make a demo out of.
We got hey Josh, it's Frank. How are you?
I'm good, Frank.
We have one of our customers based here in Toronto whose demo group came in first in the PC demo. Damage. Fantastic demo to watch. All done here.
I wanted to know, is that the same Damage from the early Windows days?
Polish guys. Yep. Same guys.
Nice, because I really love some of their early Windows stuff.
Toronto. Yeah.
I love their demo
stuff.
Chrome. Their demo Chrome on Windows is such a good demo. It's like, mwah.
That's neat. And how long so they've been together for a long, long time then.
Oh yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, Damage was back in the early 2000s, like 2000, 2001.
Yep.
It's fun to think that a crew stays together that long, because they love it, right? That's why they do it. It's their way of expressing themselves. It's nice. It's good to see these events are still kicking. I heard a lot of people saying that this didn't get as much. There was much word of mouth this time as there has been in the past, and you guys could know better than me. But I did hear about it. But hopefully everyone enjoyed it, and hopefully next year they'll be back again for another one of these. That's good. Any questions before we pull Josh off the hook about revision or about his Amiga? Nope, we're clear.
Oh, I should say one last thing.
Get in there.
Because the Badger Punch guys will get mad at me if I don't. They have released version 1.5 of Roguecraft.
Yeah.
So get in on itch and get that. It has a high score screen now.
Very good. That's a great game too. I'd say we tried that one out. I've tried it a couple times now, and I've really enjoyed it. Good for those guys. Those guys do a lot of good stuff though over there, so they're a good group. All right, we're going to. We've had some sneaky Pete's come rolling in here while we were away. We've got our good buddy Nick Marentes is here, and of course Frank has rolled in. And I'm going to throw to Nick here in a minute, but it's time for Boat's next entry. Boat, what do you got for us on this one?
All right. Next up is the Model M Martini. Okay. James Bond's favorite. This, of course, we start off with a little bit of dry gin. You know, I saw the Bombay Sapphire up on the top shelf, but my eyes at the liquor store always linger towards the bottom where the plastic bottles are. This is Ghibli's gin. It says distilled London in quotes dry. So we're gonna add 2 ounces of this into the mixing container here. I did not wash this out after the first endeavor.
Did you finish off the first one there, Boat?
Well, by finish off, I mean, I finished it off by pouring it into the sink.
Okay, that's what I was figuring. No good then. Got it.
So yeah, okay, we got the little bit of gin, and then
drain cleaner.
We add the extra dry vermouth here.
Oh, man, this is going to be a dry business here.
Yeah.
And cheap.
You're going to need chapstick when you're done. Your lips are going to be dry.
A little bit of that in there, like so.
I think pouring that last one in the sink is a fitting tribute to the Windows Program Manager.
Yeah.
That's right.
It also cleared the drain. Added bonus.
Yeah.
And now we just slide the ice right on in. All right, maybe one more piece of ice here. You got to have a cold martini. The coldness is essential. Okay. We add this little thing at the top. And then here we go.
Is that face part of the process, or look at God?
All right.
It shows the passion.
Is that what that is?
Just comes naturally. Just comes naturally.
All right. And now
he's quite the shaker.
Yeah, he is.
Strain it into the glass here.
When you say strain it, is there some sort of strainer in that thing, or are you just saying that?
There is. There's a built-in strainer.
What would it be straining? Just the ice? Is that?
Yeah, strain the ice out of there.
All right.
And then I like my martini a little bit dirty. So we're gonna pop the top on these blue cheese stuffed olives.
Oh
my,
that sounds right.
Pour a little of the brine in there. Brine it up.
No.
Grab
blue cheese
myself.
martini.
No.
Oh, there goes dinner.
No.
Grab myself a saber here. Saber up 2 olives. Stick that in there. There you go.
Is this another AI thing here? So
Model M Martini.
I'm starting to lean toward Josh's way of thinking of AI here, because these drinks, that doesn't look appealing. It told you to put olives in there.
Yeah, man.
All right. Well, let's see you have a drink
I
here.
thought olives were like traditional with martinis.
Well, what stuff with blue cheese?
Sure.
And the brine.
Blue cheese might
not exactly traditional.
Thumbs up or thumbs down?
Was it
He's breaking the rules. Breaking the rules.
You know, this is another one. I'll come back to me on this one.
Okay, he's still gonna ponder that one, so we'll move on. And Nick, if you are there and you're ready to go, we'd love to hear what you've got for us. I'm real excited about this one.
All right. Now, am I coming through clearly? Because I didn't have time to check my levels.
I turned your mic up extensively, but once I've got it turned up, it's okay.
We hear you, Nick.
All right then. Well, mine's not too long anyway. So, and mine is more of a report on my latest project on the Tandy Color Computer 3.
Okay.
For anyone who doesn't know about what a Tandy Color Computer 3 is, it's a old 8-bit computer by Tandy, the third version of the Tandy color computer. It's got a few improved graphic modes, and it's a little bit faster. So it's an
Never
8
heard of it.
megahertz. Yeah, yeah. For anyone watching who might be wondering what I'm banging on about, an 8 megahertz 6809 system running at 1.79 megahertz. So this is a game that I'm currently developing, so it's still a work in progress. And I was invited to show it off on the show, so we'll see how I go with this. So I made a video, so I don't have to try and play it.
Okay.
So let's see if I can just share this, if I can. Now,
Hey, Nick, there was a
Yeah.
question in chat about are you making this functional for the Coco 2?
no, it is
Just-
Coco 3.
Coco 3, sorry.
All right, we got it. We got it, Nick.
Yes. Now, you let me know if the sound is coming through.
All right.
But I'll just start it, and I can always pause it. I'll just make sure I got the controls here, so I can pause it when needed.
I'm extremely excited about this, Nick. I'm not going to lie to you.
I won't even say what it is, but you'll see pretty quick. So that's the Coco Color Computer startup screen. I'll just run the file. Now the game is Pinball. And when it runs up.
This is the one that Curtis has been bugging you about for years and years?
Yeah, it has been. I'll just pause the video.
Wow, that's nice.
Yeah, there's no sound right here if there's supposed to be.
No, there's none.
Okay.
Anyway,
you let me know when there should be sound.
Space bar to pause it. Okay, so it's Pinball. Now, Pinball, there hasn't ever been a Pinball for the Color Computer 3. There have been for the older Color Computer 1s and 2s, but the Color Computer 3, which has the newer, more modern graphics modes, it's got a 16 color graphics screen with a available palette of 64 colors, and it runs a bit faster. There was never a pinball game written for that, so I thought I'd rectify that, and so I thought I'd do my own pinball game. And there's quite a few pinball games on Amigas and Pinball Dreams, and a lot on the PC. And well, my one's not going to be anywhere near as good as those, of course. But this is my attempt at trying to get a pinball game, very Pinball Dreams-ish in the way it operates. So I'll let it.
I like the sound of that.
Sorry?
I like the sound of that. I'm a huge Pinball Dreams guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's not quite as good as Pinball Dreams, but I'm trying to do the best I can. So it's not.
Oh, we're getting sound, so we're good.
I'll just pause there. Now, yes, are you getting sound? That's
yes,
good.
We are.
It's doing it as like Pinball Dreams, where the pinball table occupies in this case, two screens vertically, and it will scroll up and down. And I've styled this to be, and it's still a work in progress. I haven't got all the graphics in yet, but I'm styling it to be similar to more of a retro pinball machine, a mechanical one. Every other pinball table that's been coming out on computers, all modern electronic displays and really fancy. I decided to keep it simple and do it real 50s, 60s style if I could. So I'll let the pinball the video play. Okay, it should be starting up. In the bottom left, you can see the score counter, and it's overlaid over the screen as it moves up and down. The sound effects are very mechanical. That's the ball return option. So the ball return is that green light down the bottom that I activated with that switch on the left. So if I lose the ball, I'll get the ball back. Or it's a kickback, I think they call it in pinball terminology. You've got those targets on the left. If you get all 5, it will activate that thing in the middle of the screen. And I'll explain when I do light it up. If I can get that top light of a target.
Are you playing right now, or is this a demo?
I'm playing a video.
Okay.
I'm playing a video because I'm pretty bad at pinball, so I thought rather than... okay, I'll just pause it there. Rather than wasting people's time while I'm fumbling around on it, I figured I'd video it. And, okay, I've activated the 5 targets there. The yellow lights are on. That gadget in the middle of the screen, which is a magnetic spinner, basically, that little purple part there, that will move round and round, lighting up each of those circles. And that is meant to represent a magnet. So as the ball, which is metal, or in virtual metal, goes through that gadget, it will veer in the direction of the purple circle. And that just sort of randomizes the game a bit. So the ball is more unpredictable. But activating that gadget also doubles the points. Any points that you get on the screen, on the table, will be doubled. So it's an advantage to activate the gadget by hitting all those targets. Anyway, I'll let it go. You'll see the ball veer every now and then when it gets inside that area. So I've caught the ball, so I can try and do a controlled ball shot. Thinking. Here we go. Just see it veer.
Oh,
so
yeah.
That went. Yeah. So while you're playing it, it will, it will veer the ball in the direction of the thing, or depending on where that purple magnet is, it will accelerate or deaccelerate the ball. It basically just, whatever plan you had, it screws it up on you. I'm going to get another kickback. There we are, turned it on. The green light should be on the bottom. There it is. And that allows you to rescue one ball that might fall down, like there. And it spits it straight out again. So you can then keep playing with that same ball. At the moment, yeah, if you lose it, if it's not lit, you lose the ball. At the moment, you're not losing balls when you do use them up. It's still a development copy, so because I need to keep testing it, I need to let it just keep running. But the little indicator in the bottom right is your number of balls. So a maximum of 6. Currently there are four available, and you can get later on. I'll have a extra ball gadget as well, and you can build up the number of balls to up to 6. So still got a way to go, but this is what's going so far.
It looks great. Let me ask you, since you've got the ball sending from beneath the flippers, did you do that so you didn't have to waste time having a lane over there with a plunger? Because I think that's smart.
Yeah. Well, I didn't like the idea of the plunger on the right.
Yeah.
Because it uses up screen area.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And this is just a low-res screen, really.
Yeah.
So I thought, well, I need all the res I can get. So rather than put the plunger in, I thought I'd fire it up from the middle.
Yeah.
That way I'll get the full.
I think that's a great. I wondered about that too.
There
and
are
you saying
machines
that, makes
that do that. Yeah.
world.
Now I don't know if there are any electromechanical machines that do it, but it's great. Me and both have owned or do own electromechanical pinball machines. I used to own one called Soundstage. It sort of reminds me of it because mine had a gadget in the middle that spun around when you lit all the targets. You know,
A
so
spinner.
it's just right. And you've got the sound effects. I mean, down pat. They sound great. I mean, and the scrolling is that's impressive. I mean, that's I bet that was no easy feat.
Well, the Color Computer 3 does do hardware vertical and horizontal scrolling. That was a feature that the Color Computer 1s and 2s didn't do. Well, not in the same way anyway. So I've used that right down the side. But the ball return will give it back to me.
You know, there are many pinball machines that have a flat spinning disc in them. Like
Yes.
Whirlwind's a perfect example. Another one I love, Twister. And your magnet gimmick, it reminds me of that because that will happen when your ball hits it. It just kind of goes off in a weird direction.
So yeah, I'm trying to give it a very mechanical feel. You can even see by the score counter, rather than put a digital display in, I tried to make it look like a mechanical, where the wheels or they roll.
Yeah, that's great. By the way, just an FYI, in real life, fixing those is a huge pain in the butt.
I know. Yeah. Well, back in the 50s and 60s, that's all they had.
Yeah.
There was no LEDs or anything. Not yet.
Nick, do you have an ETA on this? Do you know how long do you think it's going to take you to finish it up?
Normally I would say, well, nowadays I don't get as much time on it, so it'd probably still be another 6 months off.
It's looking. I mean, with 6 months left to go, it looks outstanding. I'm real impressed because you've got the physics, the ball movement stuff. That's real tough to get right on a pinball machine.
Well, interestingly, with the physics, as you say, when it comes to mathematics, especially maths that is trying to calculate the physics needed in the ball and for the rebounds, I am an absolute dunce. I hate the math. I can't do the math. So I had to come up with a system which didn't use any math other than plus and minuses. So the ball physics is being done using counters and loops, really. That was all I knew. I can't do the math. So it's coming out. It does look fairly realistic. I basically have a and that's the end of the video. I'll just start. I'll just have it again. So if I can start it again, if it will let me. Nah, computer's not playing up. Anyway, there we go. What was I saying? Oh crap.
I think you were saying you're going to rename the game to Neutroid Pinball.
That was a joke. Yeah, everyone keeps bagging me on about this other game I wrote called Neutroid, and they say it's crap, which, well, it's not. Well, I don't think it's crap.
It's not crap.
So I've been scaring everyone and saying I was going to call this Neutroid Pinball. But yeah, I haven't. I'm not doing that. But so now the interesting thing is I'm not even a pinball fan. I mean, I know Aaron, you like pinball.
Oh yeah.
But I was never a pinball guy. I mean, I was born during the Space Invaders Pac-Man era. Well, not born. I mean, that was my heydays, my teen years. And that's where I got into video games and stuff. But pinball never actually interested me. I could never get much fun. I think in reality it was because the ball kept going down the middle for me all the time. And I thought, I hate that. And I just didn't like pinball. But I took it on as a project on the Color Computer for, well, 2 reasons. One, there is, as I said earlier, there is no pinball specifically written for the Color Computer 3. There is for the 1 and 2, but I wanted one that had a bit more, matched more like what people see nowadays on modern computers. A bit more color and better sound effects, all that. So that was a challenge for me to do a pinball for the Coco 3 that has never been done before. And two, I know that there are a lot of people who do love pinball. And especially a lot of us now are in that sort of age group now where a lot of people did grow up with pinball and did love pinball. So I thought, better put my bias aside and do what the people want.
Yeah.
So it's pinball. And
Yes, you did.
I'm,
I
I'm,
think
I'm
it's a great idea. You're right, because you can't play a pinball like that on most systems like the Coco, because they can't handle that sort of scroll, and that's sort of like that's the way you need to do pinball, video pinball, having that nice scroll in there, and going with an EM is smart. EMs can't do as much; they don't have to, but they're still a lot of fun. I mean, we play the heck out of Boats. Boat has a pinball machine called Triple Action. I mean, that thing gets wore out every time Boat has a party. It's our favorite. So I mean, there's just because they're old doesn't mean they're not fun. So it's the perfect combination as far as I'm concerned.
yeah. Well, I'm starting to warm up to the whole pinball thing now that I've been working on it. I mean, it was tough at the start because I mean, the first thing I had to do was to get the physics of the ball working. And as I said, I hate maths. So that was a bit of a struggle for me, trying to work out a way of how to get the ball to move realistically. Now, once I got that fairly well to a point I was happy with anyway. Um, and I get into more of the graphic design and more of the almost video gameish type characteristics of the game. I'm starting to warm up to it now.
Very good.
So
That's awesome.
You have to understand that Nick's first piece of software was written for an abacus. So,
How much
Pretty
older do you
close.
think he is from
What?
you, Frank? It's not like
Hang
you're
on, they
20.
had abacuses back then?
I won't stand for this age bashing, by God. Hey, Nick, while I got you on here, just an FYI. Hey, plug. Tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, myself and the Brent will be kicking up the Coco show. We're going to be looking at one of Nick's games, Gunstar. I don't want to oversell it, but it's great. I don't want to tip my hand. And so if you are into that sort of thing, or if you've never played Gunstar, I want to hear about it, check us out, because that's much like this will be the number one pinball game on the Coco 3. Gunstar was very similar when it comes to shmups. A great game. Hey, Nick, do you want to mention your webpage in case people want to come over and pick up one of your games, or possibly check on the progress of your pinball game?
all right. Well, I have a website. It's just www.nickmarentes.com. That's NICK Marentes, MARENTES.com, all no space. And that'll take you to a sales page, I guess you could call it. And that shows all my other games as well as that Gunstar. I haven't got anything on pinball on there yet because I've only just announced to people that I'm doing it actually. I kept fairly quiet and didn't tell anyone what I was doing because one, I didn't think I would be able to do the ball physics when I started, so I didn't want to announce anything that I couldn't do. So, but now that it's gotten to a point where the ball's working and the game looks like it's going to hopefully be a success, I've announced the current version in development copy, so to let people know.
It looks great. Let me ask you, Nick, before you fold up here on your pinball game. Is there any possibility that the black void that effectively makes up the table? Do you think that there's going to be the ability to actually put some sort of artwork in there, or maybe more gadgets for play, like spinners, stuff like that?
Yeah, in the top right area of the table, there was a big black area there. There are to be other. There's going to be an extra ball, and there'll be a spinner. So, but at this point, I've just stopped at this point because I want to get everything that I've done so far working correctly before I proceed to add more things. And then whatever black areas are left, I'm hoping I can overlay a little like a a background skin just to, give it a bit more color and fill the screen up a little bit more. So yeah, that is the plan.
Very good, very good. Anybody have any questions for Nick before we cut him loose here? That's some good work, Nick.
Yes, there is a question.
A quick one. So I just wanted, so now that you've done, or when this one is finished, do you have any kind of like table editor? So if you wanted to, you could just do another table, or have you got to completely rewrite chunks of the game?
No table editors, and I never really wrote the thing with the idea of having a table editor available. So yeah, most of it would have to be recoding. So
you will like the table and you will say thank you.
Is there any
And
chance
that's
if the pinball game's a big hit, is there any chance you could make more tables down the line?
Yeah,
have like multiple tables.
I could, because the program uses the way it works is I have in the code there is 2 graphic pages or bitmaps. One bitmap is what I call the collision map, and the other bitmap is an overlay. So the collision map is the one that the code looks at and navigates the ball on, and it's a much simpler looking screen, and it uses colors for the computer to determine what sort of surface the ball is colliding with, whether it's a hard surface, whether it's a damping surface, like a rubber one or something like that. And that's what the code is using to make the ball move. But what the player sees, he sees the overlay. And the overlay can easily be read. I could just put a big scribble on there and that would work as a pinball table. The code's looking at the collision screen, and that part there I would have to redesign. And the gadgets would have to be recoded. Yeah. But yeah, it wouldn't be hard, but I'm not the sort of person who just keeps on going with the one idea. Once I finish this, I've got other ideas I want to try and do.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, when I heard Coco 3 and Pinball Game, me and Bo, we got giddy, and I'm sure a lot of other people did too. That's our bag.
No, the important question is can somebody sell me a Coco 3 so I can get in on this action?
If you can find one, they're hard to get.
Yeah.
Dave, you of all people. I can't believe it.
I got a regular Coco 2, but no 3. Those are, I think there's about 6 of them here in the U.S.
There's more than that.
Paco's got all of them, I think.
Yeah, all the ones in the States are misspelled. That's the problem. You guys forgot to put the U in the word color.
Dave, I do have an extra Coco 3. Well, talk to me later.
We'll have to talk.
Maybe we can work something
We'll have to
out.
talk.
Because I'm paranoid in case mine explodes.
Yeah.
Hey, Dave, what part of the country are you in?
Arizona.
Arizona? How hard is it for you to get to Chicago?
Oh, I got people in Chicago.
Okay, so come up to Chicago. Come up to Chicago this upcoming weekend. I think it's this upcoming weekend. Yeah, it's this upcoming weekend. Coco Fest is being put on by the Glenside Color Computer Club. Yep. And there will be a Coco 3 for sale there by someone, I'm sure. If not, you'll be able to get one there.
Just bring your wallet. You know what I mean? Big stacks. All right,
I got
Nick.
one for 200. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Nick. We will let you finish it up. Excellent work as always. I'm very excited about this. Again, check out Nick's work over at his webpage. I put it in the chat. He's got a lot of good stuff there. It's nickmarentes.com. I think I did a video where I played the majority of Nick's stuff. It's pretty much all solid gold. So, and I'm not just saying that. If I didn't like it, I'd bury it, but it's good stuff. So, we had a couple more people sneak in just under the wire. Straight from Japan, our good buddy Graham Vebke has rolled in. Good to see you, Graham. We'll be talking to you in a little while, my friend. And look, there he is. Wave to the people, Graham. How's everything going in Japan?
It's got the Japanese flu.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Jeez, right out of the gate,
My voice is ultra sexy today.
Is that? If you're a Wookiee. So we'll come back to Graham in a little while. I'm going to.
Okay.
I'm fixing to head over to Happy Town. I saw him cruise in. Before we get to Happy, it's time for the booze break. Boat, what do you got this time?
This has been a horrible disaster. I feel ill.
You know, you've got
Could it
about
be
10
the
more.
brine that you decided to drink?
Yeah, I think that could be it.
Oh, why don't you give me I'm still working on this one. I'll circle back around in a little bit.
Wait a minute. Are you
My
working on
next
the drink,
endeavor.
or is the drink working on you? That's the question.
You know, so you're gonna drink that
Yeah, I'll finish it.
with the brine?
Maybe.
Did you
Yeah,
eat the
it's
olives?
really. I kind of went overboard on the olive brine. It's supposed to be a splash. I put in like half the bottle.
Yeah, but well, you're not. You know,
And those blue cheese olives, blue cheese in a drink. That's the best.
For you long time listeners of the Amigos, Boat had a portion of the show back in the early days where he would mix the worst drinks that man has ever known. He could take great top shelf booze and turn it into turpentine right before your eyes. And I think we're going back to those glory days, Boat. So just don't get yourself sick. Okay, now
I'll turn it into it.
I'm excited about this one, everybody. From way, way, way out, it's our good buddy Happy Coding has popped in. If you have been paying close attention to yours truly throughout the evening, look, there's me, everybody. Hi. This is Happy's new game playing here in this overlit disaster because it's top shelf, and I think that's what Happy's going to get into tonight. How's it going, Happy?
Hey, man. Good. How are you?
Real good, man.
Hey, everyone. Greetings from Central Asia. I actually also had Asian flu.
Oh, no.
It was a persistent thing, too. I had it for about 3 weeks. It just couldn't shake it, you know? I mean, the symptoms weren't terrible, but it's one of those things where, you know, you can still work, but you just feel like crap. So,
Happy Boat might have a drink for you that'll straighten you right out.
Yeah, well, I stick to the tea, just tea.
A wise
So,
choice.
no caffeine, no alcohol for me, but
Well, the alternative is boat strength. It's probably better.
Yeah, I'd rather have the flu.
Indeed, yeah. But I'm feeling a bit better now, as you can probably tell. I just had You guys have those in America, Strepsils?
No.
I
don't
guess,
think we have anything
we've got
that's
them in Canada.
followed by a
We have
T.
them in the UK, but you can see. If anyone
We got the
doesn't believe
Ricola. We got the Ricola. I like the Ricola.
If anyone doesn't believe that I'm genuinely in the former Soviet Union, you can see there. Look, I got my. I guess that's mirrored, isn't it? But you can still see that Cyrillic,
no,
right?
it's normal.
No, it's not married.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That says Strepsils, right? It's got the same name, but yeah. Anyway, I feel pretty good. So how are you guys all doing? Good?
Real good.
Yeah, so I know I probably built a reputation for talking for like an hour, so I'm going to try and keep it to 30 minutes here if I can, because I mean, I know you guys enjoy it, but I know also that there's plenty of other people who've got just as many interesting things to talk about. So let's get on, huh? So yeah, this is Frogger. I guess I'll just, if I can, I don't know. Some of you guys probably seen it already, right?
Are you
But
sharing
let
the
me,
screen here? I'm gonna.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Oh, okay.
Do that.
That's fine.
Hang on. Hold your horses. I'm just getting used to this stuff again, right?
There we go. Bingo.
Okay, and I hope the sound is going to be on because the music's great. There's a friend of mine called Lee B who did the sound for this.
Sound it should
But
be
I had to come up with a new music player routine to separate the channels so that 2 channels were music and 1 was sound effects, and then kind of balance it so that, because there's not that many games on the Spectrum where you get AY sound and music together. So this one actually does that, and that's, to me, was a pretty fundamental part of Frogger, right? You can't really have Frogger without that fantastic music and whatever. So anyway, we'll have a quick look and then we'll talk some tech stuff, right? So that's the loading screen that I did. Let me just...
Yep, we got it.
You can hear that, guys, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so I tried to make this as close to the arcade as I could, and I think it's not a bad effort. I'll just have one very quick game. I won't speak while I do, and then we'll move on. So, yeah, okay. So let's just. Oh. Oops.
Wow, that was quick.
Ha! Beat me to it.
Ay, ay, ay.
It's like you played this a few times, Happy.
Once or twice. All right. Let's leave it there. Yeah, I mean, I play it really fast. I love to play it fast, but the nice thing about Frogger is you don't have to play it fast. You can be a little more casual, but I coded it so that you could really speed run it if you wanted to. In fact, you can actually play it slightly faster than the arcade if you're so minded to do so. So that's kind of fun. But anyway, you guys can hear me okay, right?
Yep.
Yep. Good.
Okay, so I first started to do something with Frogger probably about 4 or 5 years ago, right? And I just could not figure out a way to get that amount of data moving on screen at once, right? So it looks deceptively simple, but actually, if you look at it, you can see there's a hell of a lot of stuff going on there, right? It's almost, I mean, this is all in software as well. There's no hardware support on this. The arcade obviously has hardware support for the sprites and so on. So what you have to do is kind of come up with a way that you can shift that amount of data within a clock cycle. My cat's just biting. Just a second. You want to say hello? You want to say hello? No? Okay. Never mind. She'll probably jump up in a minute. Are you going to jump up? Okay. Here she is. Aw. Little monster she is. Anyway, I did an interview with, Lee, More Fun Making It. I'm sure you guys know him. I was on his podcast, and she jumped on the keyboard 3 times during the interview. It was crazy. Anyway, right, we're back. So how do we process that amount of data? Well, I'll try. Okay, clear?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that might happen a few times. I tell you what, guys, I'm going to put her in the bedroom. Just give me 1 second. Sorry about this.
No problem.
I just don't want her to interrupt. You come in.
My cat's scratching at the door right now. Cats, as soon as you get busy, here they come.
This Frogger looks amazing.
Yeah, I've played this. I've been playing it over the past couple of months. I used to own a Frogger, and I mean it plays great, but the sound effects are stunning. I mean it sounds just like the arcade. That's what blows me away.
Yeah, that background music's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did a really good job there.
Yeah, he did.
What I had to do as well, that's also kind of a totally separate thing, but there's about 20 tunes in Frogger. And in order to combine them with the sound effects, I had to decompress them. So then they started taking up quite a lot of memory. So in the end, what I did is I compressed all the different tunes that happen at the end. And what happens is when the frog lands, it decompresses the tune and then it plays it. And then, so therefore you could fit, she's managed to get out of the bedroom.
Efficient, very efficient.
But anyway, let's talk technical. What I thought I'd do is one of the things I love is this, when I come onto this ICC, is to try and explain some techie stuff in a way that you kind of layman people, people like John can understand, let's say, right? Are you there, John?
He won't understand no matter how layman you make the terms.
Anyway, okay, so, because the thing is, a lot of people find assembly language kind of complex and impenetrable, right? But in reality, especially with a machine like the Spectrum, it's actually pretty simple once you break it down. It's a question of how you think about it, right? But I guess you guys all understand. I mean, well, let's use Aaron as an example. If Aaron understands it, then I guess everyone will understand it, right, Aaron?
Yeah, use me.
So you understand memory, right?
Yeah.
Just for storing numbers, right?
Yeah.
Just a big repository for numbers. There we go. Right? And you have a processor. And a processor is, in this case, I'm going to call it the ZZ80, right? It's just to keep everybody happy. So the ZZ80 processor, Z/Z8Z processor, has an internal memory, right, of about 24 bytes, right? And it's those 24 bytes that it can process. We call them registers. And the ZZ80 can process or just do math, right, on those 24 bytes. So when you're coding, all it comes down to really, like 90% or more of all the coding that you do is just three things. One, bring data into the processor from the memory, right? The second is process the data, which is just do math, right? And the third is send the data out back to the memory, right? So as an example, you might have sprite data in one part of the memory. You would read it into the processor. Then you would process it. For example, you might put a mask on it, for example. And then you would output it by sending it to the screen, to the part of the memory where the screen data is stored, and then it will appear on the screen, right? And that is literally, as I said, 95% of everything that you do when you code a game on an 8-bit machine like this. Because all you're doing is just memory, processor, that's it. Data in, process data, data out, right? Simple as that. So all you need to do to learn to code, obviously, I mean, it's not as simple as simply understanding that, but as long as you know how to work the memory, what parts of the memory can be used for what, that's part of it. But the main thing that you want to do in order to be efficient is find ways to limit the amount of data that goes in, right? Limit the amount of calculations that you need to do, and then limit the amount of data that you write back out. And the more that you can do that, the less processor time that you need, and the more that you can do within one cycle of the beam, of the raster beam, right? So, Aaron, are you looking at me with a glazed expression, or did you follow that more or less?
So, magic pixies, did I get that right?
I think you got it, right?
He's Googling registers.
Well, all registers really, it's just like a very small internal memory in a chip. That's the only way you need to think about it, right? I mean, in layman's terms, that's all it is. It's just like a little set of boxes, and each one can store one number. And in the process, it's an 8-bit number. And in the ZZ80, it's there are about 24 of them, right? Which is quite a lot compared to some other processors. So you can. Sorry?
No, sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I was muttering.
Yeah, no problem. So, I mean, I'm not sure if there is 24. It might be a little bit less, but you've got basically 4 register pairs, and then you've got a shadow register of another 4. So that's 8. That's 16, and then you've got 2 index registers, so 16. So I guess about 20, right? And then you've got a couple of other registers that control interrupt and things like this. So that's techie stuff. The main thing that you need to know is that when we want to do math, we have to bring data into the processor, process it, and push it out again. So in order to do something like Frogger, we have to try to limit the amount of data that we process and also find ways to process it as fast as possible. So the way that I do this with Frogger, in particular here, and this is what I'll show you guys now, this is going to get slightly more techie, but we use something which we call the stack, right? So the stack is essentially a sort of reserved part of memory where you can temporarily store your registers when you're not using them, right? So it's kind of like, if you imagine you've got a whole load of pizzas and you can't process them all at once, you're just going to put them into the stack and then bring them back when you need to work with them, if you see what I mean, right? Now, normally what we use the stack for is when we're doing math that involves more numbers than the registers can handle, we temporarily store them in the stack so that we can then bring them back when we need to process them, right? So you say, okay, I don't need these two right now, I'll put them over there, and let me do some maths, okay, now bring them back, just like that, right? Now, the thing about that is, it's faster, that's faster than reading directly from the RAM itself, because it works in 2-byte pairs. So the interesting thing about the Z80, I don't know if this is true for, I don't think 65502 does this. I'm not sure about 809. I think maybe it does actually. But the interesting thing about the Z80 is that you can put the stack anywhere you want in memory.
Yeah, 6809 does that.
Right. So, and what that means is that if you want to, you can put the stack in the screen memory. And if you put the stack in the screen memory, you can write data to the screen memory about twice as fast as you would by using the Z80 processor directly, because it's 2 bytes at a time, right, rather than 1. However, there are some drawbacks to that. Firstly, and remember this for later, when you do this, you have to do it 2 bytes at a time. It has to be pairs, right? So that's the first drawback. Second drawback is that it writes to memory backwards rather than forwards, because it's pushing a stack upwards, if you like. So that's another factor. And obviously, you only have a certain amount of byte pairs, right? So the variable amount of data that you have is usually limited to, say, 4 pairs of bytes, right? So like 8 bytes, more or less, that you can move. You can, with the Z80, you can use things like the shadow register and other things. But in this case, with the case of Frogger, when you look at this, when you look at the data, if you look at, for example, the logs or the cars and so on, what you'll find is that on every row, every single line of pixels, there are only ever 4 pairs of bytes which are used to draw, right? And I'm going to show you that now. Let me just switch over. I'll show you how this works. I think this is kind of fun, right? Do I choose stop streaming for shared screen? Yes, I think so.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, okay. So let me switch over and now I'll show you behind the curtain a little bit here. Okay, so I think it's this one. Okay, you guys can see that, right?
Almost. Yes. Yes, you're golden.
Yep. Right. Okay, so we'll come back to this one in a minute, but what I want to show you now is this one, hopefully. It's frozen, is it? Come on. Right, there we go. Okay. So when I designed the logs, initially I started out using the sprites from the arcade, right? But the sprites from the arcade are designed as 16 by 16 sprites, and they're hardware sprites. So there's no limit in terms of kind of how detailed that data is, right? Because it's all done with the hardware and the processor doesn't have to worry about it. So what I had to do was try and design them in such a way that I only used pairs of bytes, which would be used to repeat, kind of like mini tiles, if you like, which could then be used to create a whole row of data that I could then push on with the stack, right? So if you take a look here, I'll turn off the attributes, right? So you see here, we've got this single log here. Can you guys all see that? Yeah?
Yep.
Okay. Now, this is divided into, if we go across, right, you'll see it's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's actually 6 characters across, right? And the reason for that is that then, if you imagine the byte pairs, we've got one pair here, another pair here, another pair here, and then there's also a blank space, right, if I need it. So that means I can use the registers, the four main register pairs within the Z80 to store the data that's needed for any of these logs here, right? Now, the other important thing to remember here then is that so obviously when they move across, when the logs are moving, you can see I've got them shifted across, right? So it goes across 2 pixels here, 2 pixels here, another 2, right? So that essentially allows it to scroll because there's no hardware support. So you just have to basically redraw it in that way. But what you'll notice is that everything, the size of the log and everything is designed just exactly so that it fits inside 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So whenever I'm drawing it, I'm always only going to have to draw 6 bytes like that, right? Okay. So, of course, the obvious question here would be, well, yeah, but those logs are really long, right? So how are you going to do that? Well, what I'll show you is this. So we start, let's say that's our first pair, right? We can put that here. And then this is our second pair here, like that. I put that there. You can see that's how they're separated out. And that one there. Right? Now you see that, I mean, there is, you might think, oh, well, there's empty data here. You don't really need that, but you kind of do when you shift it. You see when it shifts across? So it really depends on the position of the log in terms of its X coordinate. So it moves across. So it's always going to be the same. This is important because then essentially what this means is when you're pushing data off the stack, you're always using the same set of commands and you just change the data and it will scroll it for you. So anyway, let's take a look at that. So you can see here, well, how do you make a longer log? Well, all you need to do is you just, stretch that out and then you just take a copy of this one and just double it, right? Like this. And then I can triple it like that. Right? And now see, I've got a longer log, but still it only needs one pair of data here, another section here, which we just repeat, and then a third one there, right? See what I mean? So again, we can store all of the data for one line in 3 registers, just like that. And the logs and the turtles, they're all designed in that way so that they're all 10 pixels high. And again, this is different to the arcade for that exact same reason. So again, here you can see they're stored 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? And then if I take this and put that here, and I'll separate it out for you guys so you can see. So, oh, sorry, just froze for a second. Have I lost that? Okay, just 1 second. Sorry, I pressed the wrong key. Okay, so if I have this one, you can see this all clear, right, guys? Yeah, all good?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so I'll split this up into the pairs so that you can see there's that piece there and then that piece there. So you've got like a sort of an end piece and sorry, this ZX Paintbrush is not all that reliable sometimes with the keyboard commands. Okay, Right, so again, 1 byte pair here, 1 byte pair here, 2nd byte pair here, 3rd byte pair there, right? And again, if I want to, what I can do though is if I just say, okay, let me take a copy of that one, put it there, and then take a copy of that one, put it there, and then as if by magic, you've got 3, you see? So what that means is that you can have, well, you can have as many turtles as you want. In fact, of course, there's only ever 3, but it means that you can draw elongated sprite like this, but you're still only ever using 6 bytes per line, right? And they can be stored in the register. Now, the great thing about Frogger, because of just the way that the game actually works, is that you can, if you take a look, you'll see here, let's see, just a minute. Seems a bit of a delay. Right, okay, well that's just a few more examples of the same principle, right? I think it's this one, is it? Yeah, okay. So if you take a look here, you'll see that everything, all of this background stuff, it only ever moves on a horizontal plane, right? So it never moves up and down, and it's always moving, left to right, which means that you don't have to worry about where it is at any one time because it's always in the same place. All you need to do is just change what the content of the registers and draw from, remember I said it draws backwards in screen memory. So you start from here and you just draw it backwards like that, right? And so you just draw the whole thing. And as I said, you've got 3 registers that draw the data and one spare register, well, register pairs, which is blank, right? And that draws the gaps. That draws the empty spaces in here, right? Now, initially, when I was first doing this, I thought, well, why am I wasting time drawing these empty spaces? Because surely I can just skip those. But as it turns out, it's actually faster to just draw the whole line across without accounting for these. Partly because you'd have to move the stack anyway if you did. And then secondly, it actually works as a means of clearing the screen. It actually wipes the screen as well. So then you don't need to undraw. So you never need to undraw anything when you do it this way because you're overwriting it with a blank space. So normally when you're working with sprites and they're moving, you have to draw them and then you have to undraw them and then you have to redraw them, right? But in this case, the drawing itself, because you draw the whole screen, across the whole screen, it wipes the data that was there before, so you save a huge amount of time doing that as well. And in fact, when you use this method, and what I have is gaps here, and then I have a kind of lookup table, and it draws 10 lines here, then it draws 10 lines here, then it jumps down 10, 10, 10, and then it does the same here with the cars. The cars are actually 12 lines, and they're designed to overlap with the attribute, right? So that you get this nice effect with the road. And then if you notice here, you would imagine, well, certainly in the arcade, what you have is each row is 16 pixels, right? Like for a 16 by 16 sprite. But if you look at the road here, you'll notice it's actually 1, 2, 3. It's not 4 rows. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, and actually the last one is only a half a row. Now the reason that happened, the reason I've done that is because this is a horizontal monitor and the game's vertical, right? And there's not enough space. So what I did is I crammed because these are 10 pixels high, I just very carefully put them in just the right space. As you can see here with these logs, the way that they overlap, right? You see that's really the key to it there, because you've got 2 rows in only 3 character spaces. See what I mean? And that's how you kind of cram them into the space. But when you look at it, you would hardly even notice, right? So that's essentially that trick. Now, as I said, I'm not going to go on too much longer. We'll just talk about a couple more things, which I think are kind of fun. When you're scrolling like this, however, if you're using byte pairs, what you might imagine is, let's say, for example, we'll switch back to the other one just to give you an idea here of this. Let me just right. So if you imagine this is all software scrolling, right? So you imagine you're scrolling this one, right? And you've got a byte pair 1, 2, 3, right? And as you can see there, you shift them across 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, the problem comes when it, and I didn't anticipate this actually, but then when it happened, I was like, oh yeah, of course, that's obvious, isn't it? So when it's shifting across 1, 2, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? You get to there. And at this point, you think, oh, well, now I can just repeat this, kind of, just repeat that from there, right? That's what you would normally do. You would just repeat. However, you're actually working in pairs, aren't you? So you can't shift it across just by 8 pixels because it's going to put the pairs out of alignment. Do you see what I mean? So the question is, how do you solve that problem? Because what you need to do is you're going to have to draw in such a way that it looks smooth and the player's going to see it, but obviously you can't do that with the register pair. So the answer to that is that what you do is if you look at this one here, and this is a little bit techie, I realize that, but if you look at is it this one? Right, if you look at this one again, right? Take a look at here, you can see behind the curtain, right? Now you see this data here, just this line here, right? See that?
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm going to turn the attributes on and look what happens, right?
It's gone.
See? Right. Well, it's still there, but it's hidden behind black on black color it's a feature of the spectrum, right? So you can what you do is you're writing data to here, and essentially what you're doing is when you want the byte pairs on let's say the even characters, you start from this row, and when you want them on the odd characters, you start from the very first visible row. So what happens is when it's being drawn, it will draw say this graphic here, right? It'll draw this graphic here, and then it will go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? And then it will shift back to where it was, and then instead of drawing it from this point, it will draw it. Instead of drawing it from this point, it will draw it from this point, which basically moves it forward 1 space. You see what I mean? I realize there's a little kind of fairly techie kind of thing to talk about, but
is there a reason why the frog can't go over into that area?
Well,
I know that's a stupid question, but I'm dumb.
No, there's no stupid questions, but well, that's not.
Give me a minute.
Well, that's not part of. There's not. That's not. Well, it's not.
Did you watch Boat make a drink? Did you watch Boat make his last drink?
It can. Well, if you imagine, it's kind of like, as I said, you're working in chunks of 16 pixels, right?
Yeah.
Each time that you're writing. So, but you want it to move in 8 characters. So what you have to do is take, say, your group of 16 and move it back 8 characters, and then draw it again. And by moving it back 8 and moving it forward 16, you get the impression that it's only moved forward 8.
Uh-huh.
Right? You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you're not updating the attributes at any point, are you? And so it's blank what you draw in there.
Well, it's not. It's actually the pixel data is drawn, but it's blank here. In fact, you know what? The best thing to do is to actually show. I can actually show you it happening, kind of, live if you like. Just give me a second. This is kind of the fun part, really. Just a minute.
Some of the early 2600 games didn't do that, so you might see some left-right scrolling where.
Right. Yeah. Well, I can basically show you it now. It's hidden behind the attributes, but if I share this, you'll see. this one, right? Okay. Okay. All right. So you guys can see this, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now take a look at this. 1 second. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wash the screen over so that it, right. So now looks like a Game Boy game, right? So
Yeah.
let's now, but pay attention now to look at the very far left and right here, right? Because this part of the screen on the edges here, this is invisible to the player, right? There's a line, a black line here and a black line here. And what you'll see is if you watch it now, you'll see, do you see how the data is kicking in? Right? You see how it's kind of, it looks like it's being compressed and it's kind of going in the kind of going like that, right? Can you see?
Yeah.
And essentially what you're actually doing is you're moving it forward and moving it forward 8, and then you're drawing back, you're moving it back 8 in terms of where it starts from, and then you move it forward 16, and it looks like it's moving forward by 8. Do you see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
See, you can see it very clearly. If you watch the log here, look at the way
it
that
almost
the log...
looks like it compresses a little.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it's doing, because it's actually moving almost like a snake, if you like. It's kind of, when it gets to there, it just compresses so that what the player sees is looks completely natural, but what the code is doing is shifting the stack by 1 byte across so that it looks like it's drawing it in like basically you just don't see it. That's the curtain, isn't it? Right? That's what I've done there is I've just lifted the curtain so you can see it. Anyway, the only other thing very quickly I'll talk about, just very briefly, because you talked there about Atari 2600, and in my previous presentations I've spoken a lot about this idea of chasing the beam, right? And in my previous games with Lunar Rescue and Scramble, I had to do a bit of that. And this I'll probably refine this method that I've developed even more, because what happens here is when it's drawing, and I'll just describe this briefly. But if you imagine the beam's coming down, right? And what I need to do is I need to draw a background layer, which is the logs, and I also need a foreground layer, which is going to be the player sprite and the lady frog. And additionally, because, for example, when you have a crocodile here or when you have diving turtles, all I do is I just draw over the top of the original data so that you don't see it. So there's like a layer of sprites and then there's a background layer. But obviously it's all in software, so how do you kind of achieve that? So what you do is, if you imagine the beam comes down, right? And as the beam comes down, it gets to where the logs are. If you imagine the beam gets to where the logs are, it just goes past where the logs are, and then that's when I start drawing the logs, right? So I draw the logs, and all the time as the beam goes down, the logs are being drawn behind the beam, right? So when it gets down to the bottom, I've drawn all the logs, but the player hasn't seen any of it yet, right? Because it's all behind the raster beam, right? And then as soon as when you get around to the next cycle, all the logs have been drawn, and then at this point here, before in the border, before the raster beam comes again, you then draw in the frog and the lady frog and everything else. And well, what you have to do, in fact, is you kind of punch little holes in the data and then put the frog inside it, so it looks like it's masked, right? So you don't if you see the frog when it's on the log, I'll just show you, right? So if I just go up here, right? When the frog is on the log, you see it's fully masked and it's visible, right? So what's happening there is I'm drawing the background data, and because I'm using the stack, it's super fast. It's almost, because it's drawing it 10 in lines of 10 like that, it's actually almost as fast as the raster beam itself. That's how fast it is. It's really fast drawing, right? I mean, it's not full screen, but you can basically draw, when you start from here, I can draw all of the data that I need for all of the rows, and the raster beam before the raster beam gets to the bottom, right? So that's a huge deal in terms of making it run smoothly. So all of that background data gets drawn. Then when the raster beam comes over, it's all been drawn, but it hasn't been seen yet. Then you just add the details in front of the raster beam so that by the time the beam gets to them, what the player sees is the background layer and then the sprites on top, right? So it's basically like an optical illusion, really. There aren't really layers at all, but what you're doing is drawing behind the beam and ahead of the beam to create these two layers. And then when it reaches the bottom again, same thing happens. You redraw the sprites, and then once it gets behind, once the beam comes down, you're then redrawing the log which is moved. But again, the player doesn't see it. The player just sees what was already there before. See what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So this, this is the kind of technique. When I started, basically, it was a kind of little epiphany. That those of you who code games will know what I mean. It's like that little eureka thing where you've been thinking, how am I going to do this? And then you have an idea and you go, oh, hang on a minute, this might work. And once you do that, it's one of those great feelings you have because you go, I can make this game now, and I couldn't before, right? Suddenly I realize I can move all this data and really make it look and play like the arcade. And that's just, it's a fantastic feeling because it gives you so much kind of energy and drive to then write the game because you're like, okay, I know I can make this work now. And then, of course, when you do that, you can start talking to people and telling people that you know that you can do it. It's a very similar experience I had with Scramble as well with the scroll, you know. So anyway, I'm sure that I'm gone over time. I did kind of hurry that through a little bit. I hope it wasn't too technical, but if you guys have any questions, of course, I'm happy to answer them.
I feel like
I
I
have a
sort
quick
of learned
question for
something.
you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick question because I was going to ask you about how you had differentiated between things that you needed to be touching and then the girl frog, because that's different. That's a different action on that. Because I imagine that the problem would have been if you tried to keep track of positionally and have to calculate positionally every single move where you're at relative to the girl would take too much time. Is that right?
Well, so the girl frog is always on that row, and that's in the arcade too. She never appears in any other row apart from that one, right? So you always know. You only need to check for the girl frog for the boy frog when you're in that row, right?
True.
So that's the first thing. So that saves a lot of time, and then all you need to do is it's just a horizontal check, right? X to X. Does it overlap? Well, obviously you need to have like, is the girl frog there, or are you already carrying the girl frog, or whatever it might be? You need to check those things, but it's actually with like a lot of these things, it's the simplest thing that's the best. But it does remind me of another interesting thing, which I think you'll find interesting, is that there's a whole range of different collision detection techniques being used in the game. So for the first, when the frog is in the first part of the screen, this lower part here, right? It's simply when the frog is drawn, if the frog is drawn and it overlaps onto the car, then obviously that's a hit. But what I found is that was too sensitive. So instead what I did is I created like a little sort of ball that was similar size to the frog, but a little bit smaller. And then I used that. It's like a collision mask, I suppose. And then it checks if it uses the same coordinates as the frog, but it's a little bit smaller in terms of pixels. So it can then check if there's an overlap with any of the cars. So it gives you a little bit of grace. You can overlap the cars a little bit. And remember I said earlier, like they're constantly being redrawn, so you never have to worry about updating the data because you don't need to undraw it. So it will always update itself and correct itself. So, and then when you get to the middle, obviously there's a snake, and that just uses X, Y. And then here, this is kind of interesting because on the probably the only time I've ever used this kind of collision detection, but it's exactly the opposite kind of collision detection, because essentially what it does, it uses that same thing with the ball, but if that ball is in a totally empty space, that's when the frog dies, because it means that it's in the river and it's not on the log or it's not on the turtle. Or for example, when the turtle sinks, then that becomes blank, and at that point it would detect that, right? So yeah, and there's a few other tricks. Obviously, you have like the otters and the snake and different things as well. But yeah, I hope does that answer the question?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Cool. Yeah. Anyone else?
Pete, thank you for putting this together. Frogger's one of my favourite early 80s arcade games, so it's really cool to see that on
mine
the
too.
Spectrum. I know we're also working on a version of Donkey Kong for the Spectrum, which
Yes.
to replace the awful official port that was on there. How's that coming along? Do you know when that's going to be finished?
Well, you know, I did release a demo earlier this year, but there's a guy has made like a really nice version of it, right?
Mhm.
Fairly recently. I mean, it looks really nice. It's slower than the arcade.
Yeah.
Right. So for my personal taste, it's a bit too slow. Mine's actually slightly faster than the arcade, much like Frogger. I kind of think, well, if it's slightly faster, that's kind of good because it's 50 hertz, right? So it kind of compensates a little bit, I suppose. But and I mean, I spoke to some of my Patreon supporters, and people said, well, look, you know, we've got this version of Donkey Kong. Let's not. I thought to myself, let's not kind of release it right now because, you know, it's a really nice version. This guy's obviously put a lot of time in. Let him enjoy his kind of achievement, and I don't want to overshadow it too much. I mean, I'm not so arrogant as to think mine will be better, but obviously, if there's another version, it will overshadow it.
A little bit of grace for you.
Well, yeah, exactly. I thought, you know, look, there's plenty of games to code, and I heard that somebody might be working on a version of Frogger, so I thought, well, okay, I better do Frogger before it happens to me again. You know, with someone else doing another version of the same game, and I won't be able to, you know. So I kind of put this one to bed. But yeah, no, the next thing I'm working on Pyramid, which is and you know, it's I know the original author, and he's given me permission to redo it, and I'm gonna kind of do it in a style which is, it's going to be kind of Robotron meets Defender sort of thing, you know. So that's going to be really fun because I really like both of those games, and yeah.
Which
after
Pyramid is that? I've heard of a few.
Well, it's by Bob Hamilton. It's from 1983.
Okay.
And well, I mean, I guess most of you guys are not in the UK, so you wouldn't know this game, right? It's quite a well-known Specky classic, a little bit of a hidden gem, I suppose. But if you imagine, you start at the top of a pyramid, and it's 15 levels. You start, in the first chamber. There's a set of enemies, and in order to move to the next level, you have to recover a gem. And initially, the gem is invulnerable and can damage you, so you have to shoot it in order to pick it up. But once you've shot it, then the gem is also vulnerable to the enemies who will want to try and destroy the gem. So you have to kind of protect the gem. So it's a little bit like Defender in that sense. Kind of clear the room, kill the enemies, then collect the gem, and then use the gem to open the access to the next chamber, right? But what's kind of nice about it is it's and it predates Outrun in this sense, but it's a branching system. So the game plays as you move down the pyramid. You start at the top, you have one chamber, then you have two, so you choose which one you want to go, and then you have branching paths. So you can branch through the whole pyramid each time you play the game. You can choose a different route with a different level of difficulty and different enemies to fight with different attack patterns and everything. So when you play it once, you can complete it, but then the next time you like Outrun, you can choose which path to go through. So I'm hoping that there's 120 rooms, and I'm hoping we're going to have individual enemies for every one of them. So it's got quite a lot of high replayability, I think. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
I never heard of this game, and I'm looking at a video now, and this is right up my alley. This looks great. I guess the pyramid's sort of like an overworld map where you're picking your direction, and then you go into these individual chambers. I think that's dandy.
Yeah.
It looks real good. Yeah.
I searched for it online, and one of the first videos that came up was Happy talking to Hermsky last year at a Crash, all about pyramid.
Right.
I guess I should just watch that.
Well, that's me talking with. I think that's with Bob Hamilton, the original author, right? And that's a whole story in itself. But yeah, if you search Crash 2024 Bob Hamilton, you'll see my interview with him, and it talks about the history of the game, and it's a really interesting insight into one of my favorite topics, which is the kind of birth of UK gaming and bedroom coding in sort of 82, 83, and what it was like at the time, and how interesting and unique it kind of was, you know. So
it looks great. It's
yeah,
a great choice.
Putting on chat for people to watch later.
Yeah,
it's a really good game, but I mean, Bob will tell you himself, you know, at the time he wasn't that experienced in terms of gaming. He's not really a gamer himself. He wrote it's kind of really cool concept, but I hope that I can take the kind of 40 years of experience that we've had since then to kind of make it into something that's a little bit more kind of Jeff Minter, Eugene Jarvis sort of vibe, you know, which I think is going to be a lot of fun.
That's what modern games development's all about, isn't it?
Indeed, yeah.
Very good, very good. Hey, Happy, why don't you plug your web page? I don't know if you've got anything going on over there. I mean, some of the packages and stuff you guys have been putting out have been great. I mean, great, brother. Yeah. So plug your stuff, man.
Okay, so I have a Patreon, which is Happy Coding ZX. I have a little publishing software house, I suppose, which I run with a couple of friends, and that's called Midnight Brew, and that's for the physicals, right? So we do all the physicals go on that, and all the digitals are available on my itch page, which is also Happy Coding ZX. But if you want access to all of the work, you can join my Patreon, and if you do that, then you get digitals of all of my games, which is about 15 games, and then there's also all the games that we publish as well. So it's like more than 20 games, and usually there's about 5 or 6 games every year. So you pay like $4 a month, and frees up my time to do all of that. And then so later this year we're going to do a physical version of the Pyramid, and the sequel to the Pyramid, which is Doomsday Castle. So that'll be in a nice box set, like the Frankenstein and Dracula one that we did.
Oh,
and then there'll also be the unfinished sequels, which Bob started in 1984, 85, but never finished. So we're going to go back and do a trilogy and finish those as well. And those are a little bit more like arcade adventure. So yeah, and a couple of other projects we're working on that we haven't announced yet, but a big release, hopefully announced later this year with a fairly well-known character.
Very good.
Yeah.
And we can all agree that you should run over to Happy's site and immediately buy Shay's Maxim, the finest game ever made, because it features me,
featuring
Amigo Aaron.
Featuring both Doughty brothers, no?
I mean, it's hard to get excited about the print, but I'm in there. That's right there. That's what drives sales, in my opinion. So,
I was thinking about doing a sequel to Shay Maxim. Did I ever tell you that?
No, that would be great. What you want to spill the beans?
Because you like, well, it was just an idea I had, but you love your British comedy, right? So you're familiar with Faulty Towers. Right?
Yes, sir.
So I had this idea that Maxime was kind of replaces Manuel at Faulty Towers, right? And so you've then got he's got like 3 or 4 rooms. He's got the restaurant where he has to serve the customers, and then people arrive, and he's got to take the bags up the stairs, and then he's going to go to the other room and serve the drinks, and it would be like a sort of kind of like Tapper, one part Tapper and one part kind of Panic with the suitcases piling up, and then restaurant in the other side. I thought it'd be kind of fun, but we'll see.
You smell that? That smells like money, brother. That's what I think. That sounds like a winner, Happy. Get on that, man. By the way, we need a sequel to
Fawlty
Walker.
Towers, the
Get your
game.
people in that too.
Yeah, well, I don't know if that would work on the Spectrum. But...
Yes, only you and your crew can make it happen. By the way, big thumbs up to Frogger. Like I said, I've been playing this thing on and off as Happy has improved it. And I kept thinking, oh, he can't get any better. And it was always more refined. Your music guy was on point. I owned a Frogger. So, I'm intimate with this game.
Right.
You did a bang-up job on this, Happy. So I give you all respect. And I almost felt like I sort of learned something today from your programming lesson.
Did you notice, Aaron, that the controls of this game are a little bit more responsive than the arcade?
Well, if you had my old control panel, you got that right. That thing was rusted because I think somebody peed on it. That's just a guess. So yeah, I'm not surprised. I like the fact. It felt totally fine. You could really move fast in this thing because you don't have to wait for the joystick to rebound. You can really go.
Yeah, it's fun.
Very good. Anybody have any final thoughts for Happy before we cut him loose? All right, I think we're good together, Happy. Great stuff. We can't wait for your next gimmick because I've enjoyed everything you've had so far. Now,
Yeah, hopefully I'll have a version of the pyramid to show you next time this rolls around. Right?
Beautiful, it's beautiful. By the way, Happy, you need to come over to Boat Fest one of these days, man, and you can do a little something live.
But it's a little bit of a schlep,
I think there's a boat or something that drives over. You can hop in.
Maybe I swear, I wonder if it'd be faster for me to go the long way around. Go
yeah, it's
all the way through
slight
Russia.
problem. You're on the opposite side of the earth.
Hit Alaska and go down through Canada. Maybe go and say hello to Frank on the way. And then just kind of.
Well, Anchorage used to be a stopover for a lot of international flights coming in to and out of the U.S.
Pack warm.
Yeah. I think things might need to change on your side of the pond before I kind of pop over.
Listen, I got nothing to say about that. So, normally this is where we would call upon Boat for his next drink, but Boat has informed me that the previous drink made him sick. So he's currently not he's not vertical right now. He's taking because he would have drank that whole thing with the bride.
Oh.
He'll be back.
I'm shocked to hear that.
Let me just say quickly,
yeah, Happy.
Just quickly, I'm going to hang around for a little bit just to see what you guys are up to. But it's already 3 a.m., so I'll say goodbye now. But I'll still be here for a while. But then I don't need to kind of cut in and interrupt anyone. So
that's a great Happy. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you, Happy.
I'll stick around. I'll watch it later as well. But always good, always fun to join in. Always a pleasure.
Thank you, Happy.
Take it easy, man.
It's always great to have you in, man. So we're going to switch gears here, big time, and we're going to roll over to our good buddy. I think he knows I'm calling on him. It's our good friend Jocko. Look at that haircut. Look at that outfit. He's all man. What do you got for us tonight, man?
Well, firstly, this is a wig, so no, it's not really.
Yeah, rub it in.
Yeah, no. Some of you may or may not know, because I bang on about it a little bit. I spent somewhere around 11 years working in mobile games, and a good chunk of that was the early sort of WAP and J2ME stuff. And I always kept saying, one day I'll show people, because it gets a bit of a bad rap, and it can be bad. So what I decided to do, and I won't do too much, is I grabbed myself one of these Nokia N95s, and I'll go into it in the video, and just basically show off a bunch of like retro gaming ports for this game that were done in J2ME, just to show you what's possible. Some of it's good, some of it's bad. And that's really about it. So hopefully it's a little bit longer than normal. It's about 3 hours. So, it's about 18 minutes. I wanted to show off a lot of cool stuff, and I ended up capturing so much footage. I think my initial cut when I had it all in Premiere was like 2 hours long of just like all the footage. And it's like super compressed down. So, yeah.
When's the director's cut coming out?
Oh my God, no, that would put people to sleep. So yeah, if you want to go to sleep, I'll send you I'll see if I can dig up the original 2 hour cut, and then you can nod off to that. So
I'm gonna put the man over. Look at this right here, everybody. Give it to me by the man himself. because I like to play. We did some ARGs on these phone games, J2ME, and then recently we did another show on some even more wacky games. And there's a little bit of fun to be had in these little phone games if you're brave enough, you get enough jack, or if you've got the will to install an emulator. They're a lot of fun. So we're going to check out Pajaka's video right now and see what it's all about. Here we go, everybody.
Hi everybody, it's Paul again, and it's another International Computer Club from me. And what wonderful and weird thing am I going to be doing this time? Well, the low quality of this video should tell you something. You're wondering, it's not your internet connection. Don't worry, it is actually this thing. This is a Nokia N95 8GB, really splashing the cash for that extra 8 gig, and it's a Symbian phone from the late 2000s. Now this video is actually going to be a little bit about mobile games, specifically J2ME games. I'll pinch on Symbian a little bit of foreshadowing. You can literally play thousands of games on these phones, but I thought what I'd do is focus on retro gaming because it's something we all know. I'm going to move to the kitchen where it's better lighting and I can show you some fun things, and we will get set up. So J2ME was conceived and released around the end of the millennium by Sun Microsystems. Remember them? As a way to allow the rapidly expanding portable devices market to run and download applications. Now some people will get this confused with the built-in games like Snake. Those were embedded games and they are not J2ME. And WAP, not the Cardi B song, but Wireless Application Protocol, was a way for early mobile phones to surf the web. It was all very much text-based with some very simple black and white image support, and Endgame used that to build some games, as did other companies. But WAP games are not J2ME games. Anyway, back to J2ME. For the most part, it was prevalent all over the world and was quite big in Europe, with places like Japan having their own flavours of Java, i.e. Docomo Java for phones. From a high-level perspective, and I know I'll get letters, they were technically the same sort of thing and were very similar in capability. The US, however, mainly went with a platform called Brew, Binary Runtime Environment for Wireless. And this was actually more of a native platform than Java, and technically the game should have been better because they were native, and there was often a peeing match at EA between the US and the European offices as to which one was better, and most of the time it came down to the actual hardware of the phone and how good the developers were. So J2ME games were an early form of downloadable digital content, or DLC. Yeah, sorry for how that all evolved, but largely if you wanted to get a J2ME game the legitimate way, you either had to go through your mobile phone operator portal, which was often through a link on your phone where you could download games and ringtones and other content. Or you may have seen adverts like this one in the backs of magazines offering games, ringtones, and more often than not, nudie lady wallpapers. And the way that you would pay for these games is by sending a text message, which would cost you an arm and a leg. And even working in the biz back then, I never trusted those sites because they were actually dodgy as heck. Now, while J2ME never reached the lofty heights of console gaming, it was obviously big enough to employ a few people, and I certainly worked in mobile games for the best part of 11 years. If you wanted to know what was happening in the world of mobile games back then the best place to visit was a website called Pocket Gamer. Interestingly, Pocket Gamer is still going, but back then it was a daily haunt of mine. Every day I would probably visit 2 or 3 times just to see what new games and things were coming out, and they even published a physical magazine for a couple of years, including one special for the N-Gage. So let's briefly go on to Symbian versus J2ME. J2ME, as we have alluded to, was a cut-down version of Java that sat on top of the phone operating system, and whilst you could get some good games, it was limited. Symbian, on the other hand, and N-Gage, which was a flavour of Symbian, allowed developers access to the hardware, so you could technically do better games. Symbian games, if you want an analogy, were kind of like PlayStation 1 quality games, whereas J2ME were more like Game Boy Advance games. That said, there were some very good J2ME games that used 3D to good effect, and on the other side of the coin there were also some Symbian games that were absolute dog shit, so it was swings and roundabouts. Anyway, enough waffling about J2ME history, let's get on and show some games on this N95 8GB, and you can laugh and actually be slightly impressed at some games. This was a high-end Symbian phone for its time, came in a lovely box. This particular 8GB one was really more aimed at music users, but both of the N95 models you could have these media buttons. It had a whacking great 2 megapixel camera. It's funny to think that back in its day this was considered a big phone. I mean, that's my phone now. But this has kind of an ace up its sleeve. I can plug this into the TV and just like having a game console. Yeah, right, keep telling yourself that, Paul. So I'm going to plug this in. Alright, so you can kind of see I've got the Nokia plugged in. You can have a quick look. I've installed Burger Time Special Rainbow Island, especially for Aaron. A couple of 1942 games. I've got Arkanoid, Bomb Jack. So we'll just go through, we'll pick a few and we'll just have a look at them. And like I said, I will just cut into basically having captured some footage straight from the phone. Let's start with Burger Time Special. Now another thing which is quite interesting is in some of these games I found that it didn't have the original music. But sometimes the music wasn't licensed and they didn't want to take the risk, so they would just stick something else in. So. Can't see it, but playing on a keypad with one hand is not too bad. Some games, as I'll show you later, are really, really bad for playing on mobile. And as I said, this is what I was getting into earlier. Even with phones with kind of joypads on like this, wasn't the greatest experience for Twitch gaming. Like puzzle games, that kind of thing, it was pretty good for. Anything else, not too great. So there we go. Oh, it moves. It's playable. You know, I'm sure you could get used to it. I played a lot of these games back in the day myself. So you know, as I said, it's hard to sometimes come back to these things, but. You know, people go back to Game Boy games okay, so yeah. Oh, there we go. Unselected. So let's go for Rainbow Islands. Now you notice no sound effects.
Now, rubbish music and poor sound effects is going to be quite a common theme for J2ME because it used MIDI. Basically, I think it was because of file size limitations. You could get quite small MIDI files, but it wasn't great across a lot of games, unfortunately. Yeah, it's mostly there, as you can see. Quite good, quite playable, but it is difficult to play on the controls. So no introduction, Arkanoid. This one is actually pretty playable. They have to slow the action down a little bit so that you can play it on a D-pad. But yeah, really, really good port of Arkanoid for J2ME. So Spy Hunter up next. This is actually pretty good. It does look a bit choppy. The frame rate issues were intermittent, and I think part of the issues I was having is because I had too much installed on this phone. The only gripe I have with this version of Spy Hunter is they didn't include the Peter Gunn music. Again, this was down to licensing issues. Yeah, make of it what you will, but unfortunately it's not in there. Probably could be hacked in by somebody who knows how to do that. The other thing with this is it does include an enhanced version which you get chucked in for free. And all it really does is upgrade the graphics and change the game a little bit, but it still retains the same core gameplay, and it's actually pretty good considering you get it bolted on for free. So obviously 1943, again this is a really good port for J2ME. The only real letdown for me on this one is the fact that the music just stops playing after a little while and you end up with no real sound effects, so it's a very quiet experience, but it's still very playable. So Atari Legends 1, 2 and 3 here kind of mash things up a little bit. Really all quite playable, but really the thing that lets them down is the poor use of MIDI sound effect. The shooting noises in Asteroids Deluxe sounds like turkey gobbles. So Centipede, pretty playable, sound is terrible. Lunar Lander, classic game, love it in the arcade. Again, sound effects really let this one down. I love the big you got in the arcade. Missile Command gets around the multi-button thing by just using the base which is nearest to your cursor, so it makes the game a bit simpler, but it's still fun to play. So really good solid port of Bomb Jack up next. The music's a bit weird, I don't like it, but I love Bomb Jack in the arcade and the Specky version. This is really quite playable once you get used to the controls, and it runs really well. So I said earlier you might be amazed, this one is actually pretty good. This is Bubble Bobble, it plays really well, the music's there, and it actually just feels like a proper console game. I'm not just saying that, it's a good port. So this is clearly Earthworm Jim. Very good port. I don't actually like Earthworm Jim. Sorry. But it seems to play okay. So yeah, check it out. So, one of my all-time favourite arcade games. This is quite playable, although it does suffer from the same problem that all home ports using D-pads do, as in that it can be quite tricky to play an isometric game. It's really playable. It runs quite well. They mix things up a little bit by chucking in some new levels in between all of the old ones. Feels a bit weird, a bit shoehorned in, but it kind of works. No music playing, though, which is a bit weird, so you end up with a really silent affair for most of the game. And those beeps aren't Morse code for me asking for help. That's the phone keypad. I forgot to turn those off when I recorded, and I couldn't actually hear anything until I imported all my videos and started editing. So apologies for that, but beep, 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 beep. Now, 3D racing games. Side-by-side comparison of Ridge Racer from Namco and Sega Rally from, well, Sega. You'll see that Ridge Racer looks a little bit more ropey than Sega Rally. Ridge Racer did come out a year or two before Sega Rally did, and Ridge Racer, being a popular arcade game, was ported to loads of J2ME devices, so they probably had to use one common code base that worked on a lot of lower-end phones, hence why the 3D probably isn't as good as Sega Rally, but both impressive in their own right.
Medium right.
So, Paperboy Wheels of Fire. It's more or less arcade Paperboy, sadly again missing the iconic music, but it's quite playable. It is ruined a little bit by forcing you to play the tutorial and the constant pop-ups when you start playing, but still pretty good. Sonic the Hedgehog, straight from the Mega Drive. I heard a rumour that they created a J2ME Mega Drive emulator for this and just used the ROM. Can't substantiate that, so I don't know if it's actually true or just market ploy. Sadly, this does look a bit choppier than it actually plays. I have played it on other phones and it plays absolutely fine, and it's actually pretty good. Interestingly, this game is quite big, and on some devices they ended up splitting it into 2 separate paid-for downloadables. Nice. So sometimes when tackling a port to J2ME or mobile in general, you had to really think on your feet as a developer, and this is a really good example of this. Doom RPG takes a game that's effectively a fast, frenetic first-person shooter for PC and turns it into something that's actually playable. I did laugh at this when I first saw it, but I actually ended up playing this all the way through on my mobile phone, and I really enjoyed it. It's not quite Doom, but somehow it still manages to be Doom. Weirdly, I think someone was porting this to a high-end Amiga or something I saw a few months ago, so if you get a chance to check this out, yeah, do check this one out. I think you'd actually quite like it. So what if you got kicked in the head by a horse and wanted to suddenly play fighting games on mobile? Well, you got Street Fighter Alpha, and then you've also got Tekken Mobile, amongst others. Obviously, they're not going to force you to try and pull off special moves on a phone keypad, so they do allocate some of the special moves just to other buttons. Doesn't actually make the game any easier, but it does make it quite playable and a different experience. Tekken, however, was a 3D game, but they managed to turn it into a quite serviceable 2D game that somehow still manages to be Tekken. If you want to see a really bad example of a 3D fighting game, check out this port of Mortal Kombat. I don't even know if it's official. It really is not good, but I thought I'd just chuck it in here for a laugh. You win. Not if you paid money for Mortal Kombat Mobile. So this is Simpsons Arcade, not the same as the original Simpsons Arcade, but a new game from EA of all people. But this is really, really good. As you can see, it's got cutscenes and it plays really well. It's got boss fights. It's just got everything in a really great little package. And if you've got any way of playing J2ME games, I really would recommend checking this one out and playing it. I think you'd quite enjoy it. So as you can hear, some of this music sounds a bit echoey. It's not like that on the real phone. It just seems to be an artifact of the way it was captured through the cable. So I don't know whether it was the upscaler or just something else going wrong. So apologies for that, but it sounds much better on a real phone. So you can emulate J2ME. You can do it on desktop. It's not great there, but you can run a thing on Android called J2ME Loader, and it seems to run pretty much anything I throw at it that's 2D and built for Nokia phones or Sony Ericsson devices. Sometimes some of the 3D stuff doesn't work very well, so you may have to try lots of different files. So, yep, like anything with a screen, this got Pac-Man as well. Interestingly, this got 2 ports. The one on the left was an original port from Namco, and then a few years later, they optimised and came out with a new one with Bluetooth multiplayer support. Weirdly, both designed for the same type of phone, but the one on the left runs really badly, whereas the one on the right you can clearly see runs pretty well. And it also seems closer to the original arcade version. As you can see, I can hide in that little hidey space and not be found by the ghosts, whereas when I tried it on the left-hand one, they were having none of it. So I put Lemmings and Worms Armageddon 2011 next to each other because traditionally they're both mouse-driven games. Worms is a little easier to play because you don't need to frantically click around too much, whereas Lemmings does play quite well, but it's very difficult to see the icons down the bottom, although they do add a auto lock-on to the nearest Lemming key, which makes life a little easier. But both are still pretty playable, I think. Jet Set Willy, and I'll sort of show you the problem that we had playing some of the games on here. There we go. So not too bad to start with, and then obviously on here, I'm going to have to look around the corners. You've got diagonal jump. You've got this, and you start getting into a point now. If I can just go here, where you start kind of tripping over your own thumb. So you're kind of doing this. It's not really a great experience. Here we go. So I'm going to press start. So here, what actually works quite well, and some of these games do work better, is I can use this 5 key down the bottom and then this, so I can kind of play this. So yeah, and I can kind of, there you go, you've got your lovely MIDI sound here. So I'm not tripping over my thumbs. It's worth noting that while I was playing earlier on, I did actually get cramp in my hand. Right, here we go. So for the most part, this is actually very serviceable. It plays quite well, it's very smooth, you can see I can move around. But the problem is, he says that as the frame rate starts to plummet, is I now have to switch. If I want to move diagonally, which is kind of key in this game, I have to now kind of switch to using the D-pad, and now it becomes very clumsy. And this is one of the ones where it's going to be alright in the early levels, but to be honest with you, you're going to get in trouble later on, and I really think that if you can kind of get a Bluetooth device that will work with this, you might be better off. That's not to say that you shouldn't play J2ME games, because there are a lot of very good games out there, and it's up to you to kind of go through and dig through and find out some fun stuff.
That's some good stuff, dude. I saw, I think I knew a guy that worked on that Mortal Kombat. I remember the guy that me and Brent covered on ARG, who was I swear to God, I think he worked on that god-awful, hideous-looking beast. I'm going to find out. But there was some good-looking stuff amongst those games, and I've been impressed with the J2ME stuff that I've tried over the past year or so.
I can't remember if I said it or cut it from the video, but I genuinely think that if someone did a decent job with an emulator, like someone like Evercade could bung a bunch of these games on an Evercade cart and release a J2ME cart, I think there's some real gold. Not just the ports of old games, we've seen those a million times, and I did that because we know it, but there are, and I played these games, I lived this life working in this industry, and there are some great bespoke games that never came out anywhere else.
Yeah.
That do really well on something like an Evercade handheld, or even just a bespoke thing like this. So just Argue Boy, that sort of stuff. So
since you worked in the industry, I've got some questions. So get ready. I want you to spill the beans. Now, what kind of money could one of these games make if it was a big hit? I mean, because I always wondered, you always hear the mobile market's big money, but is it? I mean, can you make the big money?
So there are two mobile industries, if you like. There's kind of the garbage we've got now, which is the DLC and ad madness, and then you've got the stuff that came out in the day. The first company I worked at was on literally hand to mouth. Like, I think at one point the guy that owned the company was paying us out of his own pocket because we were that close to bankruptcy, and we kept going. But that said, enough big companies got involved. I worked at, just going to talk about me a little bit. Like, I worked at Vodafone for a couple of years on their embedded games projects, which is basically anytime you saw a demo on there. I then went on to work for EA Mobile for 5 years. They were doing J2, so there was clearly some money in it, but it wasn't like anywhere near the sort of money that console and PC gaming made, like by a factor. I couldn't give you an exact number.
How does it compare to, say, like the iPhone, for example, the App Store?
So what happened was when the iPhone and to some degree Android came along, it just blew everything else out of the water. So J2ME was, a fairly, ticking along, doing its own thing, not making, tons of money, but it was a good marketing tool. You saw a lot of movies do stuff with it. A lot of video games would use it as they would release like a J2ME version of a big console game to help market and stuff, because it was cheap to develop. But no one could really do anything with it. No one could really seriously monetize it. And it was just part of the problem with Symbian as well. No one could really sell Symbian games properly, even Nokia. And Nokia was internally quite fragmented, and so there's a lot of different things coming along. And then when iPhone came along, there was a bit of hubris. Yeah, there was a bit of hubris at Nokia, well, who are they? Who are they? There, we've got the market, and then literally the App Store came and boom, it just decimated everything. So the mobile operators that had their own websites and bits and pieces, they were selling their games, and I remember at Vodafone, being in all hands meetings. Oh, we're not just going to be another bit pipe. We're going to sell content. We're going to do this, and then iPhone just went, no, you're not. And yeah, basically almost overnight, all of those little app stores and everything just disappeared. And it was interesting to see how it just caught everybody off guard. You had mobile phone companies, they didn't want to sink any money into it, so they just rebrand their J2ME store like App Store, but not actually change any functionality. And it was fascinating. But yeah, but even then, like the early days of iPhone and Android, even that wasn't making much money. And it's sad to say that people don't want to pay for games, but they'll happily spend hundreds of dollars on ads and in-game purchases over it's like death by 1,000 paper cuts. But if you want all this for free now, you give us $100 right now, they just go, no, we don't want that. So it's a very, very different business now.
Did a lot of companies, was there a path to go from J2ME and Symbian to the iPhone? I mean, could you take your apps and put them through a gimmick or whatever, and then get in there? I mean, did any of those apps make the travel?
Not really. I think there was some rappers that did some stuff, but what happened, at least at EA, and I left just as smartphones were becoming like a big thing and that market was coming in, was the whole mobile thing was kind of like we were, almost like the red-headed stepchild of it all. Like we didn't exist. Nobody wanted to talk about us. We were left to do our own thing. And then as soon as smartphones came along that could do like console quality games, the console teams sort of started saying, actually, we should be doing this. This is our product, and we can do a better job porting our games down to this. And so really what started to happen was the smaller original mobile teams started getting shunted out a little bit. And then the console teams would build the games, and that's kind of what you get a little bit of that now. So
did any of the big developers move over? Like, were any of them successful in the J2ME or Symbian world, and then moved over to the iPhone and Android and find more success?
GameLoft, for example. So GameLoft are huge now, but they were around as they were one of the earlier mobile game companies. I worked with a company called Informer, and then it was Endgame, then Informer, then Hands On Mobile, and that was like 2000, like the early 2000s, and GameLoft were around not long after we started. and did some very good quality games, and they're still around now. So, you know, very different company, but but largely everybody, I think Glue may be around, but I think they got bought by somebody, and I can't remember who. So there are one or two, but if they are still around, they were bought up by the bigger company. So just as a quick example, I don't want to bang on too long, but EA Mobile, they had their own mobile department, and they weren't big enough. They didn't know how to build mobile games, so they bought a company called Jamdat. So that then became EA Mobile, but it was a separate, company until, you know, it all just kind of gets absorbed. So yeah, but yeah, the Gameloft are probably the only one that I can think of off the top of my head that, you know, are still the same company name that are still around today. But yeah, it's not the same company in the same way that, you know, EA is not the same company it was in 1984.
So there weren't. That's crazy to think about, because you'd think if you played in that space, maybe you could make the transition. And there was a lot of good stuff in that area, you know. But I guess that was the calling, you know. I know when we looked at the Symbian stuff on ARG, the second the iPhone showed up, that was their ass. They were done. And despite the fact that, plus before that even happened, I guess when they opened up Symbian, it was sort of open. There was some controversy going on. It was weird, and they made some people mad. And then Nokia, I guess their hubris or whatever, they flew too close to the sun, and then they were done.
Yeah, I mean they tried. You know, they tried to cling on. So they did Engage 2.0, which was an app for a bunch of phones, and they promised a DirectX-like experience. And again, it was just like they weren't prepared to sink in the same kind of money that Apple were. And then you had that massive fragmentation issue where you had, you know, 5-6 different devices with different hardware, different screen sizes, different. Some were touch screens, some weren't, and games just didn't work. And Apple came along and just went, right, you know, at least in the early days, we have this one device. You know, you write a game, this is it, it will work, and that was it. You know, and it was one platform, you know, one app store. Bop, you know, and it was easier for developers back then. So,
did you work on it? Were you involved in any Engage stuff at all?
Not really. So when I remember, like, when this one came out, the Side Talker, I remember Nokia coming to us at M-Former and showing it off, and we annoyed them a little bit because we laughed at them, because for those of you that don't know, the original thing, I mean, one, you have to use it like that to talk, which is why it's called a Side Talker. The biggest flaw with this is that if you wanted to change a game, and they came on cartridge games, is you had to take the back off and the battery out to change the cartridge game, which was resetting the clock, which was ridiculous. And it was like, you're trying to explain this to people that are selling, and they either were drinking their own Kool-Aid, or they genuinely didn't realize that was a bad thing. But no, I never really worked on. I was mainly working on J2ME stuff, and then by the time I went to EA, I was more project managing stuff rather than working on games directly. So my first job there was actually sourcing phones for them for their development studios, and that's some interesting stories I won't go into.
You know, if you're coming to Boat Fest this year.
Yeah.
And there's a slim chance that Dean Bent, if you remember the episode we did on ARG, is coming. Dean Bent was a big player on the N-Gage, and we've got to get you two together for a wacky discussion about that era of gaming, because I bet that would be quite a tale.
Yeah, that would be fascinating. I watched the talk with him, and it was just like everything he was saying. I was like, "Yep, remember that. Yep, I remember that."
Anybody have any questions for Pajako?
I think for me, it's just thanks for the nostalgia, because I think my last phone before I moved to Android was the N95. So I was just looking and thinking, oh, I remember holding that. Oh, there's the media buttons at the top and all that kind of stuff. But I was quite an early adopter with like WAP and J2EE and J2ME stuff, messing around with all that kind of stuff. And
I just remember the prices being so high. Like, I always remember games being like $15-$20, and they're so cut back.
Well, they weren't like, well, depends where you got them here, but they were, Trish, if you bought them from your mobile phone operator in the UK, they were £2-3 a pop for J2ME.
Okay.
Brew and J2ME in the US, I don't know.
Peru in the U.S. was an absolute nightmare. Yeah, the games were awful. They were expensive. I don't know if they were $15, but they were $9.99, and you had to pay for the data to download them. And I've had so many Brew phones from a local carrier here, and there's always that button right there in the middle of the phone, and it's the pay your carrier $2 button, because it opens up that Brew browser and downloads that first kilobyte of data before you can cancel it, and they hit you with the $2 minimum data charge.
What an angle!
It wasn't that bad here. It was expensive, but it wasn't that bad. So
I love it. That was excellent stuff. You know, I love the phone stuff. It gets zero coverage, so it makes me happy to hear that it's getting some action. You know, as I look across the threshold here, it looks like our boy Boat is still out of it, and so we're gonna skip once again. He told me, he's like, just wait a couple of segments. I'll be back in for another, but I'm not sure we're gonna see Boat. He's probably turned color green somewhere.
He did. Maybe you should be a Maybe you should be mixologian for take up his cause.
My mixology is I call this the everything I drink all the time. I'm just having I got a little bit of Maker's Mark here. Brownest the Brown, Kentucky bourbon, which is what I'm kind of sipping on as I listen to this. Just get me in the mood. And I'm sadly no brine, everybody. I'm sorry to say I didn't put any brine in there. There's no
blue cheese. You need some blue cheese too.
I'm not a big blue cheese guy. Speaking of cheese, and this guy doesn't know what to call on him, but I don't care because it's fun for me. Let's go directly to Jason Warrens, who's going to be filling in for Frank to tell us all the stuff that's going on up at Retro Rewind. Oh, Jason.
Well, yeah, thanks, Aaron. Up here in the Great White North, Frank's been busy as y'all can imagine.
Metallica.
Even with, he jetted off early out of this because he's out to a second Metallica show tonight. So it's a rare opportunity for him to kind of take a break from everything and kind of rock out, which is well deserved. But yeah, overall, things are up at Retro Rewind. Things are still ticking away quite well. We're busy, even with the kind of some of the cross-border challenges that are kind of occurring. We still like to thank all of our American and international customers to sticking around with us. But it's been great.
What's the new stuff up there, Jason? You guys have some hot projects going on up there. Hot new items. Give us a scoop.
Oh man, you were talking to the wrong person for that. Frank plays that pretty close to the chest until he's pretty comfortable that he's ready to send it out for us for beta testing. So I know he was working on a cart that he was going to send to a few of us just to test out on the it was on the I believe it was on the Coco platform, and we haven't seen that pop up yet, but I kind of don't want to lift the covers off that yet until he's kind of ready to kind of put it online and stuff. So
what about that new Commodore 64 cartridge that's came out just in the past few months? Let's hear about that.
Which one are you referring to? Are you talking about the Des Test card or
no? Keep going.
Kung Fu Flash 2.
Kung Fu Flash 2.
Oh yeah.
Come on, Jason, you worked there, brother.
I'm a lot of overflow for Frank. So when it comes to some of that kind of the 8-bit stuff, that's really where Frank's wheelhouse is. I like to kind of hang out more on the Amiga side of things and really help when there's overflow, when he needs an extra set of hands or when we're coming out to shows and stuff like that, and help out there. So when it comes to some of the inner workings, what he's got kind of cooking in the cauldron there, I usually find out a little earlier than some, but no. He usually plays it pretty close to the chest.
I understand. Now, anybody have any questions? Because listen, here he is.
Yeah. Oh, I hope not.
No, they're gonna ask him. Get in there, Dave.
So you got that big ass 3D printer running behind you. What you been printing, brother?
Not a lot lately. I'm trying to do some designing up. I just reloaded actually my desktop with Linux, so I'm just firing up, getting familiar with FreeCAD and mucking around in that, and working on right now just a mount for some. I don't know if it's big in the States, but kind of in the area where we are here, we have quite a few of houses and stuff, they've started putting up these permanent Christmas lights or permanent outdoor lights that stay up all the time. And so I'm working on a bit of a mount for inserting all of the components, power supplies, and controllers all into a common outdoor enclosure. So yeah, if you see me looking down, I'm messing around with power supplies and controllers and relays, and just kind of manually fit things first before I start figuring out where things go. And
You
then,
get that crap
then the
just sitting
printer
in
will
your
be firing
lap?
out.
You just carry that stuff around with you? No
Oh, yeah,
wonder
yeah,
David
yeah.
Z want to talk to you. That's his gimmick.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
I feel bad, man. I'm gonna mail these up to you, man. I hope you haven't printed them out yet. I got
Nope.
two. I don't know why I didn't mail. I sent 50 pounds of shit to Boat Fest last year. I don't know why I didn't throw them in there, man. I feel like such a dick.
We gave it
Yeah,
all
no
away to
worries.
you, brother. We gave it
It's
all
all good,
away,
man.
Dave.
All good.
Now, Jason, I know you're not what I would call the chill master. You're chill. You're the chill master. But if people wanted to, say, sample the wares or get in touch with you and your crew, where could they find you on the web?
So we are retrorewind.ca, .ca because we're located in Canada. But yeah, feel free to visit our storefront there, as well as we're on the Amigos Discord. We're easy to find. Frank's got his own dedicated room in there. We also have a Discord server for Retro Rewind. So yeah, if you need to reach out to any of us directly, I'm Jason at retrorewind.ca. There's Frank at retrorewind.ca. So we're pretty easy to find.
Anybody want
Can I ask a quick question,
Yeah,
Jason?
get in there. Get in there.
Yeah, man.
I'm assuming you'll be at the World of Retro Computing coming up in, was it September or something?
Yeah, I'm planning on that one. I haven't been to that one yet because I always kind of bought between World of Commodore and World of Retro. So I need to make the decision as to which one I want to visit or which one Frank's going to need me more at.
Okay. And then Frank, I think, is one of the official sponsors of the very first official VCF in Canada, which is VCF in Montreal in January.
Yep.
Do you know if you have any plans to go to that one?
We haven't talked about it yet. But being a sponsor, I know Frank, and it's not that far from Toronto. It's a little bit more of a hike from where I live and kind of right next to where you are. So we haven't really talked about heading out that way yet. But with it being kind of his inaugural sponsorship for that particular show in Montreal, it wouldn't surprise me if I pop out for that one. Yeah, just give him an extra set of hands.
And then maybe you know the insider baseball on this, or maybe not. But why did he pick Montreal in Canada in January?
Because it's marginally warmer than Saskatoon.
Well, that's true.
He was probably
good
sick
10
of the
degrees
rain. He was probably sick of the rain. So, there's zero chance of rain.
I want to shout out Richard Rewind, of course. They've been longtime sponsors of the channel you're watching now, the Amigos, and all our shows. And they are going to be sponsoring Boat Fest coming up in July. As always, Frank is a prolific sponsor of shows and events. I think he also sponsors Adam's Computer Club up there, among other things. I believe are you guys still sponsoring Coco Fest, Jason? I think that's another one he sponsors. One of the VCFs, I don't know which one. So Frank also is a big time donator to like Amigathon. So we appreciate those guys, and we strongly urge you, if you've got retro gaming action that needs to be taking place, repairs, if you need to get parts, retrorewind.ca is the way to go. Plus, Jason Warrens works there, and he's a quality individual. Now, he eats good up there. What's the wife fixing tonight up there in Canada, Jason?
Actually, we haven't talked about it yet, but I was having earlier before the show today. I was having some really nice butter chicken curry for lunch. That was awesome.
I had a piece of bologna on half a piece of bread. That's what we had here in West Virginia. We don't got nobody fixing us no meals.
That sounds actually pretty good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're from West Virginia. That's why.
Oh, there you go.
Are we talking like raw bologna or at least fried at this point?
No, it's raw.
I'll mention as far as some of the products coming around the corner is actually the Coco SDC2 what that Coco product that Frank's been kind of working on.
You kind of buried the lead there, Jason. That at the end of the interview, suddenly, oh, by the way, What's going to be
by the
involved
way.
in that? What's in that?
Yeah, I was gonna, I know a little bit about it too, but I wasn't sure if that was supposed to be public knowledge yet or not.
It is
so.
now.
Yeah. It was a note that Frank sent me. He's like, Coco SDC around the corner because it's cheap.
Do we know what's going to be? Do we have any details here? Or is this just a broad statement?
I'm just going to leave it at that broad of a statement. Curtis might have a bit more information.
I don't know what I'm allowed to talk about, though, so there will be some additional features compared to the current one.
We don't want to get any trouble, but that's big news. Because Frank, I think is he an exclusive North American dealer of the SD?
No, Ed Snyder still occasionally makes them, but Ed's kind of working on his own. He's got so many products that he just rotates through. Like he does 6 of this one, and then 2 weeks later he's 6 of another one, and they all sell it within a day or two. But he still makes SDCs as well, but it's like once every few months he does a little package of them.
The one thing with the SDC is if you've got a Coco, I mean, you got to have one. There's no
Yes.
Are you nuts? Any Coco, you got to get one. And Frank's your man. That's a good tip, Jason. Thank you very much, man. Very good. So, I've got a guy here. He's a trooper. He's all man. This guy's been on tour for a while, but he's fighting sickness. He's fighting his own debilitating illness to join us here. And I wanted to get him on here while it's still fairly early. Our good friend from down under, aside from Nick, it's our good buddy, Graham W. Vebke. Graham, what's a good word, sir?
I'm surviving on these things at the moment.
Are those are not
Cold and
Russian?
flu. No, they're
Yeah.
not. Yeah, I know. I've got Asian flu.
Oh,
I don't know how
no.
clear my voice is. I was only really going to report on what I discovered with the current pricing of retro items in Tokyo and in Osaka, and at the moment they're through the roof. They know that we are coming over here to get the stuff.
Yeah.
You really have to travel out of the major cities and go into the countryside to get bargains, unless you're prepared to find something that's basically broken or completely coated in nicotine or something like that. There's no bargains anymore. There's still a lot of rare stuff, a lot of rare NEC computer stuff, the PC 98 and all that sort of stuff. Neo Geo, there's plenty of that. Didn't see too much Commodore this time, or Atari, but or Coco's for that matter. It's mostly Nintendo stuff, PC Engine, PlayStation, heaps of PlayStation 1 stuff. But the prices are just through the roof.
Now you've made several visits to Japan over the years, Graham, if I'm not mistaken. So
yeah, this is my 9th time.
Your 9th time. So when you say things are through the roof, compare, say, to your 4th time or whatever. What percentage increase would you? Because when you say this doesn't surprise me, because I watch a lot of YouTubers who have routinely went over to Japan and ravaged the market to bring stuff back because it was so cheap. What percentage difference would you say from, say, a few years ago to now?
Okay. There was one game that I bought pre-COVID in 2019. It was a Xbox 360 shoot 'em up game called Muchi Muchi Pork and the Pink Sweets. Right?
Yeah.
That was at that time it was $160 US
Come on, that
to buy that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's great title. Eh?
Yeah.
Right now it's around the $300 mark.
So it's probably
it's double.
Yeah, that seem to be the
in 5
trend.
years, double. Yeah.
Do you think these price increases are specifically because a lot of Americans were coming, or I don't know how many Europeans were doing it, but you think that's what driving the market up, or is there a big retro gaming surge in Japan? What do you think accounts for this?
In my opinion, it's because of all the Australians and Americans going there.
Yeah, I had a feeling you'd say that. You mentioned a few things that were still sort of intact. What are the deals right now? What are the Japanese selling for a song that Europeans or Americans or Australians might be into?
If you're into some of the more rare stuff like Wonder Swan, you can find some bargains for that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's a lot of loose Game Boy cartridges. So if you're prepared to buy them loose and not boxed, that you can find some bargains there. But again, some of the prices are just ludicrous.
If you think about the Wonder Swan, which was that was a budget discount console, and the Wonder Swan Color, and they had several different variations. The fact that those would be worth, I mean, I have a feeling you're still paying way more than when they originally made them because of the demand. And the Wonder Swan, the funny thing about that particular console is that the majority of the games on it, you pretty much have to speak Japanese for a good chunk of them. You know, so I can see, I can. That's probably, if you think about it, that might be one of the reasons the prices have stayed down. It's because no Americans are coming looking for that sort of thing. Someone in the chat asked about the Loopy, which that's a girls' console from back in the day. Have you seen any of those things? Have you seen a price on those?
No, I didn't see a Casio Loopy anyway this time.
Those are sort of rare too. Even in Japan, I'd wager at this point. What about the 68,000 market? The X68,000. Any action on that?
I've only seen one of those. It's at Beep, BEEP in Akihabara.
Yeah.
Again, it's drug money to buy that machine.
Really? Are you bringing home anything with you this trip?
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah. I mean,
well, other than my daughter.
Oh yeah. I mean, no N64 stuff. Oh my God, it must be expensive if that's not happening.
Yeah.
You know,
so like common stuff that's over there, like MSX and MSX2. I mean, what's the market looking like for those?
Even they're inflated.
Oh boy, people are getting into them, Adam. That's why, man.
Yeah.
You know, people are into the MSX2. I've got one, and I love mine. You know, I love to have some stuff for it. I'm not.
There's a rotation. There's like a rotation going on that you're seeing, that people are shifting their focus to things that maybe not had been looked at recently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
I saw MSX Gradius boxed was $48 US.
Yeah.
Wow.
It sounds sort of okay, but it's inflated from what it used to be.
If you look at, I look at Japanese eBay a lot, you know, and I know what I've been watching the prices on there, and then and I thought, man, these are going nuts. And then of course there's a flip side. People are importing. People are going over there. People are making trips. People are sending stuff back. They've got agents sending them back stuff. So I'm sure those shops are selling we're selling a boatload of that stuff that left the country, you know.
Yeah.
And Japan's not in the best economic shape. I mean, they're okay. It's not like they're totally screwed. Yeah. But if you can make a buck, you're going to ship that right out the door. If I'm, you know, as far as I can tell. How's your trip been to Japan aside from being sick? Have you had a good time?
Yeah, it's been good showing my daughter around.
Yeah. Has she been there before?
No, her first visit. We came over to visit the family of the exchange student that we had.
Yeah.
So that was a fun time in Osaka, getting to meet them. And then we went to Odawara and Hakone for a couple of days. It was great. And we're in Tokyo. Today's the last day, so we fly out tonight. So it's gone too fast, but it's been good.
Are you guys heading home after this?
Yeah, we got what's the time? It's almost 8 o'clock in the morning here.
Yeah.
We have to check out of the hotel in about 3 hours, and then we've got about a 10-hour wait for the plane.
Oh God!
Well, that sounds good. ICC will be wrapping up in about 3 hours. That's about perfect.
Yeah, you got something to watch. How long has it been since you were back at the house? How long have you been on the road?
No, I've been at home for a while. But previously it was a fair gap.
But I mean, how long have you been away from home on this trip? That's what I'm saying.
On this trip, this is our 12th day.
12th day. So yeah, well, you're about due. You know, so that's nice. Though I've been, and by the way, if you're a part of our Discord, strongly urge you to go over to Graham's little area because he's been posting all kinds of great pictures. I saw the pictures of the bowling alley and the movie theater, the various meals, the donut shop. You know what I like because I was eyeballing all those. I was checking them all out. It was good stuff. And the daughter's had a good time, has she?
Yeah, she had a great time meeting the exchange student, and she went on the Ferris wheel in Osaka. She doesn't like heights, but she did it anyway.
Yeah.
And then we went up in the tower as well, the Sky Tower or Sky Tree or whatever it's called tower, and had a look at the top. So she's, decided not to let her fear of heights get in the way of doing things, which is good. And yeah, it was great. The Hokkaido was a real nice area, and Edvin actually recommended it to me to go there because I hadn't been there in all the times I'd been here. And you're 100% spot on. 100% spot on. Beautiful place.
I was actually wondering one thing. I saw you posted like the pirate ships, and when I saw that coming in to get me, I thought, "What the hell is this?" And I went aboard. It was actually a ferry, like metal. I thought it was like a tree made of wood or something.
Yeah, no, it's made to look like a pirate ship. It's interesting. Yeah.
That's cool. You know,
Yeah.
my dream, Graham, is to come down to Australia, pick you up, fly with you to Japan, and I'm gonna take you down to the Sumo Hall or the Soccer Dome or the Egg Dome, and I'm gonna make you get into Japanese pro wrestling. We're gonna go into some Stardom, the ladies, or Tokyo Pro. I'm gonna get you on board, and then once I get you on, you can start being my man in Japan to give me all the scoops. For all that Japanese pro wrestling. I'll make it happen. At the bare minimum, mixed martial arts. One of the two. Anybody have any Japanese questions for Graham while we've got him here? It's kind of cool to have someone on the scene over there. Anybody have any thoughts on that before we cut him loose?
Yeah, very quickly. I know you said obviously it's not going to be the whole reason prices have gone up, but has the exchange rate changed much since 2019 that would also push stuff up?
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. For, say, the Australian dollar, the exchange rate was very good back then. It was about $1.08 Australian to 1,000 yen. Now it's about 92 Australian cents to 1,000 yen. So that probably is part of it, but I wouldn't say it's the primary factor. I think they just more aware that people are coming over there to grab things and take them back.
Yeah, I've heard that for a while now as well.
What's the best deal you ever got over Japan? I mean, I'm sure you've bought games or consoles. When you walked away, you were strutting. What was it?
I've bought some loose Game Boy Advance cartridges for like $5, things like that. So just bargain bin type stuff. Games that interested me that were just sitting there for $5, and why not?
Those are the glory days, right?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, listen, I sure hope you feel better.
Hey,
Go ahead.
Hey, I was a little slow on the button, but if you ever run into a PX V60, a Pioneer, let me know because I want that to go with the laser active.
What?
Okay.
Can you aim a little lower, Bill? Bill, he does have the only laser active I've ever seen.
Yeah. I am coming back to Japan in July after Boat Fest, so I can have a look then again.
After Boat Fest? What the hell?
Yeah.
Are you going back into Seattle this time around?
Yeah.
How are the Mariners doing this year?
Actually, surprisingly well.
Yeah,
surprisingly well.
The Reds are hanging in there.
Hardly any money.
Yeah, well, welcome to the low rent district of teams. That's what happens. Well, listen, it was great to hear from you, Graham. By the way, you sounded okay. You sounded fine. I hope you get feeling better, man. And nothing sucks more than being out of the country and being sick. That blows. Hey, I did have a question from the chat, Graham, if you'll indulge me. BFBII asks, if you've ever went to a Nippon professional baseball game.
Not yet, but when I come back from Boat Fest with Vincent, because my son is coming to Boat Fest.
That's gonna be
So
great.
everyone be prepared. We are going to go to a game at the Tokyo Dome on the way back.
Oh man, have you been to any Japanese pro baseball in your various trips? Oh wow.
No,
It's
no,
you know,
I've been to rugby games, but not baseball.
I've seen them on TV, but I would love to see that. Of course, the Tokyo Dome I've seen many times on TV. What a building that would be. You know, Dave Velociraptor chimed in with a question in Japanese. Now I don't speak Japanese, Graham. Do you speak fluent Japanese?
Not at all.
No, sorry, Dave. Yeah, Dave, a smartasseraptor.
What did he say?
He said, Nimutsu o san de tuban no taskudo ador kusrado sho ka. Which I don't know what that means, but I'm sure it's
What
probably
is
something
the airspeed of an unladen swallow?
That's it. That's it. That sounds like something Dave would say. Thank you, Graham. I hope you and your daughter get home safe and you get the feeling better, man. Thank you for chiming in there, man. Good stuff. Good stuff there from Graham. Let me have a look here. So I want to get to our man. I think, yep, he's here. He's comfortably lounging in his own garage. And I think it's time to call upon him. It's our good buddy Petzel. Petzel has a very interesting presentation lined up, and it should delight and amuse. Here he is, our good buddy Petzel.
Well, thanks, Aaron. Yeah, it may be interesting for some. I know it'll be interesting for one person, so that's all it takes, right? So what I'm talking about is the Pi 1541, and this in here is a Pi 1541. And we'll talk about what that is in a second. I'm going to work backwards. I'm going to show you some things that it can do, and then I'm going to take it apart and show you the components of it. So a Pi 1541 is software. It's software that runs on a Raspberry Pi. In this case, a Raspberry Pi 3. It can also run on a Raspberry Pi 0. And what it is it's a 1541 disk drive emulator. It's meant to be real-time cycle exact. So unlike SD2IEC, it will be able to load disk images that are that require. I believe it'll load copy protected disk images if you can create those. But it'll load stuff that through SDIDC won't load. And it has a couple little features to it. So what this does, you can mount disk images that are a D64, a D81, which means, of course, that it can also emulate a Commodore 1581 disk drive. That's a 3.5-inch disk drive.
Ooh.
It will load G64 images, NIB images, and NBZ disk image files. So it will also run, or how to explain this, it will allow you to use a PRG file, like an actual program file, directly by when you mount the file, it creates a virtual disk image and emulates a disk for that PRG file, so that you don't actually have to put your PRG file that you download from itch.io or whatever onto a disk image. You can just put it directly onto the Pi 1541. Writing to disk images is possible for D64 images and G64 images only. So the software was written by a guy named Steve White, who I believe is in Australia. And he hasn't updated in about 3 years. It only runs with the Pi 0 and the Pi 3. It does technically, I guess, run with the Pi 1, but recommends you don't use that. You would need different software for the Pi 4 or 5, and he's indicated that that's probably not going to happen. So if you do use a Pi 1541, you're going to end up probably wanting a Pi 3. And that could be a B, B+, or an A. So, like I said, this is the Pi 1541 itself is software. So, what it does is it allows you to emulate this 1541 through the GPIO pins of the Pi. So how do you then connect that to a Commodore computer? Well, what computers can you use? Let's answer that first. You can interface the Commodore 64, Commodore 128, the VIC-20, the 16, and the Plus 4. So you can use this with all of those computers. Through these GPIO pins, you can literally just make a cable to connect it almost directly to your Commodore computer. Because the voltages are different, you have to use a voltage level shifter with that cable. But most people don't do that. Most people buy a Pi Hat, which is a separate daughter board for a Raspberry Pi that will have like the interfaces directly, a port directly for that, and the other features that this software allows you to have. So, what we're going to look at is the control interface for the Pi 0 or the Pi 1541, and how you can use that to access these disk images or PRG images. I don't have a fancy setup, so I'm going to have to move the camera to show you some things.
Do it, man.
Yeah, so if you're going to get sick, look away for a second.
Call boat.
Here we go. All right. So
didn't you do a video toaster presentation?
Yes.
You went from the lofty highs to the low lows.
Yes, exactly. I think you can see everything on there. Let me get the screen a little bigger so I can see that. So, what you're looking at is the HDMI output of the Raspberry Pi running Pi 1541 software. And what we're seeing is the SD card. It has a folder on the SD card called 1541. And in that folder, I have two more folders. One's called D64 Images. That is my name. One's called PRG Programs. That, again, is my name. And then these are actually programs. So these programs, those are the CBM file browser program. And we'll see what that is here in a minute, if you're not familiar with it. So using the screen and a keyboard, you can just let's see here. I actually have to turn the computer on real quick. All right, there we go. So using the screen and the keyboard, you can navigate through the directory. So I'm navigating through the directory here, and I'm going to select F, and in there I have Forbidden Forest. So I'm going to select that.
Yeah.
Now, once I've selected that, this is what's so cool about this program and looking at it in Pi 1541. It's kind of hard to see, but up here we have the directory listing of that disk image that is the Forbidden Forest floppy disk image. It tells us here that we're in emulation mode, and here we see what the title is of the disk. This is the let me get my notes here. It's BAM, which is the block availability map of the disk or the disk image. And down here, this will actually show us the IEC bus activity. So I'm going to load Forbidden Forest, or at least start loading it. And as you see, we're actually seeing the bus activity as it loads.
To make sure I understand, You've got this plugged into a C64, but we're seeing the output from the Pi?
Yes.
Yeah, so you
Awesome.
have to have an external monitor.
So you got a second monitor, right? So you
Yes.
got, I assume you got like the 1641 plugged into a 1702 or something over there?
The Commodore 64 is plugged into a 1702. We'll see that in a second. You
Okay,
don't
sorry.
to have. You don't. No, that's fine. No, fine. Absolutely. Ask questions. You
I
don't
love
have to
Commodore.
have this monitor. This is just if you want to access the files this way. I guess I buried the lead here.
You can do
There-
it on the Commodore 64 as well.
Right. There are 3 different ways you can interface with the Pi 1541 to go through the directories that you have on your SD card and select them and mount images or mount program file virtual images. So as you see, we're still loading this program because it takes quite a while.
Are you not using a fast loader?
Oh no! of course
I
not.
don't think you can. I don't think you can.
You
Yeah.
absolutely can.
You can.
Yes.
So I'm not.
Is
Did
it-
I say you couldn't? I'm sorry. You can.
Is it? What about Jiffy DOS? Can you use
Jiffy DOS?
You
Right.
can use Jiffy DOS as well. You can actually, I think you can put the Jiffy DOS ROM image into the Pi 1541 itself.
Yes, you absolutely can.
Yep.
And in fact, if you're using a keyboard, you can have multiple ROM images for Pi 1541 and select from the keyboard on the fly which ROM image you want to be running to turn the Pi 1541 into that particular ROM image. So what you're thinking, what ROM images? Well, you have Pi 1541, and there's a couple different ROM images for that. There's also the 1541 2. I'm making air quotes here. Sorry. And there's the 1581 disk drive, that 3.5-inch disk drive, and then of course there's the Jiffy DOS ROM that goes into the for 1541. You still have to have Jiffy DOS in your kernel, I do believe. I'm not familiar with that process, but Adam, I see Adam is shaking his head yes. So
He knows.
let's see. So this is one way to see what you're doing with the Pi 1541. You can use the keyboard. I actually don't have a keyboard set up. I used the switches that are on the Pi hat. We'll get to that in a minute. So now what I'm going to do is move the camera again. So be aware. And I think there we go. So I will turn on the C64 again. And with this, I have it a little bit of an angle. It doesn't flash as bad. You're getting the lines, but it doesn't like actually make the screen flash. I have it a little bit of an angle. So I've just turned on the computer. The Pi 1541 I have set to reset every time the computer resets. So I'm starting fresh here. Now what I'm going to do is load the directory of the Pi 1541. Now what we're seeing are the same directory that we saw on the HDMI output. Now, of course, you have this problem with the Commodore 64 is expecting everything to be lowercase, and it shows it uppercase. So if you have an uppercase character in your data, it does the Petzel character. So this is the Petzel character for P. Or C, excuse me. So this is C64 underscore capital I in images. So that's that directory. So if I wanted to, what I'm going to show you is I'm actually going to run the CBM file browser 64 program. So I'm going to load that up. FB64. So if and you can set this up so that's the only program on the first program on your disk, so you could just do load star instead of actually typing it out if you wanted to. And so when I do that, now I'm actually able to navigate through the directories in the SD card for the Pi 1541. And I'm going to go to C64 images, do enter, I'm going to go down to F. Now, I remember that F is this character. So I'm loading that up. And I'm going to run Freeway. The Forbidden Forest program actually doesn't load this way. So not all programs load through SD to IEC. That again, right now we're in that SD to IEC mode of the Pi 1541, which then allows us to run this program and issue certain commands. I believe like you can create a new disk image of like a blank disk image and do some things like that. I've never messed with any of that yet. So anyway, we're going to load up Freeway here. And
is that Forbidden Forest error? Is that part of like the cycle rate or whatever that they talk about?
It could be. I'm not familiar with why I can't load it through there.
Well, you saw the disk mapping on the when you're using the Pi 1541 side. When you were seeing the disk mapping, there was blanks. In the SD to IEC implementation, those blanks don't calculate as data in SD to IEC. That's why they're technically not 1541 compatible, the SD to IEC. A lot of programs, though, have been adapted to work in that SD to IEC mode. There's all sorts of implementations that have been made and put on various sites like CSD BK.dk. My brain is mush at the moment, but
there's a lot, that's for sure.
There's a lot out there. There's actually like an SD to IEC, basically a large resource file that's similar to like GameBase 64.
Yes. That is interesting. I've run into some of that too. Yeah, it's almost like you have to kind of keep searching for exactly what's going to work with your solution. Although the idea is that the Pi 1541 is going to kind of be the original solution, I guess.
Hey, Petzel.
So yes.
Yes, sir. Buck Owens is asking, does this handle G64 and NIB extensions?
Yes, it does. G64 you can save to, NIB you cannot, but you can load both.
Thank you.
I've not done that, but that's the documentation says you can. So we've seen now how we can actually, without a keyboard, without an LCD screen plugged into HDMI or any other way, access these files. We can do it directly from the Commodore 64. Now what I'm going to show you, moving the camera once again, is the device itself. Put that out of the way. Now, this is a 3D printed case. I've had a lot of problems with 3D printed cases for this, trying to find something that works. But as you see, the LED mounted upside down, and I don't know if there's a fix for that. Now I'll back up a little bit. With Pi, I'm not going to go into how you configure this, but there is an options file that you can set lots of options in, and I don't know if there's an option to flip the OLED screen, but I'm going to turn the computer off, and then I'm going to turn it back on. And now we see that it's reset. It starts at the beginning. We see here, and we've seen these in the previous two output methods for file management. The same thing. So we see it's using device 8, as we're all familiar with, and DOS 1541 is the name of the ROM image that it's using. We've got some buttons here on the side, and I've got labels because I always get them confused as to which ones they are. Unfortunately, I don't think that's in focus, but so we're going to navigate here a little bit. Hopefully we'll focus up.
And Petzel, yeah, it's in the options.txt file. It's called I2C LCD flip, and then you have a choice between 0 and 1.
Oh.
Yeah, Frank said in the chat, he also said that you can rotate the display in the config file. He's multitasking. He's in Metallica and ICC.
Show. I know, it's amazing.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go into my PRG directory. And in here, I have a couple programs. So I have an ARM SID in the C64. So if I want to run the control program for that, I actually just mount it. I hit the wrong button there. And so boom, now I've mounted that program as a virtual disk. You see we're sitting on track 19. It's disk 1 of 1. So you can actually select multiple disks so that you can swap them on the fly. But I've not done that. And then DOS 15, I believe, is the file format of the disk image. So if we go back over here, and we go back up here. Let me load up this again. Remember, we're loading a file through a virtual disk image. I don't think this takes too long.
That is the good thing about PRG files, though, is that the loading sequence is shorter, and it depends on how big the program is. But loading directly from a PRG technically is faster.
So did it mount that PRG? Yeah, I'm a little. Did it? Before you run that, can you load $? Let's see, comma 8. How did it? Did it mount that as drive 8?
It mounts that file as a virtual disk
list her out, please.
Yep.
Hey, Petzel, we got a chatter here, J Pones, who's just typed in, you need to create a .lst file with the file names of the disks if you want it to switch multiple disks properly. Is that meshed with what? Is that sound like something that you need to know?
I've never seen that before. I've seen through the HDMI interface the ability to select multiple files.
Yeah.
But yeah, the .lst file makes sense.
We got so many Commodore geniuses in here. Commodore 64.
That is usually a practice with SD to IEC.
Okay, well that would make sense because your file selection is in that SD IEC mode. So
I was just curious about the Forbidden Force. So if you were to select that through the LCD, would it run or would it fail?
So I'll do that real quick. So I'm going to unselect that as my image. I'm going to go back up. I hope. Sorry if this isn't in focus. I'm going to go back up a directory. Go back up a directory to my images. Go down to F. I'll select Forbidden Forest. Now you see it's loading. Now it's mounted, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna load it, and we'll watch the OLED screen for a second.
So this is a PRG file, right? This isn't not the
Forbidden
D64.
Forest I've gone back to a disk image.
Okay, D64. I got you.
But you can see it's keeping track of which track it's loading from. You might hear a little beep. Oh well, that actually you're not gonna hear it yet because that's just the loader. So if you hear the little beep, that is a simulation of the track switching. Both the Pi 3 and the Pi 0 versions of this will do that beep. There used to be more differences between the Pi 0 version and the Pi 3 version, but now it looks like the only differences are that the Pi 0 version cannot do HDMI output and not do keyboard input. I think that's the only differences now. Now that beep is coming from a piezo buzzer on the hat, and that is driven by one of the pins in the pin GPIO pins in the Raspberry Pi, which is selectable by whether you want it or not in the options file for the software. And we don't need to let this continue to run. So I'm going to go ahead and kill the power, and we'll take it apart. So here is obviously the familiar serial cables for Commodore 64. They were 5-pin, right? Yeah. It uses a regular serial cable, nothing special. Sometimes I think some people have become confused from the instructions from the developer who gives instructions for creating a cable. But that's if you're not using one of these hats that do all that. So I'm gonna take my power out.
Yeah, you can
out.
you can run. You can create a cable that goes directly to the GPIO pins, and then you don't even have to have the hat.
Yeah, you have to have a level shifter because the Raspberry Pi does 3.3 volts, and then the Commodore 64 does 5 volts. So eventually, you're going to burn up the Raspberry Pi if you're not using this level shifter, voltage level shifter. I've ordered some screws because it needs this particular hat needs like 30 millimeter M2.5 M2.5 screws. So we got to get those. There's some standoffs in there that those wires were in there for. Sorry if I'm not doing this on camera. All right, so open this open. Now I have soldered wires directly to my pins for my OLED screen, and then the pins on the hat. So I can't really take the top piece of plastic off too far. There we go. I don't want to break my SD card either.
Even at the Metallica show, Frank is still chilling. IEC cables for your Pi 5041 available at Retro Rewind. There you go.
Yeah, so here's the hat. So this
looks like it's got the clicker on there too, right?
Yes, this is the this is the piezo buzzer for that. Activity LED, power LED. So again, those are driven by GPIO pins on the Raspberry Pi.
Jeez, look at this.
Because of the software. And then these switches, of course, again, GPIO pins. And then here's that level shifter, voltage level shifter. This chip here, it's I don't know how to explain it, but what it does is it allows you to use to actually serial or daisy chain multiple serial devices through this. If you don't have this, it ends up voltages go crazy or something, and maybe Frank can explain. I'm sure he knows what this chip does. But so there's basically an A version of this, which is like the cable, which you only can connect just one serial device, or the B version, which allows you to daisy chain additional devices through this. And you have to have this chip to do that. It's like I want to say it's a MOSFET that is like doing the proper voltages where they need to go or whatever. But again, I don't know.
You can also use an LS Logic chip.
Yes. Yeah. There's like several different chips that you can use for it. So,
yeah.
And then there's a reset button here as well, which I can't access with this particular 3D printing case. So, just a couple more things that I would like to point out. Power is extremely important. To get that right, you have to use a power supply. If you've ever used a Raspberry Pi that has a power supply that does not fully power the Pi, you see in the upper right hand corner of the screen like a little yellow lightning bolt. If you see that with this, you will have problems. You will still be able to use the SD to IEC functions, but once you go into emulation mode, you will not be able. It will not work, and it will do different things.
They're very finicky about the power supply you use, that's for sure. You better get the one they like.
I know it took a few iterations for them to get the using it on a Raspberry Pi, the smaller one, the Pico, not the Pico, the
Zero?
Yes, on the Zero. Yeah, the Zero. And it had something to do with the it had something to do with power and how much it was using the processor. So
yeah, so
they've since remedied that.
I'm going to move my camera back to me because I'm so beautiful to look at. There we go.
All right, so I'm working with the Zero, and I may have to get with you on the Tuesday night chat.
Yeah, well, that's a good point because I want to make two more of these. I have a Commodore 128 and I have a VIC-20. So I want to have a specific one for the Commodore 64, VIC-20, and 128. I have some Pi Zeros. I would like to use those Pi Zeros for something. This seems like a good idea. There you have to overclock. They suggest you overclock the Pi Zero, so that's a thing. And if you're using the Pi Zero, of course. So I'm going to be doing some experimenting with that, Bill. So that might be we can probably work on something together.
I would really appreciate it.
So this is what I did, right? So I took the LCD and I put it on pins so I could pull it off.
Yeah.
And I got a case. I can get all the buttons. Send me right. So I got the case with all the buttons.
Did you print that,
over
Dave?
there? Yes, I did. So send me a message here, and we'll get you a proper case with all the buttons. It doesn't have the fancy. It's even got the hole for the pin, but I really like this because I could pull the hat right off. The display right off if I want to open the case and everything like that. And
that's
it's
a
real
very
clean
good
design.
Very good point.
Yeah.
I wanted to make too. There's like different hats as well.
Yeah.
And I've gone through a couple
Very
different
good,
cases,
Dave.
and I've yet to find a good one. I've had to Dremel out some extra space here, Dremel out some extra space here.
Luckily, you
But
got
this
Uncle
is
Dave
actually-
down there to take care of
That's
you.
right. That's right. Uncle Dave takes care of
He'll take care of you
all
good.
of my Commodore needs, 3D printing, 1702 doors and everything. So
Hey, this thing came in a case, and I just for today I was trying to pull it out of there. It's stuck in there, so I don't know if it'll ever come out of this case.
Hot soldering iron.
Hair
Get
dryer.
rid of everything.
Use a hair dryer. Hair dryer.
That'll do
That PLA will melt like you wouldn't believe.
yeah. So any other questions?
Man, this was a hot topic. You
Awesome
picked.
stuff.
Yeah. This thing's on fire, brother. Josh says he used a Pi 5041 for a while, and by the end, it was running Edge of Disgrace and Memento Mori, but it took a while. Now I use a 5041 U2 plus L. I have no idea what any of that means, but it must
That's
be
the
something to
ultimate.
somebody.
That's the ultimate too. That's the ultimate too.
Yeah,
That's a good one.
that's the big the
Gideon's
verses.
logic. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's the good one.
There's a lot of work
So
involved
This is-
in getting
this-
a disk drive, a virtual disk drive on the C64. I mean, my God.
And-
Well, you can just
And the
buy
Gideon-
it if you want to. You can just buy
I've
it.
got
The
an
already.
Gideon thing
SE2,
is a couple
whatever.
$100 too, right? The
Yeah.
Gideon thing is not cheap, right? This Petzel, how much did you pay for yours? I think I paid like $20-$30 for mine.
Well, if you notice, my Raspberry Pi is missing a USB port.
Yeah.
It's because I took this one from work after they had destroyed USB
Yeah.
port.
Ah.
I need 3, so one with only 2 does us no good. So I took it home.
Your
took that
job
off.
was
So
using
that was
Raspberry
free.
Pis?
Dude, I have like 40.
What the
in
hell are they
use.
doing with the Raspberry Pis at your job?
Mostly thin clients out on the production
What?
floor.
Yeah.
Use them for digital signs as well.
Cheap it out, is what
Also,
you're saying.
a couple.
They couldn't afford a real thin client, and they got Raspberry Pis. Let's just call it what it is.
We did have thin clients, and they were horrible. The
Well,
Raspberry
they're not
Pis
the
are much
best.
better.
Yeah.
Plus, I can manage them much better.
Was that your idea?
Oh, 100%.
I knew it. You scurvy dog. I love it.
Hey, if I can save the company a buck, I'm going to do it.
That's
right?
my
I'll take
kinda
all the
geek.
broke ones home. Don't worry about it. Anything broke, I'll take home too.
I love the fact that you Petzel, you're like, listen, Raspberry Pis, that's the way to go. And they did it.
Yeah.
You've got that kind of jack. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think to answer the question, I think I probably maybe have $30 in the hat and the OLED. I don't remember. It's been a while.
That's a chump change for a man with the shelf behind you.
I think the most expensive might be the IEC connectors. I think I paid a couple bucks for those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, question: you did say, or somebody mentioned that you can put fast load on there.
That's right. A lot of people, yeah.
Yeah, you can do Jiffy. You could do Jiffy DOF implementation, and you can also use a fast load cart.
Okay,
From
I was
Retro
just,
Rewind.
I-
From RetroRewind.ca.
Hey, I was just curious. I was getting tired of running in Commodore mode.
Retro Rewind just popped back in the chat. The shill or Jiffy DOS. It's the best. Though I hear it's the best. So yeah, get in there. He's the exclusive.
Is he actually listing at this concert or what?
Listen, it's only Metallica. You can't compete with Petzel.
Well, you only saw him last night too. So
Well, it's a double
Different
repeat,
set
or
list.
it's no repeat. Yeah, it's a.
Oh,
they have a
that's
thing
awesome.
that they're doing. Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Anybody
probably the
else?
opening act.
Anybody else have anything they want to talk about with Petzel when it comes to this wacky setup here? It sounds interesting.
And we just scratched the surface. I mean, going into the options, how you actually set up your SD card, it's actually easy, but it's do it yourself. I have an image that I can give somebody if they want an image. So, for a 3, but yeah, I mean it's not hard. You have different sources where you need to find.
Go ahead, Edvin. What do you got?
Yep, I have a question.
Yeah, man.
So this is the ultimate disk drive emulation.
I believe so.
I
Yeah,
would
maybe.
call it ultimate. It's a solution.
Well, does it do everything? That's my question.
Like the Ultimate does? No. So it doesn't do like RU implementations. It can't do cartridges.
Yeah, it's just the disk drive.
Is it super cheaper? Is that why you go?
But
it's it's like $30.
But you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
say that
you,
again, Edvin.
Does it emulate the 6502 since the disk drive has?
Yes. Yes, it emulates the 6502 that is in the 1541, and
correct.
There's 2 other chips in there that it emulates. If you gave me a second, I could probably
It
find
does
them.
everything like the normal disk drive would do.
Cycle
Correct.
exact. Yes. That's the purpose of this.
As you
So-
said, 48K RAM.
Pardon? I didn't hear.
Your mic's really low, brother.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry. I got you turned up to 200.
48K said it doesn't do everything. Doesn't do cards.
No, doesn't do carts because
It's just that
emulating a 1541 or
Yep.
1581.
So
does
if
it do 71? Does it do the D71 images?
No.
So
Yeah.
what I would
Everyone
suggest,
wishes it did, but it doesn't.
what I would suggest is pairing up 2 things. One, Kung Fu Flash. Frank just said it in chat.
2.
Kung Fu Flash or Kung Fu Flash 2. That way you have all of your cartridge loading capabilities. Plus you can load programs faster from the cart. So program files, PRG files run faster from the cart. You can use all of the cartridge formats. And then, yes, I'm going to plug. And then use something like a Pi 1541. That way you'll get pretty much, I would say, 90% of the way there with a Kung Fu Flash 2 and a Pi 1541. You could do RU implementation. So you can play the Sonic the Hedgehog game that came out. You can use it with Geos and have the extra RAM. With the Kung Fu Flash 2, and then you can have all of your standard disk format files handled by the Pi 1541. Matter of fact, even when you use the Kung Fu Flash 2, if it's just a single D64 file, and actually run faster from the Kung Fu Flash than it would from the Pi 1541, and then you can use the Kung Fu Flash as your fast loader. So you could use it as like an action replay cart. You could use it like an Epix fast load cart. I would say for 90% of the people outside of the power user, I would say if you're looking to save some cost, that's the best way to go about it. You're probably looking at $100 worth of stuff rather than 200, plus all of the shipping fees and all of the import fees you're going to pay for something like a Gideon's Logic Ultimate 2.
And for me, I like tinkering, so I thought, well, this will be fun.
So Edvin's got the SD to IEC right there. I also like that as well.
Yes.
That's what
I got.
I got that because it was cheap.
Yeah, that's what I got too.
Hey, I can run anything from this, but I couldn't.
No, you can run anything from that. Yes, you can. You
What
can
about
set
a
up
lot-
the 81s?
Well, it
That'll do
needs to
the
be
81s, 71s. That'll do everything.
What about
Hard
a
drive
real
won't.
C64 drive?
No, they will not.
Not the thing that needs
Really?
the 6502.
Anything that has any kind of built-in fast loader, anything that has a any kind of copy protection, the SDDIC won't be able to do stock D64 files based on actual disks, but there are always versions that have been created to run on the SDIC. I would say if with an SDIC and a Kung Fu Flash, you're probably about 85% there. But then you're going to have issues with stuff like Maniac Mansion. You're going to have problems with Zach McCracken. You're going to have problems with ones that have complex loaders. So it's a great solution, and it was great for its time. It's almost like it's been supplanted just a little bit.
Good Lord.
Man, I'd love to see something like this, these comparisons at Boat Fest, just so I can see them and actually touch the machine while it's working.
Just touch it.
Yeah.
This is the
Yeah,
geekiest thing
We
I've
can
ever
make
heard.
that happen.
Yeah, we can
Well,
definitely
this is
make that
coming to
happen.
Boat Fest, so
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
I'll be curious because I still have that C64 that's sitting in my storage that I haven't gotten out yet.
and I can bring that.
Don't use the original power supply. Get a modern power supply. Don't
No, I got
use
a
the
different
original
one.
power supply.
You can get all
I got a
these.
different one from Adam.
You can get these drive solutions, and then you can touch all the C64s you want. You can stroke them lovingly at Boat Fest. We could leave you alone for a while we're at dinner or something if you need some time. I've never seen such so complicated. I've got some old ass Commodore 64 floppy drives over here. Slow as the day is long. Got an Epic fast loader cartridge. That's all I need, brother. I can't. It's the rest of the stuff's too complicated for a dumb guy like me.
I guarantee you have a stack of 1541s and only 2 of them work.
Oh, they both work though, man.
Oh.
I checked them. Yeah, I mean,
I
I did air and maintenance on them. You know what I mean? Kind of kick them, shake them,
I have
make
8
sure the
of them.
crud comes out of them. Good to go.
I have 8 of them and 1 works.
Well, listen, bad luck.
Oh,
Listen,
those things are
Wait,
normally.
I just sold the working one. Never mind.
What is going on here?
Yeah,
in
those things are
Edmonton?
normally tanks. Those things
Yeah.
are normally tanks.
Edmund has turned us off for a better show, admittedly. That's good stuff, Petzel.
Yeah, that's the army tube that I ripped off of YouTube from the Amiga.
Oh,
nice.
man, Edmund's deep in the woods on this stuff.
No.
That's awesome, dude.
You're not deep in the woods. Come on.
You're
man.
deep in there. You love that stuff. He lives it.
Yeah, of course I do.
That was good stuff. I mean, talk about getting the conversation going, Petzel. You really cranked it up there. Who knew? It's amazing how much action you can get off of a floppy drive emulator, but there it was. So we're going to switch gears again. Our good friend Boat is not here. He told me, because between every segment, he said, make sure you plug me for my drinking challenge. So something tells me that the drinking challenge is guru'd or blue screened. I don't think we're going to be
It's like I always say, Aaron.
Yes.
Don't do hard liquor.
Yeah, there you go.
Do beer.
That's a beer.
Bottom
man.
shelf plastic bottle hard liquor.
Make your own beer and drink it your own.
Listen, if I made my own beer and drank it, I'd be dead right here on the spot because I don't know how to make beer. So there you go. I don't have the experience as you.
I understand it's a lot like making coffee at first.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I bet.
Yes, it only takes like 6 hours. And it's
Oh,
fine.
I hear you can ask Chat GPT and it'll give you the perfect recipe.
Look where that got Boat. He's sucking blind somewhere in a corner in a fetal position.
Well, I don't think ChatGPT said to use some fucking cream. What did he use? The cheese, blue cheese.
Yeah, that was.
I think that was his addition. I think he added the blue cheese.
Privately, he did tell me this was a horrible mistake. So
I've heard about blue cheese on pizzas, but
Yeah.
not in drinks.
Yeah, I
Come
agree with that.
Hey, I've been hitting the ultimate cocktail for him, so I've just been doing glass bourbon. That's it.
That's bam. Spoken like a true
Keep it
Kentucky
pure.
boy.
So hey, I'm enough shots in right now. I think I could play Frogger almost as fast as Happy.
There you go. Happy, I love that. He made it super fast.
I believe it.
And I'm still here.
Yeah.
But I'll see your blue cheese, and I'll raise you fermented horse milk, which is what we drink over here.
Don't raise us that. That's hideous.
Kumis. Let's drink some kumis.
Good Lord. Listen, we're gonna.
Nothing wrong with it. Good for you.
Yeah, that's your opinion. We're gonna switch gears here. This is a big switch. There's a man, a special man, a talented man. He's from north of the border. Unfortunately, our mortal enemy's Canada. He's up there. He's amongst them. You got to watch him. There's no telling what he could pull off. But he's going to talk some hot Coco action. Everyone's favorite Coco pal. It's Curtis Boyle. Take it away, Curtis.
No, thanks for the intro. And that sounded like a bucket of curdle, that thing that he was describing there. That's disgusting.
Exactly.
So anyway, I understand that Nick came on the show earlier and showed off his new game.
Yeah, he did.
That he's working on. So I thought I'd update you on some other games by people not named Nick that will be coming out over the next weeks, months, a year, depending on which one we're talking about. So let me just share some screens here.
I'm working on it. Got it. There we go.
Okay, so hopefully I'm sharing the right screen.
Yeah, I hope. Oh, that's it, but sorry, my bad. There we go. Oh, no. Okay, got it, go.
It should be Sokoban, if you can see
That's it, I got it.
So I'm working on the latest version of Nitrous 9 Ease of Use. Most of it's not going to be like low-level OS stuff this time. I'm cleaning up the drive images, freeing up some space. There's a few new games that'll be going on there, though, and I'm just kind of waiting. There's a couple that are literally within a couple weeks of getting ready to release. So the first one is Sokoban, which is going to be called Sokoban OG in the final version by Wayne Campbell. And these are some sample screenshots of it here. Now, one thing he tried to do is he's actually got the graphics pulled from the very first 1982 Sokoban from I think it's a PC-8800 in Japan.
No kidding.
So he's kind of based his graphics on that.
Did he go back and actually fish those out? I mean, that's a
Yes.
need right there. That's hardcore.
And he's got little like pop-up windows for doing instructions and stuff. And there's a bit of the instructions itself. It's mouse-based. Here's an actual sample game screen. Now, he's trying to make it the most complete set of puzzles from Sokoban. So what he's got in there, he's got the original Sokoban 1 from 1982, the PC-8800 version. The 1B, which did some added levels in 1983. Sokoban 2, which added more levels again in 1984. Then he's also doing the extra levels that were unique to the MS-DOS version, the Apple II version, the C64 version from Spectrum Holobyte. And then he's also doing the Tandy Coco 2.3 version that Spectral Associates did for Tandy for the cartridge version that had a few unique levels as well. And he's even adding some from X Sokoban on Unix. That was published between 88 and 93. So he's trying to make this the most complete set of Sokoban levels that were professionally released. So there's I think 100 levels or something like that. I don't even know at this point. So that's what he's shooting for. He's got the ability to save the game in progress. You can even like start a level and let's say you get stuck. You can save the game in progress, switch to a different level, play that, and then reload the previous one from where you left off. So you can actually have multiple save slots. You can also do a playback to show like what exactly you did to solve it type thing. And this is showing one of the later levels that's from one of the other versions that came out a little bit later on from the originals. But if you take a look at the PC-8800 screen graphics, he's got the colors and the actual tiles pretty well dead on, you know, with some differences in resolution. But so that's one of the ones that we'll be doing. Another will be King's Quest 6, which actually I don't have screenshots for it yet because I didn't get a chance to install it yet. This one is done. But basically, somebody took the King's Quest 6 game and then backported it to AGI. And the Coco 3 supports the AGI version of the engine.
Was King's Quest 6 released on the Coco at any point?
Nope, it wasn't ever released for
Holy
AGI
smokes.
at any point.
You're kidding me.
It's using the newer engine.
Oh, wow. What a deal. Okay, that's huge news. That sounds like a lot of work.
So somebody backported it, and apparently for anybody that supports the AGI, you should be able to actually get it. And Guillaume, who runs the Color Computer Archive, converted it over for the Coco 3, but I'm sure it could be done on some other older machines too, which is kind of cool.
Did Coco get the fifth one?
No. We got we got officially 3 from Tandy and Sierra, and then we got 1, 2, and 4 separately, as well as, you know, Manhunters and all the rest. There's like 20 or 30 of them, plus some homebrews.
That's got to be a heck of an undertaking to do that.
Yeah, I don't even remember who did the original conversion from what's the current or the newer engine called they did after AGI. I'm trying to remember. Should have wrote it down. But basically, the newer engine, you know, with 256 colors and VGA graphics and that kind of stuff, is what it was designed for.
Yeah.
And then somebody took the time to backport the whole thing back to AGI.
Is there an ETA on that, Curtis?
Well, that one's ready now. You can get it on the Color Computer Archive as a standalone disc, but it'll be included on the new EOU. But the new EOU, I'm waiting for Sokoban to be finished. It's got a couple little minor bugs left to fix up. And then the other one that's getting updated is Gem Quest, which there is a version of Gem Quest on EOU now as a version 1.01. But the original author actually came out after not being active in the Coco community for like 35 years. Kind of got the bug again
and I disassembled or decompiled, I should say, the Basic 9 source code for it because it's written in BASIC, and sent it back to him. And now he's been updating it. He's been adding new levels, adding new tiles, adding new monsters, a bit more of the quest stuff. And this is some screenshots from the new version 2. And this one's probably within about a month of being completed as well. So like this little portal doorway, that's brand new. That one didn't exist in the original Gem Quest. Doing little shape faces and stuff like that. He's got some new things added here too that weren't in the original game as well. And he's even got the ability to save the game in progress, which he didn't have at all in the first time either. You can have up to 5 save slots, and see how far you can progress. There is an ending to the game, so if you do finish it, the original game was only 6 levels long, and this one's you saved the game at level 10 already, so he's been adding more and more to it. So he's kind of gotten the bug again. He's got a couple other games I've started decompiling but haven't finished yet. But once I get those done, he wants to do some more updates. So Dungeon Depths and a few other games as well.
That's
and the plan is we'll have Gem Quest, Sokoban OG, and King's Quest 6 all on this next version of Nitrous 9, along with a new Basic 9 manual with all the new additions on it, a new C compiler, and a bunch of other things too. But nothing too much on the core operating system level. This is more like getting a bunch of third-party stuff kind of caught up.
Do you have an ETA on the next release of the OS there, Curtis?
Summer this year is my current goal.
Really? So just
writing manuals sucks. That's the hardest part for me, and I'm currently redoing the entire Basic 9 manual, which is hundreds of pages long in the original form. It's longer now because we've added stuff.
Yeah.
And I hate writing manuals. I just detest it. But it's a necessary evil, so that's what slowed it down. I was hoping to have it actually ready for Coco Fest here next week, but.
Now, you're not going down to Coco Fest this year, are you, Curtis?
No, there's a couple reasons. I don't want to get too much into the political side of things here, but I will mention because there's a promise of further tariffs on car parts next month in May. And I already pre-ordered a truck a couple months ago. That's going to take, I think, till June to actually get into manufacturing. I might get hit with a massive price increase, depending on how many parts are crossing borders and stuff. So I don't even know what the thing's going to cost at this point. So the money I'd saved up for Coco Fest is now my truck reserve fund.
Yeah, understandable. How long has it been since you missed one of those bad boys?
This will be the first time I missed it since COVID.
Wow, so there you go. Well, I mean, I think we all know where that's going. So what can you do? You get to just keep rolling.
Yeah.
Are they going to have any sort of virtual presence up at Coco Fest?
They're going to try to stream. They're going to have to see how good the bandwidth at the hotel is, and they are going to record seminars and stuff too.
Is it the same hotel? Because it's not so good.
I don't think is it the Henry? Do you remember? Is it the same hotel that Aaron and Brent would have been at last time?
Both.
I think it might have been different.
I wasn't there for Aaron and Brent.
Both.
Yeah, didn't we? No, we've been at that hotel now for a few years, haven't we?
Yeah, at least a few. This location isn't too bad. We haven't had any problems like elevators freezing up or anything like that. So.
I do know that auxiliary Wi-Fi was brought in though, and I depended upon my hotspot.
Very good. Well, very good.
Yeah, we got some hardware or network gurus there. So
hopefully they'll put something together.
That's the UU updates. Next up, though, and this is a game that's not quite done yet. It's not too far off from being completed either. But this will be demonstrated by the author, Richard Natalie, at Coco Fest. So there's the title screen.
Oh, yeah.
And the Coco has never had a Spy Hunter clone. So this is brand new. It's Coco 1, 2, or 3, 64K RAM, 2 joysticks required, which is explained in this little mini manual he kind of popped here. So
I'm guessing for your special weapons.
Bingo. So there's an explanation right there. So your right joystick, the button's your guns, you can steer, and of course you got your gear high-low. And the left one, you click the button to do the oil slick, and you move the joystick left to right and leave it there for the missiles or the smoke.
That's
screen.
Bizarre. Why not use the keyboard? That's interesting.
I think if you want to leave it in a certain position, do you want to have the guy hold down the key or tap it or whatever?
How much oil can you put out there?
Depends how old your car is.
I was gonna say I drove a car that put that much oil out long ago.
Now I will try to do after I do my little presentation. He's released the disc image of where it is now, and it's not quite done. Like you'll notice if you go through the rest of directions, he's got here's your different vans with the different weapon upgrades. Here's some of your enemies, and you'll notice here like the Mad Bomber to be determined. So he hasn't drawn that yet. But you can kind of see what the other shapes are. And the game's playable. Here's the loading screen, etc. I'll actually have the disc image in its current state which I'll try to do a demo as the last part of my presentation, which isn't too far ahead. This won't be too long. But this manual is just down there, and he gets in some technical details and stuff there too for going it. But the best part is he's bringing some custom hardware to play the game, specifically at Coco Fest. And I really wish I could have been down here for this, because this is what he's bringing down to play it on.
Oh!
So that I am really looking forward. I told the guys, like, if you guys don't have enough bandwidth to stream, you guys have to go up and record this and watch somebody play it. I got to see this in action.
Well, I am definitely going to record that. I've been meaning to do like vlogumentaries of some of my trips. I've got to do it for Coco Fest. I just have to.
That looks great.
It does. Like that's the part that got me really intrigued. Like, damn it! Why is this the one year I can't make it?
What are the specs for what this will run on, Curtis?
64K Coco 1, 2, or 3, 2
really?
joysticks. That's it.
Holy smokes! So okay, that's great. Great news. Because you're right. This is something that didn't get ported to Coco, and it was a big deal back in the day. So this is an excellent choice. Who'd you say?
An ex-roommate of mine in 1985 did start when he got the title screen with the flames coming out of the word hunter and stuff, and then he just dropped it.
Does this have music?
It doesn't have music currently. It does have just sound effects for shooting and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like you've got to do like full screen scrolling and stuff. So I don't know if you'd be able to keep up on a Coco 1 or 2 without a sound card add-on of some sort.
What's the fella's name that's doing this, Curtis?
Richard Natalie.
Okay, beautiful. That's excellent.
Or Natalie. I'm not sure how to pronounce his last name, but he'll be at the fest. So
where's he out of? Do you know what country?
Somewhere in the States, I believe.
Okay, that's dandy. That's great. That's great news.
Yeah. The next one, this one's a bit further ahead of being completed, but because it's so ambitious and so large. So a guy named Jeff Noyle used to be part of Oblique Triad, and if you've played games like Those Darn Marbles, or Overlord, or The Seventh Link, which is kind of an Ultima 3 clone. He was one of the authors of those. And he's now working on a new game that he's calling Myth Fair. He's originally going to call it Mythwalker, but while he's been working on it, somebody brought out a commercial game of that name, so he had to change it. And this is going to be an even further beyond Ultima 3 thing. It'll require a 512K Coco 3 or a Windows 10 or higher machine. So the one weird thing he's doing here is he's using all the graphic assets and everything else, the maps and everything else will run on both platforms with the exact same graphics, same graphical effects, etc. Even the save games will work between them. So if you're playing it on your Coco 3 at home and then you have to fly somewhere to Japan to visit Graham or something, then you can actually just pop in the save disk, copy the file over from your Coco to the PC on your laptop, and you can literally pick up the game right where you left off.
I love it.
And with the graphics being virtually identical. So he's got a nice website already set up for it, and he's got animations, he's got like lightning and snow effects and all kinds of stuff. So it's pretty intense. Like as far as an Ultima style game, this is by far the most advanced one we've ever seen. And here it is running on the Coco 3. These screenshots here from the PC version, if you look, it's not much different. And he wanted to do a few things with this particular one. So he wanted to make it much more modern, so it has auto mapping. It's got a lot of things that more modern versions of this style of game have compared to what we had back in the 80s. And he's also trying.
Is my 2 favorite words. That's awesome.
I figured
Welcome, Boat. The other thing he's doing besides all the effects and stuff, he wanted to be much more story-based. Now, Seventh Link, the previous one that he did in '89, does have a pretty good backstory if you read the manual, but in the game itself, because they were trying to fit it on 128K, Coco 3, etc., there wasn't a lot of stuff, like your standard really old-style Ultima transactions where talk to the jester, he giggles and runs away, and that's all he ever does. This actually gives you like much more full conversations. There's much more descriptive things. You can kind of see a little bit of it here in the background. But I did want to mention... here he's talking about the virtual machine. He basically made a virtual machine for the PC that will run the Coco 3 code.
I do appreciate the fact that this will run on a Coco 3 or a Windows computer with Windows 10. I love that. Yeah. Talk about the wackiest specs ever.
Yeah. Don't know if he's got his animations. Doesn't look like he does. He had to really update this page in a hurry after he found that Mythwalker was actually taken. I don't think he put the full animations back on. But thankfully, I've got a backup. He got interviewed. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this podcast. I was not until I heard about it from Jeff himself. It's a retro RPG roundtable, and they just did episode 6 about a month ago. It's basically RPG developers on all kinds of platforms. From I think they had some Apple II developers, Nintendo developers, and stuff like that. And it's basically RPG games for those platforms. And they interviewed Jeff on this, so you can kind of see in the background he's actually running it on his Coco 3 there. But I'll fast forward a bit. And here he's showing the development tools that he does when he's creating the maps, etc. on the PC side of things. And he's got, things where you can pick up and move things around. You can actually run the emulator right from within the map if you want to test stuff. Oh, wait, that actually made...
This looks huge. Like a lot of
It is.
land.
So you can see like little raindrops and stuff falling. So that's all live in the game while you're playing. There's also snowfalls later on. The houses and stuff, you'll sometimes see like animated, smokestacks and stuff like that, pouring smoke out. You got questions from some of the other people that are writing stuff as well.
What'd you say the new name of this thing was, Curtis?
Myth Farer.
Somebody needs to start making more Coco 3s for all these Coco 3 games. That's all I know.
Well, there is a partial... Well, actually, yeah, that's pretty soon that there is going to be a solution. So there's two parts to it. The Coco 3 motherboard has already been duplicated by Pedro Pena. He's also done Coco 1s and 2s. So you can get a replacement motherboard. He's got a replacement for the salt chip, which he calls the pepper chip. Because that's a custom thing that Tandy made that you can't get. So you can basically make a Coco 3 right now, and he's got the board. It's publicly available. You can go download it and get the board produced. Problem is the Gimme chip. Now we had the Gimme X for a little bit by Zipster Zone, but he's really hard to get a hold of, and he makes them in small little batches and stuff. And the original chip that he used to make the Gimme X actually isn't available anymore. And I don't think he's bothered to reprogram it. But another guy, Alan, of AC's 8-Bit Zone, has decided to kind of duplicate the Gimme X, and he's calling it the Gimme Z. And he's actually got the very first prototypes out to a couple of developers now for testing. They found a couple little glitches that he's working on fixing. In fact, he just sent a patch, I think, 2 days ago. But he's really close. He's got 30 boards pre-manufactured. Everything that he's working on now is not hardware-related fixes. It's software-related fixes on the FPGA programming. So once he gets these last couple glitches out, it won't be a full Gimme X yet, but it will be a full Gimme with some extension. So it'll handle 3 megahertz speed instead of just 2. It'll handle VGA out and possibly HDMI out, I think, too, if I remember correctly, right on the chip itself. And a few other features like 2 meg RAM support, etc. But he won't have some of the streaming features and stuff like that until later. That'll be a later revision. He's just trying to get it out. But he's expecting to try to get it out probably within the next month or two. And combine that with the Pedro Pena Coco 3 board, and yeah, you could build your own Coco 3 now. So that's kind of where he's heading on.
Can you give
Curtis,
us...
do you think that...
Oh, go ahead, Bud.
Oh, I'm sorry, Aaron. Do you think that that's going to impact the price of Coco 3s on the secondary market?
God, I hope so. Because, yeah, the prices of Coco 3s are getting insane.
Yeah.
Curtis,
I mean, I've seen like 128K Coco 3s for like $300, $350.
Do you have a web
You can
page?
find better ones if you search, but a lot of people are trying to make money off them now rather than expand the community.
Well, you got to make money.
Just like the Amiga side.
Yeah. Do you have a web page for that game? Because I've been looking here and I can't find one. What's the URL
For
for
Myth?
that? Yeah.
Myth Fair?
Yeah, please. If you could put it in chat, that'd be great. Somewhere, anywhere. Because I'd like to have.
I'll send it directly to you, and then you can share it out to anybody
yeah,
else.
That's dandy. That's no problem there. Because that looks great. Now, is this is going to be something that's going to be up for sale, Curtis? This game?
I think he's even thinking about releasing it as free, but he might be charging a bit. No, actually, sorry, I'm lying. He's going to be charging for it because he's got it on his Steam account. I mean, yeah, it's not going to be very expensive. It's not going to be like a $60 game or anything. It's going to be much less than that.
Sure. I mean, but I could see that. I could absolutely see that. because I'm sure he's taking a lot of that's taking a lot of time. Okay,
I was hoping. I thought he had the link here, but he had to redo his page here for the name change.
If you're interested in looking into this project, I just stuck the link. Thank you, Curtis.
Oh, here we are. Steam page. Let's go over there.
Yeah, that did it, mate. Gosh, I was trying to look this up. You know how many different ways you could spell MILF Fair? You could spell it every way but the way I had I's in there and Y's, and I mean every conceivable way to spell that. It was every one of them wrong. So yeah, thank you very much.
Here's when you did a little warp thing. Like here's some actual animation from the actual game with rain and warping between warp points.
You know, people love the Ultimate games. I mean, they love them, and by God, it's high time that the Coco had something in that ballpark. And I think
the closest we've had was Seventh Link, which was a 3-disc game, and it was 40-track discs, so a little bit bigger than normal, and it had Coco 3 graphics. It was actually pretty decent, but it, like I said, he had to have it run in 128K, so he couldn't put a lot of text in it.
Yeah,
it was like the bare minimum, like move north and talk, and it one sentence answer. Whereas here you can see there's whole conversations going on here and full descriptions of what you're seeing.
And you say this requires a 512 Coco?
Yeah, the original, the 7th Link required only 120K. This is going 512 minimum.
You know, years ago, when I first met you and I got a Coco 3, and you told me, you're like, listen, get the 512 or more because the stuff coming down the pipeline is going to be gold. And I did it, even though I thought, this guy's probably blowing a bunch of steam. But no, you were right. Go ahead, if you got a Coco 3, if you spent that kind of money, get the memory and stick it in there. It's dirt cheap. Go ahead and get it put in. Upgrade the processor. That way you'll be future-proofed for all these awesome new games that are coming out.
Yeah, and there's a few others that are further off, like they're only partly started, including my own Liberation, which I've got to write some support software for it before I get back to it.
Is that your robot game?
Yeah. Yeah,
they're still working on that.
I had a couple of things I want to change. I'm going to be doing some operating system changes actually to help support the game, so that's why it's getting kind of.
Boy, you're in the unique position to do that.
If you can't do it on your own, you got to just rewrite the OS, right? That's what you do.
You're the only man that can say that, I think. I'm going to rewrite the operating system to accommodate my robot game. How far along?
Hey, Henry's doing it. He's putting 4th into ROMs on his Coco. So
there you go. 4th. There you go.
Yep. I love the language.
Yeah, I can understand that. Now, Curtis, your robot. The last time we saw you talk about your robot game, how much further have you gotten on the production?
I got a little bit further, but not much, because then I started hitting the limitations to some of the stuff I wanted to do, and then I'm taking a look, and there's ways to hack it around, but I wanted to keep it so I could keep the program in BASIC, because that was one of the show-offs for Basic 09.
Yeah.
And to get around some of the things that I want to do, I'd have to switch to assembly language, or C.
Right.
And I don't want to do that. So I figured, I'll just fix the OS. You don't need to do that.
I like it. Now let me ask you, Curtis, before we finish up here. I
got one more thing to show, but go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. Show the thing. I'm sorry, I didn't want to stomp on your toes here. What else you got?
There's always another thing, man.
I'm going to try to show you Spy Hunter actually in action.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good.
Go.
So let's see, share screen.
You got to get a Coco, Edvin.
Yeah, sure. I'll get a dragon.
I had meant to ask Curtis.
There's newer Dragon games coming out too, so that's actually not a bad idea.
Which version of Spy Hunter is this kind of modeling? It kind of looks like it could be like the Apple.
The original 82 arcade game, I think.
Yeah, but is the Dragon 100% compatible?
No.
It's close. A lot of the stuff that's really different, you won't need to worry about, like the serial port. There's a built-in hardware serial port. There's a built-in hardware parallel port.
And there's a Dragon community, and they would love to have you. You would be you'd be the belle of the ball with that crew.
Yeah.
They're fun.
But yeah, as far as actual games, the joysticks are mapped exactly the same. So joystick works the same, sound works the same, graphics works the same. The keyboard mapping is different, which means you can still run a game, but the keys might be different unless you get a Dragon-specific version, because they shifted on the PIAs what row is what keys sort of thing.
You're actually saying the Dragon is better?
No.
Actually, I would say the Dragon 64 was better than a 64K Coco 2, yes.
Oh,
with one exception.
Oh,
and that's the NTSC artifacting we got, which they didn't get, of course.
Yeah, okay.
But it had a better keyboard. The Coco 2 keyboard was really improved, but it still wasn't quite as good as what the Dragon got. And then the Dragon, like I said, it had a hardware parallel port, a hardware serial port in the Dragon 64, Plus, it still had the Bitbanger style ports. So
Didn't they have a weird power supply, Curtis?
Yes.
Okay,
that
so
was
that's not that's not an improvement though. That was not.
No, the power supply is more of a pain in the ass.
Yeah, that's more, and it's weird. It's a weird one. Okay, go ahead,
Yeah,
Curtis. I'm sorry.
So you guys seeing my screen with Disc Extended Color
it.
Basic? That
Yeah, we got it.
awesome nuclear green here that makes me so comfortable. I don't know if the sound will share through Discord, but
it should. Oh yeah. He gave Bally.
Loading 1 of 3. It's got a couple files to load.
I gotta. So this is. He's calling this a port. This is not a clone. So
I can see pixels.
Oh,
you guys getting the sound?
No, we're not getting any sound off.
No sound.
Darn.
I'll sing it.
There's no music, unfortunately, just sound effects. So let's see if I can remember how to start this.
Look at this. This looks good though.
I mean, this destroys any of that transcode garbage.
But you
This is
stop
great.
with that.
Come on, bud. I can make it.
That's right, Evan. You tell me.
Pew, 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 pew.
I mean, there's a puttering sound in the background. There's the shots when they get fired.
We could have one guy do the sound, one guy do the music. We could work this out.
I like how they've got the various weapons highlighted at the bottom. Now it looks like they've omitted some of the weapons here. Like I guess there's no helicopter or missiles in this.
Not in the ass.
You got to remember though, the game's not done yet either. So.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's valid.
Yep, I crashed. The explosion sound, of course, you can't hear it.
Moves pretty well.
Boom.
You know.
Yeah, he's done a pretty good amount of work here to get the scrolling working at decent speed. Like that's high gear, and then of course low gear will slow it down. But
now is he planning on putting the boat portions of the game in?
I think so. He's already got the water and bridges and stuff like this you're seeing here right now. But I don't know. I don't know how far he's planning on taking it. How much room he's got left in RAM, that type of thing.
I do feel 2 joysticks would be challenging. Is there at least an option for a keyboard to do the things? I mean, do you got 2 joysticks in your hands right now?
Well, actually, I'm using an emulator, so I'm actually got keyboard for one joystick and my mouse for the other.
Oh, jeez. That explains the gameplay.
2 joysticks wouldn't be too bad as long as you've got a way to keep them kind of like right next to each other.
Oh,
Yeah, what you need is the caddy that came with Robotron, where you can stick both sticks in one thing.
The beauties would work well for this though, because you can just put one in high gear and it's there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you have the one joystick for selecting your weapon. You free float it left and right to choose which weapon. So you just bump it with your hand while still steering with the main joystick.
Josh just Velcro them together. That's it. That's the sketchy way.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to do it the proper way, you get that console that I showed you earlier that he's bringing to the fest to play it on. That's what you play it on.
You just
Screw
go
these
gut.
joystick
You
crap.
go gut a stand-up Spy Hunter. I mean, you could probably get one for a pretty decent rate, or at least the control panel.
You could probably build one yourself relatively easily.
Oops, I wasn't supposed to shoot him.
Yeah, I was going to say. I was wondering if it scored correctly.
But really good use of the artifact colors. Like he's not just doing the basic 4. He's actually going for the greens and stuff that you do when you do some vertical pixel offsets as well as horizontal.
I'm happy to see this one finally make the. I mean, this is one that didn't get. I mean, like the Amiga got a real nice clone of this. It's funny because the guys that cloned it were old Coco guys. So you wonder why they didn't bother to put it on the Coco. But so it's nice to see that a clone of this is finally emerging, because this is a great game.
Well, like I said, my roommate had started one. He's a good ML programmer. He'd done quite a few things, more utility-based, but he was working on the game, and he got a chunk of it done, and then he got into the PC side of things, and then he just sold his Coco off, so that was the end of that.
Oh, jeez. No good. Well, this looks quite nice. Hey, can you shoot your truck like you can in the arcade? Oh, you can run
into it.
Wow. Well, I'm glad. Thank God you don't work in shipping, because after seeing you drive that thing around, it'd be bad.
Well, I'm treating the packages about as well as most shippers do. So
now, Spy Hunter, this is going to be a freebie, or is this going to be one you charge it for?
I think he's planning on this one being free. I haven't heard officially yet, but that's what I heard.
God, man, this has been a great night for Coco. Between the Ultimate game, the Spy Hunter game, and the Pinball game, that's some good stuff right there. There's a lot to look forward to. Anybody have any questions for Curtis about any of the stuff that he's shown tonight?
What's something that you didn't show us that you're really excited about that you haven't told anybody about yet?
Oh, Bo.
Well, Jason kind of spoiled it earlier. I haven't got one yet, but I've heard what the specs are, and that's the new Coco STC 2.
Yeah.
I've been waiting.
I don't know what I'm allowed to talk about on that one, so I'm not going to say too much. But
how
there
about
is.
this?
It's not a new, cheaper version. It's got additional features.
Are we happy, Curtis, with this thing?
I'm going to be, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Listen. If Captain Coco's happy, I think the rest of us will be ecstatic. Listen,
I will mention one thing. Darren Atkinson, the guy who designed the original Coco STC, is actively involved.
Oh, there you go. Is he working with Frank on this? Is that the way it's going? There you go. It's nice. Hey, listen, get this guy paid. Everybody makes some money, gets a goodie. That's the way it's supposed to work right there, man. That's the way I like it. If you have not bought yourself a Coco 2 or 3, what are you doing? Have you been watching the show? Get out there. Get one quick. They're going fast. Now is the time. So there's a lot of good stuff in the Coco community that is absolutely worth playing.
I forgot this one, actually, because my tabs ran off on Firefox, so I had to scroll here, but there's one other game.
Get it? Well, go ahead. We got time.
So is it sharing? You should be... are you seeing the share here?
Yeah, we're seeing it, man. Go.
Okay, so this is Superpowers by Jim Mullis, and he's getting close to releasing this one. Now, this was a special project in a couple of ways, because he's trying to do in Coco 3 Basic along with the Graph Express package, which is a bunch of specialized commands and routines running as fast as machine language as the original author could make. And the author of the Graph Express package is Jeff Seidel. Boat, right, me remember his name because he's also the author of one of his favorite Coco games, Boton.
Oh, yeah,
and it supports multi-voice music and a whole bunch of things. Like, it's a really advanced one. And this is like a based on the Superpowers cartoon, DC heroes and stuff here. You can see Cyborg up in the background here. But basically, you're going across this scrolling landscape and you're fighting various supervillains and stuff here. And there's different. He's got a whole bunch of different heroes you can pick from. There's a choice screen at the beginning. You can pick which one out of like a dozen heroes.
Is this like a beat 'em up, Curtis? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah,
here?
kinda. I can play this now. Yeah. I don't know if
let's have a
audio
look
comes
at
through
this.
here. Now, you got to remember, like, this is a little bit choppy, but this is basic. Just with a little routine thing added on.
I like how they're fighting in front of a Radio Shack.
Yeah. Yeah, that's specifically why I queued up this particular part of the video.
It looks like he's wailing on, like, what is this? Like one of Santa's armed guards?
I'm trying. It's Baron. I can't remember what the villain's name is.
So he's going to have, what you're telling me is he's going to have multiple choosable characters for this Coco beat 'em up. I love it.
Yep.
Is that the Gentleman?
Yeah, there's like the
Ghost that was
Flash
coming
and
out?
Superman and Batman and Robin and Wonder Woman and a whole bunch. He's got a whole bunch of them done.
I love it. I love that. That is dandy. That's exciting because it's not like the Coco has a ton of beat 'em ups. And
no, like Kung Fu Dude, Kim Guy to be Ninja.
Plus, this has digitized
Warrior
graphics.
King, and that's about it.
Yeah, that's dandy. Who's making this one, Curtis? Put him over.
Jim Mullis is making this one. He did digitized backgrounds. You can see like some of the scenery of the cars and the trees in the back, and then he does some pretty decent graphics on the actual characters. There's definitely missions that you have to solve with each, and like I said, you can pick them, and you go to different cities, so the backgrounds change depending which character you pick, which cities or home city type thing.
That is
So
awesome.
It currently takes 4 discs.
I can see a cease and desist in the future.
From who?
From everyone.
You think they're gonna listen? The Coco
Batman Group, whatever, man.
DC,
Disney.
DC and Radio Shack need all the help they can get. They should be pouring money into this project. That's the way I look at it. You know.
Wasn't Radio Shack trying to make a comeback? Maybe they helped defend him in court. I don't know.
Well, listen. I mean, I don't know what to tell you there. Fire up the Battery Club. Try that again. That's good stuff.
Disney loves.
I'm glad
Disney
you showed
loves
that.
when you use their characters.
That's right.
Disney loves it.
Yeah, they love it.
Thankfully, DC is not Disney.
Keyboard G in the chat mentions that the Radio Shack looks like it's boarded up, which that seems appropriate, you know. But hey, listen, the Radio Shack's like a phoenix. It's gonna come firing back one of these days.
Hey, it's time for Boat's segment.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Curtis. Very good stuff. Now it's time
That was
for
the last
Boat's-
one. That was the last one for real.
It's time for Boat's booze segment before we move on to Adam. Boat, are you ready for another booze segment? You look like you are.
Well, I want to give you some follow up from what happened. If you if you weren't here approximately 4.5 hours ago when ICC began, I had a great plan. The plan was, in between each talk, I was going to mix up a cocktail based off a classic computer. Who was designing these recipes? That's right, ChatGPT. So
what could ever go wrong?
That's right. That's right. So I should have taken warning when the first one was amaretto mixed with peach schnapps.
Amaretto is no good.
It was one of the nastier things I've ever had in my life, but I could still choke it down. At least the part that I didn't pour down the sink.
Yeah.
But then the second recipe was a martini, but they're like, now just pour in a bunch of olive brine. And I was like, when I went to the when I went to the Walmart,
say that?
Yeah, and when I went to the Walmart, they didn't have in the cocktail section. The only olives they had were the old blue cheese stuffed olives. So what I was pouring in there was not just olive brine, but it was olive brine plus blue cheese leavings. So after I took a couple swigs of that, I started to feel not so good, Al. So I had to go lay down for a while. I was out and I was down for the count. And so I'm feeling better. But my boozery at this particular ICC is over.
So look, just for fun though, what were the other drinks that you were going to make? Just the names of them. Do you have them in your mind?
Oh yeah, I'll pull them up right now. So you have the expansion slot spritz. Yeah. It's in memory of the Apple IIe. It's vodka, vermouth, and soda water. Ooh. You have the Little Vic sour in memory of the Commodore VIC-20. Which was amaretto, grenadine, and soda water.
Yeah.
A lot of these are just because I gave it the ingredients that I had. And so I think it's just randomly selecting things, which is probably not what you want in a cocktail.
So you suggested the cheese that I heard about earlier?
Keyboard cheese says.
Well, I didn't put the I just put that I had olives. I didn't say blue cheese stuffed olives.
Hey, Bo,
so
keyboard cheese says the drink tastes like Varda. That's good stuff. That's a good one.
I like that. I like that a lot.
I love it. I love it, Keyboard G. What else you got, Bo?
That is pretty great. That's pretty great. Actually, that's that's fantastic. But anyway, and there's a bunch of them. There's actually I'll post in the Discord the retro computing cocktail menu that it generated for me.
Please,
and
disclaimer.
So it's a good for a laugh, but not good for a drink.
No. Make sure you put something that doesn't hold us responsible for the various sickenings that you're going to cause. When you told me your cunning plan, I thought it was a horrible plan. But who am I to say no? And so, yeah, I'm sorry you felt ill. But listen, when you feel down, a little bit sick, there's one man that can bring you out of it. It can bring you out of your haze. And that's a special man named Adam for the Computer Chronicles. And here he is, everybody. He's got his own special presentation. How's it going, Adam?
It's going well. Thanks for entertaining me. This has been fun.
We try. What do you got for us tonight, Adam?
So we've got coverage of the Southeast Michigan Vintage Computer Club, our April event, which was a swap meet. And then also, Joe from Joe's Computer Museum did a Blue Scuzzy build event for us. So showed us all how to attach surface mount, basically Raspberry Pi Picos to either internal, external, or I think that was the only ones he had, Blue Scuzzy devices. Plus, he sold a bunch of his other stuff too. So he had Pico Gus's there, and a couple of his bespoke Macintosh stuff. So it was a pretty Macintosh centric show for a little bit there. So very rare for us, but it was a blast. We had about 70 to 75 people this time around, and it just keeps growing. And we keep having to do more work. We've pulled in tables and moved power to the center of the room, which we had never done before. So this next time around doesn't have anything crazy, but we have a video. It's about 20 minutes. That's gonna cover some of the stuff that people brought and give you some names. And there's going to be lots of shilling because that's kind of like that's kind of like what the club is. There's no charge for our club whatsoever. So between donations from members, from donations from my Fast Load Collective members that are my patron members, and then from RetroRewind.ca, they have the combination of those items have kept this show completely free to the public. So you can just walk in. There's no charge whatsoever. Nor is there a charge for having a table or demonstrating. If you do sell your stuff, we tend to ask for a donation, but that's about it. So share some video, man.
You know, before we get the video, I watched this. This is awesome.
Cool.
But I want to say, having known Adam for several years now, it's very it's dandy to see that the computer club has risen to such heights. Because, I mean, for years, this was in the planning stage, wasn't it, Adam? And then suddenly, it's funny, once you actually implemented the plan, it blew up. And now it's a huge thing. And as you'll see in this video, I mean, there's all kinds of crazy computers. There's tons of giveaways. Everyone's super chill. They're trying new products. I mean, it's really something special that you've built down there, Adam. I think you've done great work, and I'm looking forward to seeing what happens to your crew in the future. Adam has provided us with a video, and we're going to check it out right now. So sit back and relax, and Adam will guide you through the Computer Club exploits. Here we go.
Today's date is April 26, 2025, and welcome to the recap of our April 12th Southeast Michigan Vintage Computer Club meet. Let's get right into it. Our feature guest for April was Joe from Joe's Computer Museum. Joe led us in a Blue SCSI build event. Blue SCSI is a solid-state solution for replacing the spinning hard drives with SD cards in old Macintosh, Amiga, Next, Sun, and Apple II GS computers, as well as in professional audio gear and classic samplers from brands like Akai and Sonic, Korg, and Roland. It runs on a Raspberry Pi Pico and can be had in 4 different varieties. 3 of us in attendance had Blue SCSI setups running to give people demonstrations. I had my Macintosh LC3 running with an external Blue SCSI. Eric's Edge had his running in a custom dehoused Macintosh SE. And Brian of Retro PC Emporium had one running in his 486 tower. More on that later. Joe was running one of his Blue SCSIs, an internal, in his translucent blue Macintosh SE. Joe was extremely friendly, helpful, and charismatic. His products are top-notch as well. So if you're looking for solutions for your Apple II, Macintosh, Atari 8-bit, and classic PC compatibles, be sure to check out jcm-1.com. For the SemVec table this time around, I grabbed 5 of my own machines, all beige-oriented. On the far right is the machine that I've been working on at the moment. This is an AST Advantage 5150 running on a Cyrix 5X86 150 MHz processor with 80 megabytes RAM, an ESS audio drive, and a 2 gig CF card as the hard drive. To the left of that is a new pickup, a Coleco Atom that I picked up about 3 weeks prior to the event. I did a Meanwheel PSU replacement to delete on the requirement to use the Atom's printer for power, and then friend of the show Steve Rasmussen sent me a Pi Coleco flash cart. It plays the entirety of the Coleco Atom and ColecoVision library. Thanks, Steve. To the left of that is an interesting yet quirky final offering from Tandy in this Tandy Sensation. It's running a 486 SX25 processor, has 4 megabytes of RAM, an AdLib compatible card, and a 107 megabyte hard drive. The goofy MPC LMS CD-ROM drive died after about a month of use, so I replaced it with a Creative IDE controller and also a Creative 32-speed CD-ROM drive. It's definitely a concrete reason why Tandy went out of business. I'd say it's a bit too little and a bit too late on this one. To the left of my Sensation was my Macintosh LC3 running the external Blue SCSI. It was playing lots of Out of This World, Lemmings, and SimCity 2000. I learned to type on one of these in middle school, and it's great to finally have mine up and running thanks to club member Tom Bonucci for recapping the motherboard. And on the far left of my tables is one of my very favorite machines, an Intel branded MS-DOS 6.2 Windows 3.1 PC I've deemed the 486 Deluxe Sniffer PC based on my 486 Deluxe podcast. It's running an Intel 486 DX2 66 processor, has 8 megabytes of RAM, a 4-speed CD-ROM, and a trifecta of sound card options. It has a genuine Sound Blaster 16, a Pico Gus bought from Joe's Computer Museum for Gravis ultrasound emulation, and a Roland MT32. All sound sources get mixed into the Altec Lansing speakers on the desk. Apart from the MT32 and speakers, the entirety of this setup consists of NOS parts. The PC, keyboard, mouse, Sound Blaster, and ViewSonic monitor were all items new in box from our friends at Silicon Alley Recyclers based out of Centerline, Michigan. Most of the time, it was comparing and contrasting soundtracks of various MS-DOS games like Sam & Max Hit the Road, Descent, and Maniac Mansion Day of the Tentacle. Our free pile was 5 tables big this time around and even started spilling onto the floor. There were classic monitors, printers, televisions, tons of ISA, AGP, and PCI cards, 3 HD printers, a document scanner, a MIDI keyboard controller, basically just too much to name. But a bunch of people found exactly what they were looking for. Personally, I grabbed 2 wireless keyboards and then this tiny 10-inch Quasar CRT television. It's great for Atari and NES gaming and even has a remote. This will be perfect for my new office. Eric Mason's Japanese Sony Vaio PCV MSX10 setup was incredibly cool and provided much of the background music for the show. This Pentium 4 equipped setup sports a mini disc player and a 40-watt power amp. It features RCA composite in and out, a TV and FM radio tuner, composite and S-video capture, and a DVD burner. When it was brand new, this was a $2,800 machine. Maybe not as epic for some, but definitely interesting was the Cybernet Elite 2 Pentium 3 Wedge PC. This thing was so cool. It's described as a zero-footprint PC. It actually has a built-in CD-ROM and stereo speakers. So basically, all you got to do is run one cable for your mouse and one cable to the monitor, and it's a very light desk setup, and it's weird in a PC format. Eric also brought this sharp-looking Mac Cube G4. I wish I had a little bit more time to sit down with this one because it's really got a great aesthetic. Brian Johnson had brought a small bit of Michigan computing history with his Ann Arbor Ambassador terminal. It was running off of a server implementation through the tiny LCD-equipped Raspberry Pi sitting next to it. He was showing off text adventures and the like. Originally a $1,300 machine, but it's definitely a neat piece of Michigan-based vintage tech history. Eric Zench was demoing his HyperCard game Adventure the Quack of Dawn running on a Macintosh PowerBook G3. He also had his Apple II GS, a D-House Macintosh SE, and a recent pickup of an IBM PS2 Model L40SX. Check out Eric Edge's live development streams over on YouTube. One of the most popular sale tables was from new member John. His sale table had so much on it that I missed out on a handful of items because they just sold before I got a chance to photograph them. John had a great Franklin Ace 1000 setup in the box. He had an Amiga 2000, and then this really nice looking Amiga 1000 with a 1084 monitor. He also had tons of Amiga software and video equipment, including a Genlock and a DC TV. It was some really nice stuff, and I think John made out really well. Jeff Jimison, who puts on Retrofest, a local computer and video game event based out of the Baldwin Public Library in Birmingham, Michigan, brought 3 neat machines. A Fiery X4 workstation that he had running a bunch of Windows 98 classics, a Pocket 386 modern implementation laptop running a bunch of DOS classics. Those things are so neat and can be had for right around $200. And then something that I've been seeking out for some time now, a Sony Hitbit MSX2. I got to play with it for about 10 minutes, but got called away. And when I came back, he informed me that the video output stopped working. I hope he gets it back up and running. The Auger brothers are regular attendees and were showing off their 8-bit devices offerings for the classic Apple II, Atari 8-bit, and Atari 2600 machines. They were showing off 2 custom homemade Apple II machines and this really sharp, clear case TRS-80 Model 1. 8-bit devices offers awesome solutions like the A2 DVI for Apple II HDMI video support, the SP SD SmartPort SD card emulator that is the perfect solution to run Total Replay on your Apple II machines, and then 2 Atari flash cart offerings including the A8 Pico cart and the Atari 2600 Uno cart. Check out their offerings over at 8bitdevices.com. I stamped out about 10 minutes to interview Brian Kleinfeld, aka Retro PC Emporium, over on YouTube. He was displaying 3 of his really wild creations. Let's check that out.
So what do we got here?
All right, so let me introduce you to 2 machines. I've named them Bipolar 1 and Bipolar 2.
Okay.
All right, so here we have Bipolar 2. This started off as a 486. This is probably a 1992 era computer in case, fairly unaltered. What I decided to do was to add a single board computer based upon a Pentium 4 in the case. Now it's not integrated with the 486, it simply cohabits the same case. So we have 2 power supplies, 2 motherboards, they're completely independent of each other.
So power supply wise, is this running like one, it looks like an ATX, and then do you have like a Pico power supply running this thing?
So yeah, so we have the old-fashioned AT power supply running the main board. Right?
Okay.
This is a mini ATX power supply here.
Okay, there it is. Yep.
Yeah. Now one of the issues I had to solve was heat removal.
Yeah.
All right. So
definitely.
So this power supply is normally a pusher that pushes off the back. So I opened it up, flipped the fan, and turned it into a puller.
Okay.
And then I 3D printed this grate here to make an air intake.
And then it pulls it out the other.
Yeah. So it pushes it out the back side and it pulls it in the front side.
Okay.
And then this goes directly out. The CPU's right here, which has its own local fan, but this provides fresh air. And then behind this grill here is an 80 millimeter fan that's also pulling cold air in.
Cool.
Yeah,
so you said Pentium 2 on this side?
No, Pentium 4.
Pentium 4 on that side.
So it's a 2.8 gigahertz HT Pentium 4.
Okay.
Yeah, and this single board computer has everything on it except for sound.
Okay.
And so the sound is actually a $3 USB dongle. Stuck out the back.
Okay.
Because it does have USB ports.
Oh, yep, I see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And actually that dongle does a remarkable job.
Yeah.
In DOS emulation under Windows 98.
I've seen people use them before.
It does MIDI. I mean, it's impressively good. Yeah. So really the scope here is to cover. I mean, a 486 SX25 isn't going to be a good Doom player. It's going to be more older stuff.
Okay.
So the sound card that's included in there is an old Sound Blaster 16 value, which has the true Yamaha OPL chip.
Okay.
So it does good FM synth. So the older games, I'll say 386. Just think of your favorite FM synth DOS game. It does a good job.
Okay.
Also, this turbo button can bring down the performance of that 486. And per the benchmark, it brings it down to the equivalent of a 286 20 megahertz.
Oh, wow.
So some of the old speed-sensitive games, like Temple of Apache or whatever, this plays well. In fact, Zork is on here right now, Zork 3.
Yep.
And so there's no CD-ROM drive. I mean, I did that intentionally to cap how much
you're going to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, what do you expect to do with it, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
And so honestly, when I transfer things, I use a parallel port, lap link, inter-server type deal with other computers. And
or you could just put your CF cards directly in your Windows machines.
Yeah, some new machine, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And so this has the flexibility of Windows 98 and Windows XP.
Oh, cool.
You just switch the compact flash cards and you can do whatever.
That's neat. I like how you labeled them.
Yeah. Geek and Spiel. So this is full of Geek and Spiel.
Oh,
stuff.
cool.
Yeah.
Yep. And then we got over here.
All right. So
how about we do this one?
Yeah.
That one's kind of equally as wild.
It really is, yeah. So this was the first project along these lines. So a few months back at Silicon Valley Recycling, I found this basically CD maker duplicator. It's not a PC.
Yeah.
It has no video output. I mean, it was sold with like a Philips like X-ray room or CAT scan room or whatever, came out of the hospital.
Okay.
So when I got into it, first I realized it was not a usable PC, and secondly, the motherboard mounting plane below the drives is actually on the mid plane of the case, not on the
really?
side.
Okay.
So that afforded me to be able to mount two motherboards kind of in a mirror image type shape.
Mm-hmm.
And so what we have on one side are the guts of a Dell Optiplex 7010 mini tower.
Okay.
So it's a 3.2 gigahertz i5.
Yep.
And it has a ATI Radeon 7570 GPU. It's a small form factor GPU, so it does a good job for, I'll say, XP gaming.
Okay.
And on this side are the guts of a Gateway Essential 500.
Central 500.
Yeah. So it was a short case. Advertised as a Celeron actually, but because it's socket 370, I could put a Pentium 3 in. So I upgraded it to a Pentium 3 500.
Oh, neat. And then you custom made this.
Yeah. So this case, I drilled most of the rivets out of it and disassembled it, and then I Dremeled the ATX apertures because none of this stuff really existed. So
true.
Two ATX apertures, and then I plugged some of the holes with 3D printed panels, just to kind of trim it,
Trim it out, and to keep the really sharp metal from getting somebody.
Exactly.
Well, getting you.
They make it handle safe, right?
Yep.
And then I located the ATX power buttons up here so you can power reset on or off.
Okay. So that's power reset on both of them?
Yeah. Just ATX switches. Yep.
Okay.
Left side, right side. Yep.
Okay, left side, right side. Okay.
Yep.
Neat.
Yeah. And what's interesting about this Gateway board is that they're kind of hard to find, but it has an integrated Creative Labs sound chipset into it.
Okay.
So it's based upon the ES 1373. It's kind of the old Insonic version, which doesn't have great FM synth, but it's got excellent MIDI.
Yes.
General MIDI support.
Yes, and they had a very unique MIDI sound.
Yes, very cool sound. Yeah.
Matter of fact, I grew up with an ESS audio drive in my 486.
Yeah.
And it always sounded different than all my friends' stuff. So
yes. They're all like snowflakes.
Uh-huh.
And then it has an integrated ATI Rage 128. So it's a good Windows 98 or even a DOS gamer.
Neat.
Type thing. Yeah. So the idea here is to really, cover a broad range of gaming opportunities.
It's yin and yang.
Yeah.
And then yin and yang. And then this is just a beast of a machine?
Yeah, so this is an old 486 I've had for a long time. But what's new about it, though, was I upgraded it to a Blue SCSI media format.
Oh, cool.
So for years, this has had an Adaptec 1520 in it, which it still does.
Okay.
But the failing Quantum 700 megabyte drive finally bit the dust. So I picked up a Blue SCSI, and right now it's got a 2 gigabyte image. There's a 32 gigabyte SD card plugged in the front here.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's got a 2 gigabyte, BAT16 DOS 6.22 partition.
Oh, sweet.
And then it's got several, shall we say, CD images, for certain games.
I never even thought about using it that way.
Yeah. Floppy images, CD images, yeah.
Now, the SCSI interface is on the motherboard on this, or are you using a external card?
It's an ISA card.
Okay.
Yeah. So what's cool about Blue SCSI, I mean this card, you attach it to a 30-year-old SCSI card, and like the SCSI BIOS will see it as a SCSI device. So say for example you have 5 drive images.
It'll see 5 drives?
Yeah. Well, so here's how you start.
Kind of.
Well, here's how you do it. You take your SD card on your modern PC, you format it.
Okay.
You download whatever or create whatever images you want that are going to be your hard drive partition.
Yep.
And there's a naming convention for like what the SCSI ID is going to be, like 0.
So it's like HD 0102.
Correct. Exactly.
And then you have, what's the difference? I know the 0 is one thing. That's
the LUN.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you were to have like multiple adapters.
Okay.
You could do a much more complicated scheme. Yeah. But generally everyone uses LUN0. Yeah. So you can have, practically speaking, up to 7, a combination of hard drive, CD drive, floppy drive. There's a whole list. And so then you present it to your old, I'll say in this case, this is the 30-year-old cards.
Mm-hmm.
When the SCSI BIOS rolls through the SCSI IDs, it finds every one of those image files as a emulated drive of some sort.
Very cool.
So really the magic is in that Pico Gus, or that Pico operating system emulating actual hardware.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for showing me around.
Oh, no, pleasure, yeah.
That wraps up April's coverage, but that does lead us into our next event on June 28th from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. We don't have any special events or guests lined up, but we plan on getting back to sharing our latest projects and favorite machines. Our friends at 8-Bit Devices and Silicon Alley Recyclers will be there again, and the Mid-Michigan Retro Computer Club is attempting to set up a DOS-based LAN party. That'll be fun to participate in. Hope to see you there. The Southeast Michigan Vintage Computer Club is supported by the generous donations of members like Al Bradford, Brian Kleinfeld, Kiefer Morris, Lee Arft, Matt of Intergalactic Microsystems, the Commodore Chronicles Fast Load Collective, and the awesome folks at Retro Rewind who support the Commodore Chronicles family of podcasts and the Southeast Michigan Vintage Computer Club. So if you're in need for solutions and or repairs on your Commodore 64, 128, C16, plus 4, Amiga, and Tandy Color Computer Systems, check out Frank and the team at Retro Rewind at retrorewind.ca. And if you sign up for an account and use the promo code CC10, you can save yourself 10% at checkout. Thanks for checking out the Southeast Michigan Vintage Computer Club. For more information on the club, including links to the Commodore Chronicles and SemVec Community Discord server,
Wait a minute.
head over to semichiganvcc.blogspot.com. Thanks.
Man, that was some good stuff, Adam. I saw crap in your video that I didn't think I could ever see or could exist on this earth. That interview you did with that guy. What was that fella's name? Put that guy over.
Brian Kleinfeld.
Holy smokes. He's amazing.
Retro PC Emporium over on YouTube. He's only got 4 videos because he's just started, but he's got an awesome collection, and I think he'll be following up. I think right now he's actually buying stuff to make his videos a little better, but his stuff is so fun.
He's got the computer side of it down, that's for sure.
He's very adventurous.
Yeah. He's a madman, is what you meant to say. He's a mad scientist. I tip my cap as a sketchy tech to this guy. He's as sketchy as I've ever seen. The 2 PCs that had multiple PCs in them. I mean, I wish I had that kind of jack. I mean, I'd love to meet this guy. I'm going to head out to Michigan one of these days and pass this guy the crown. I mean, that was awesome. Awesome stuff there. And you get these kind of, every time you guys have one of these events, it's very similar to this one. Big attendance, big show, a lot of unique stuff, isn't it?
Yep. And the funny thing is, there's kind of a rotation of people that come in. Sometimes there's people that come in and they come from Ohio. Sometimes they come from up north. We have a couple people that come from about 4 hours away. There's a guy that's got a big, gigantic Apple collection that comes in from like the Cleveland area. So
makes sense.
I think if everybody came at once, we might have over 100 people.
Holy smokes. Now,
Yep.
I know you had it in your video, but just for fun, why don't you plug your next event?
June 28th, 2025, from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. It is at Grace Chapel Church on North Williams Lake Road, 2515 North Williams Lake Road in Waterford, Michigan.
Very good. Let me ask you, is there any special, is your group got anything special cooking for the end of the year? What's in the plans for the group?
So we have another event that'll come up in October, and I am currently in the works with the company called Console 5. They sell recap kits for Commodore monitors, Ataris, all sorts of stuff. And if I know, the funny thing is, he doesn't think he's all that big, but I said, hey, this is I think his name's Kyle. I was like, hey, this is Kyle from Console 5. And everybody went, whoa! So he had to shake like 60 people's hands. Like, I buy stuff from you all the time. So I am working
Yeah, I
with
bought stuff
him.
from him.
Yep, I am working with him, and I want him to bring a display and show some of his wares.
If you're drawing between 75 and 100 people at these events, you're good. I mean, listen, let's face facts. As soon as retailers know, as soon as your local guys know, they're gonna be out there like ticks on the back of a dog trying to get into this show, because where else are you gonna get that kind of clientele, that kind of cash, who are looking to get into some trouble? I'd be stunned if you couldn't draw as many people to sell things as you wanted. Is that something? I mean, I don't know how often you guys open up to resellers or wholesalers or whatever. Is that something that you guys have normally done, or maybe are looking to do?
So we keep the club kind of centered towards the individual. We have in the area, we have the Detroit Retro Gaming Expo as well, and they are far more commercial. Matter of fact, I work with that individual, and we kind of share resources and talk about stuff. And he gives me passes to his show, and I give him preference at our show too. He's more the commercial side. I've specifically stuck it out to attempt to keep this free for everyone. And what I don't want to do is we have tons of great stores in the area. There's Retrotaku, there's GamePon, there's Toy Box, and there's a handful. There's Disc Replay. There's tons of resellers in the area and video game shops. We've pointed them to the Detroit show, mainly because we want this to stay as individuals. So we bring in one of the big contributors to the show has always been 8-bit devices. But not only are they not pushing their stuff on anybody, they also take in people's machines. I know one of your guys' patron viewers, Upshift.
Oh yeah.
Dropped. Yeah, he gave the Auger brothers from 8-bit devices one of his Amigas, and he took it back to his office and did some rework on it. So those guys are incredible. So they kind of get in what I like about them is they're just as much about the community as they are about sure, they're selling stuff, but it's not their main drive. It's not their main focus. They just talk to people the entire time. Matter of fact, I just went and picked something up from one of the Auger brothers, Chris Auger, it was about 2 or 3 months ago. And we just sat there and talked for like 2 hours about any and everything. So I'd like to think that our event, I would like to keep it kind of on the personal side, kind of like you guys do with Boat Fest. Just getting to know people in the area and giving people the opportunity to bring their own stuff and show it off.
Can I say something about that, Adam?
Yeah, go ahead.
Get in there, man.
The Auger brothers were part of the group of the coming to the club before it was 8-bit devices coming.
Yes.
They came to the first one. There was no sign. They just brought some computers. They're just a couple of guys.
Yep, brought soldering irons and fixed people's Atari computers. The matter of fact, they fixed my Atari 130XE. Had MT RAM and needed a full re-RAM, and they did that free of charge for me.
Yeah, so what you're saying is kind of people first. I mean, there are people that have little businesses.
Yep.
But kind of part of the club first before that's their business being there.
Yep.
Yeah, and those two guys are crazy. Like, I don't know which one it is, but one of them was a chameleon dealer back in the day. So
yeah, that's Chris Auger.
Who's even heard of those? I mean, there's like 6 people in the world that know about that computer.
Yeah, they've been in the market for so long. They were Apple II. They did Apple II sales. They did Franklin Ace sales. They did
They've
Amiga
been around
sales.
for a while.
Oh, they have been. Matter of fact,
Franklin Aces.
I was given a a promo copy of Impossible Mission on disc, and it says right on it, not for resale. It was before it was sold. And I have a handful of titles that are like that because they had old stock just kind of sitting around. They had a shop that was in, I think it was in like the Westland Canton area, but I'm not sure. But they're old time computer salespeople and just never got out of it, and they just love the stuff. If you went through the video, they're developing they help develop the A2 DVI. That's so you can have HDMI output on your Apple II. They did the A2 USB mouse connector, and they work within the community too. So there's other sellers out there that are doing Apple II stuff, and these guys are right in the thick of it with them. Mac Effects, they did keyboard, and then they did Mac Effects was the one that took the the floppy emu and put it in a case that looks like an Apple II floppy disk drive. And the Auger brothers did the clicker board for them on that one. So just they're in the thick of it right now.
You know, Buck said what I was thinking. These guys need to be interviewed. Get on it, Adam.
Yeah, I can handle.
I got bad news for you, my friend. And the bad news is that your success is going to be huge. It's only going to get bigger because you filled a gap there in a community that obviously was ready to go. So I don't think you're going to be in a little club. You're going to be a big deal if you want to be.
I'm not worried about it getting big.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm worried. We will scale as we need to scale. Matter of fact, the church that we do it in has so much more space that's available. What we're using, there is 5 times more space in that building.
That was my next question.
Just the room that we're in. And we can get there's like 6 classrooms. There is a vestibule area that is open just like any other church that's of that size. So that building will be able to scale with us probably up to about 500 people.
That's dandy. Listen,
and the fact that we're members of that church, they've been super gracious to us, and they've cut our costs by like 40%.
Hey,
so
never hurts, man.
No, it doesn't.
Never hurts. And plus, that's a good wholesome enterprise to bring into a church. I like that. Does anyone else have any questions for Adam here before we cut him loose? He's talked about it. He's had a lot of stuff here. If you got anything you want to talk to him about, I will say, Adam, before we let you go, please talk about your podcast. I just listened to your Commodore podcast. You have many great podcasts. Tell everybody what you've got cooking.
So everything is filtered through the Commodore Chronicles family of podcasts. There's one podcast feed, but there's 5 shows. Commodore Chronicles, Fine and Dandy, 486 Deluxe, NES Advantage, and then my most recent one is called Morning Cartoon Crunch, and it is a podcast about like 80s and 90s cartoons and the cereal I ate while watching.
Yes, I think that was. I love that. I mean, is that one of the? You had one of those planned for the Pod Jam, I believe.
That was the Morning Cartoon Crunch. I could not get the format down before that thing was due. I'm very particular about proper scripting. Matter of fact, that video that you guys just watched, that was 19 minutes long, took me 6 hours to do straight.
I believe it. And I will say, I'd like to think that if the Pod Jam had anything to do with ushering forth that one, it makes me a happy man. It was worth it.
It did.
Because I love that.
It definitely did.
I love all your shows, and I'm pretty particular about my podcast. I can be quite the grump. And I'll admit I'm a bit dry.
But
I mean, you hit your stride, I don't know, 2 years ago, and I think you've been running hard ever since. I listen to every single one of your shows, so there you go. I mean, if you care what I think they're great. So I would check them out. Where can they check these out at?
You can check those out. You just search Commodore Chronicles in any podcatcher. You'll find it.
There you go.
If you want to find more information on the Southeast Michigan Vintage Computer Club, you can go to semichiganvcc.blogspot.com. And also, we have a Discord server as well. So if you're in the area, it covers all the podcasts, but also covers the Southeast Michigan Vintage Computer Club. You can find that link on the Blogspot website.
Very good, outstanding work, Adam. You know, we've got one more fella left to go. Before we move to him, I want to talk to our good buddy Boat. How we feeling, Boat, at this point? We're done with the brew. How's the stomach doing?
No, I'm doing okay. Like I said, as long as I don't make any sudden movements, and I've absconded upstairs to my easy chair in the study.
You look content. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, I'm content. That's a good way to describe me right now.
Your new glasses are quite fetching, Bo. If I may
You know,
be so bold.
Eep has come around too. I asked her. She said she's gotten used to them, which is, I mean, that's all you can really ask when you look like I do. That you can just become accustomed to me.
The way I figure it is, if me and Eep are on board, you're okay.
Yeah,
that's the way I look at it. Not necessarily in that order. All right. Now there's a man. You know, when your show stretches into that scary fifth hour, there's only one man you could turn to that can take it home. And this man he's my closer for every International Computer Club, and tonight will be no exception. I don't want to overbill what this man brings to the table, but I can tell you, I don't know what his presentation is, but as a man, he's one of the finest men I've ever met. My good friend, David Z. How's it going, Dave?
Good. Thanks for that fantastic intro. I appreciate it. I hope I live up to half your expectations. And I know we've been going a while. I know we've been going a while, so I won't keep things too long. I'd like to start off with sharing my experience at we had what was called a GAME-ON EXPO. Let's see if I can share this. Is that working?
I'm on top of it, Dave. Yeah, we got it, brother.
So I don't know if this is just in the Southwest, because I know it's in Texas as well. I don't know if it's nationwide, but it's called GAME-ON EXPO, right? It was a pretty large expo of all kinds of stuff. I'll have some better pictures. They had everything from anime stuff to artists selling their wares, but it was all focused around video games. There was also lots of old video games for sale. Kind of expensive if you ask me, but I do like to take pictures of the prices. That way I can kind of go back. And Graham, I don't know if you're still on here, but I wonder how these relate to the prices over there in Japan. That'd be an interesting comparison. Of course, everybody loves these. I don't understand the obsession with these damn things.
I don't.
Do you guys collect these?
No, I do not.
I've
been gifted some, but I don't collect them.
Yeah, I've got one or two that people gave me, but I don't.
Does anyone in here collect these? I would be interested in knowing. Anybody collect Funkos? No? There you go.
They're crazy. There we go. All kinds of games for sale, whether it was PS2, Wii, everything. Games. They also had a weird selection of Lego people, which was strange. I guess Lego people sell for lots of money. They had the South Park folks. They had crazy clowns, all kinds of stuff. More video games, man. These guys had just tubs and tubs, PS3, whatever you need. They also had some nice hardware. I really wanted this Neo Geo CD, but he wanted a lot for it.
What was he asking for it, Dave? I gotta ask.
I can't zoom in enough. I think it was like 4. I might have another picture of it.
You should have bought that, Dave.
Yeah. You talked me out of it. The Neo.
What?
I think we had to talk about Neo Geo a long time ago, and you were talking about the big carts and pain in the ass.
Well,
and
that's
I
CD.
swear I thought it was
now,
you.
I don't know what the software goes for, though, so that could get scary. I will say that.
I also was looking at this 360 Star Wars version, but he wasn't cutting no deals.
He's got some wacky stuff on that display there.
Where'd I go here? I think we were right around here. He did have these. I wanted to get maybe one of these, but he wanted a little too much. I think I've already got one.
What was he asking for those? I've seen those go for practically nothing back in the day.
Yeah, and I think there were two versions. One was like a version 3. There was the singleton, and the one with 3 of them were like a version 4. Maybe it was 2 or 3, whatever. He wanted like 75 for one version, 100 for the other.
That's a good deal.
And
working.
I've already got one. I mean, mine isn't in the box, but these were all I don't know, 220 or whatever, the Funky Power.
Oh yeah,
Funky
you
Power.
get
Listen,
around that.
you ignore that. You plug in the old NES power supply. That's what you do.
That's the boat way.
Yeah, he had this.
Man, I love that twin Famicom box. I've never seen one of those before.
Yeah. Here's my Neo Geo again. I was gonna buy it, but Aaron told me no.
What's the twin? Can someone explain what the twin is? I don't know if I'm familiar with that one.
I think the twin Famicom is it's got the disc system and the Famicom in the same deal.
Oh, very good, bud. Very good. That's wow.
Yeah.
Man, this is I'm surprised to see some of this stuff.
All kinds of controllers.
Yeah.
I was gonna get this with my Neo Geo system, but Aaron talked me out of it.
Yeah.
I've got the one behind it.
Oh, this one, yeah, I got this one. This is a Neo Geo though. This is Sega, isn't it?
Yeah, I got one of those.
Yeah, I got one of those, and I got one of these. I got this PlayStation one too. I like this one. Yeah.
Buttons are weird on that.
Yeah, they are very weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, all kinds of controllers. Here's some more games. These guys didn't even have prices on them. He was talking hundreds.
What? For box 2600 games? He nuts?
Yeah.
Those are easy as pie to get.
So what happened was, right? You see, this one says 50 cents.
Yeah, get that.
You know what Dave says? I'm grabbing this one. He says, "Oh no, we just didn't want to take the sticker off from 50 years ago. That one's, I don't know what he want, 100, 120, something stupid."
This
just says 50 cents.
Yeah. I hate that. I hate that.
Yeah. Dice, if you're a gamer.
Yeah.
You get all kinds of games. They had these ones that jingled. That was really cool.
Did you pick any dice
This
up,
guy
Dave?
was here. I almost bought a couple. I'm sorry?
Did you pick any dice up while you were there?
Nah, I've got so many dice.
I'm
I
the
don't.
same way.
I haven't played dice.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
This guy was there, and I almost bought a couple of copies of his books and had him sign them. They looked really nice, but he wanted, what did he want? $50? Yeah, $50 for the omnibus.
Is that just the book?
What? Well, him signing it too.
That's
I mean,
not
it's a
bad,
hardcover.
is it? It looks pretty big.
Well, I
Hardcover?
would have ended up buying 4 of them. That's $200.
Why would you buy 4?
Because I need one of each. The first omnibus, volume 1, volume 2. He also had this one, the arcade and other strange tales. That one looked interesting.
Yeah.
As well as he had these classic home video game ones. These ones, I didn't buy any of them. Maybe next year. I got his name. I'm sure he's on a website somewhere.
Oh yeah.
Here's some prices. Atari 5200 box, $450.
Oh my gosh.
Sega 185.
I should have waited 18 months before selling my 5200.
I'm afraid to plug mine
Was it
into
in a
the
box?
TV.
Well, the 5200, that's got that weird thing, power
Yeah, it does.
TV router.
It has
thing.
power that goes to your TV in a weird way. I don't like that. I've got a 5200. I've never plugged it in. It's sitting over here.
This was interesting. A Lego 2600 for $220.
Yeah.
They had just random game stuff.
Wait a
Oh,
minute,
here's
back
more
up
of
there,
the
Dave.
Lego.
Hold on a second. Back up.
Was that Subuteco
Yeah,
back
what is
there?
that? What is this?
It was Binho.
Listen.
I thought of you
Binho.
guys when I was seeing this.
Yeah. This looks
Yeah,
I'm looking this
at
up right
Boat
now.
Fest.
I need to see what's going on with Benho.
What do you play? What do you use on the board?
He's the
Dave?
owner. That's the board. He was selling these whole. He was giving one away, but it's the whole board thing. It's like soccer, but on a
Look into that
small
boat.
board. He had a. I didn't get the entire QR code.
This looks not nearly as cool as Subuteco.
It doesn't. It's.
You can't
Wanna
move the
be?
guys around. They're just it's like bumper pool.
They're static. The
Maybe
guys are.
this
static.
might be
The only
good
thing-
for us though, Boat.
a starter.
Well, I mean, that's
Yeah.
true.
Plus, he looks cool. Look at that outfit.
Oh yeah, he was all decked out. I don't know what he
Yeah.
was wearing.
All right.
Acme. Again, more fucking Lego guys. I didn't look at this. $20 for. I didn't know Lego guys were that much expensive.
Did he misspell holy, or is that the way that's spelled?
Holy bricks, maybe because there's holes in them.
Yeah, I think it's a joke.
I think it's a
It's not a very funny
Lego
joke.
thing. More carts. I mean, more carts than you guys could ever imagine. Carts and games and discs and CDs. Good luck. Good luck. Buy 3 of those fucking CDs. Which one ain't scratched, huh?
Yeah.
What's the name of this place again, Dave?
This is
It's called GAME-ON EXPO. It's an expo in
GAME-ON
the
EXPO,
Southwest.
okay.
I know it's in the South. Wait till I get to the good stuff. I know this is in the Southwest. Like I said, I know it comes. I think I've been doing 3 or 4. One time I was wearing an Amigo shirt, and a guy screamed at me, "Amiga!" It was great.
Wow.
Yeah.
We're over at this. I instantly love this con.
So they also had places where you could sit down and play video games, and they had them grouped by the type. Like this was all this game. I don't know what it was called. And they just had space, and you'd go play games. They had a whole Mortal Kombat and a Tetris worldwide competition going on.
That seems like overkill right there.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Just one
that
geek
was awesome.
and this huge TV.
That's because they weren't using it yet.
One geek and a huge TV.
Get
That's
closer?
what it was called.
It wasn't like your standard projection TV, man. This thing was beautiful. I mean, it was like
it's got
4K
it's got girders that hold it up. Like my TV don't got
it
that.
was nice. It was nice. The Red Bull section, they were getting everybody charged up. But you could play for free. They had station was just all Intel stuff. You could just get on there and play all kinds of stuff.
A lot of kids.
Are they playing like what were they playing on those LAN machines? Like what was the game du jour? But there, Dave.
Minecraft? I don't know.
Minecraft? What year is this?
I don't know.
All right, go ahead.
I still play Minecraft all the time, man. Minecraft's bigger than it's ever been.
Yeah, boomer.
It's like saying wrestling. What is this? The 80s?
Wrestling's bigger than it's ever been too.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
They had this whole VR zone where you could wear the VR glasses and be on your. See how they're taped off?
You should have taped more of that. I'd love to have seen that. I bet that was
awesome. Oh,
I'd like to see the old ladies falling over.
Or people hitting each other.
They had a lot of stuff set up. You could kind of play almost any. That was pretty cool.
Was it free?
They also
Ninja. It's only been
all this stuff was
Did
free.
you do the VR, Dave?
No, I don't do VR.
Oh, come on, Dave.
I think it cost me like $20 to get in, maybe 40. I don't know. They also had a place where foam fighting. So kids could beat the hell out of their parents with foam swords and shit.
Jesus,
Now that's what we need at Boat Fest this year.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah. And then just more fucking video games. And they were all grouped together. So see up there. So these were where they had the big competitions. They did some fighting game. They did Tetris. What was that?
Hey,
look at that monitor. Nice and flat.
Look at that guy dressed up like
Ryu or whatever.
Game of Death. Bruce Lee.
There's also a Tekken character that dresses like that.
Yeah, the Bruce Lee ripoff.
I've got a couple of
I love the other guy.
All of these are CRTs. Here's your Nintendo section. Look at these, all CRTs. Beautiful.
I guess
that's Super Nintendo,
what
right?
Exactly
that's
is going on here? Like you've got all these NESs. There's
They're
some
playing
business
video games.
behind this that's trying to make a buck. What is it?
Back here is a World Video Game Championship tournament.
Okay,
back here on the big screens are big tournaments going on.
Okay.
Yeah, and these guys are A, playing the game, B, watching whatever. But yeah, they had these whole retro championships. This was what is that? That's the Mario.
So they weren't just screwing around on the Nintendos. There was a point.
On the big screens they weren't. On the little screens they were.
This seems great.
Yeah, this looks
great. The little screens you could play whatever you want. The little screens had like carts in there. There must have been 50 games in there.
That's awesome.
But the big screens was where the official action. But hang on, there's more.
Oh yeah, keep going.
So they had what are these? These are the
Switch.
What's the little small thing? The Twitch, the Wii.
Switch.
The rocker?
The Switch, the Nintendo Switch.
They had whole sections of Switches. I was getting there. We were getting there. Whole sections of them. They had PS sections.
There's a PS5. That thing's massive.
Look, 1, 2, 3, 4. Just there's 10 of them sitting right there. Yeah. The wrestling. They had wrestling.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, when I was there, the wrestling wasn't really going on. It was like 90 minutes away,
People were
and they
still
were
availing
already
themselves of the seating, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah. I do think those were going to be the wrestling guys.
You know those guys, Aaron?
Indy got
think they're
one, and
local.
Tubby Indy got two. I don't know.
Yeah, I think they're local. But wait, there's more. So they had a whole section set up of arcade games. And, oh, wait, I'm not there yet. This is just more seller shit. More seller shit. More seller shit. They had not only arcade games, but they had like these, what are these games that
Prize
you drop
games,
that you get the
yeah.
prizes? Yeah.
Games and stuff, yeah.
And crazy. I mean, I've never seen half of this shit. Let me go a little further.
Kid loves those.
They
kids
had
do.
pinball. We'll see a better shot of the pinball later on.
Oh yeah.
It's a cool looking candy
had
cabinet there.
A lot of these.
Oh yeah.
Dance
Dance
Revolution. See this guy?
Yeah. They got the long hair.
Big Red for fixing. No, the toolbox.
Oh yeah. I thought somebody
standing by just in case.
I always notice people with
Just
long
in
hair.
case. They had these crazy games. I don't know if you guys ever seen these. I wish I had better photos of them, but I was
Yeah,
you
they
know
had a
running
bunch-
and walking.
I don't know what that is.
They had a bunch of these like Japanese games at
Yeah.
Southern Fried Gaming Expo. This looks a lot like that, so maybe they're
thing with
related.
The
I'd agree.
turntable game that I've seen.
They had a DJ game. They had pinball, and they were actually hustling these.
Oh yeah.
Right,
And
so
I
you
saw
see
the
this guy won
Dungeons
a
and Dragons game
5.5K?
was featured there as well. Well, yeah, that's what they go
Yeah.
for.
And you could just walk in and play them. You know, it was pretty good as long as no one was on there. They sometimes would stay on there for a while, man.
Well, yeah, you get
Walking
free pinball.
Dead.
That's a great.
but
That's
this
a
one-
virtual machine right there. Yeah.
It wasn't working. Well, I was
Well,
mad. It
trust me,
wasn't
I mean,
working.
I understand that all too well.
This Venom game was awesome. That was awesome. I had Spider-Man playing Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I had to take that picture.
Weird.
I don't know what this was. Galactic Tank Force.
That's a new one. That's a newer game. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's pretty new.
That was fantastic. It was awesome.
Yeah, that's good looking. I
Jaws.
played that. That's a good
6K.
game. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good deal too.
And
Whoa.
big stuff like this. I had never seen this.
I don't know what that is.
I know, me neither. Killer Queen.
I've heard of
Wow.
it.
Ever heard of it?
There's a game called Killer Quake for the consoles. So I'm assuming
Yeah.
this is a
There's-
arcade version of that.
I don't know.
The Pixel Gaiden guys have covered it.
I think it's the same one because I think it says Killer up here.
Yeah.
So I think it's the same game.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I remember them saying that there was a arcade machine of it. So, oh wow, look at that! I like to take one of those home.
A lot of these, I don't. What you guys know what these are?
That's
Yeah, Astro City.
Astro City
Yeah.
cabinets from Japan, and they've got more than a
Yes.
few there.
Oh yeah.
They're highly prized. That's not Outrun
Just
Turbo.
regular arcade games.
I
mean,
I don't know those.
just Gauntlet Legends.
Gauntlet
that was
Legends, that's a
it
great game.
Wasn't working.
Oh,
Wasn't working.
figures.
Yeah.
I played that in the Dreamcast back in the day.
Oh yeah.
Look at that guy. Nice hair, eh?
No. Found no valid home blocks. I took a picture of the error.
You're
Yeah, it was the
geeky.
error.
Big
I
geek.
wasn't being pervy. I was being geeky.
There's a thin line. Dave.
There's Spider-Man again.
Yep.
Yeah.
Tokyo Drift.
Just
It looks like
all
something
kinds
in
of
the
video
Japanese
games.
cabinet.
Yep.
They got a lot of Japanese stuff here.
Yeah. I don't
That's
even know what
cool.
this
I love
was.
that. That looks like one of those games where
Yeah.
you land a jet.
Yeah. Galaga. This was like Super Galaga.
Oh, okay. I don't know
Yeah.
that one. That's cool.
Oh, here we go.
Hey,
Commodore.
Commodore.
Anybody?
Hey,
500 for the bundle. A 128, a 71, and an 81.
I just picked
I
it.
want to say that's reasonable.
I just picked one up in the 1541 and the 128 and a monitor for $150. So
In the box?
in the box.
Really?
You've got
I think an
inroads,
81.
though, Adam.
I think an 81 goes for about 200. I'd figure 100 for the 71, maybe 200. It didn't seem too bad. Here was the XE for 300.
That's
But ca-
probably not.
cash-
Bo, what do you think for the box? You think it's a good deal?
That's
An a 130 XE for 300.
Yeah, I think with
No,
the
that's the
box,
XE game system.
That's
Oh, the
XE.
XE
game
GS.
system. You got the
Does it
gun.
have? I stopped watching the. I'm looking at it now. Where's the? Oh, this thing right here. Yeah,
I think that's a good
get
deal.
for
One
that.
with,
Yeah,
with
would-
the
with the
keyboard,
keyboard
with
and all the
It's
accessories
got the
in the
joystick.
box.
If it's got everything in it, that's not bad.
Yeah, I think that's
The
fair.
gun. It's
Especially
got
for
the
a
light
con.
gun. Yeah. And you might have been able to talk him down a little because he was cash only.
Oh yeah,
gotta love the cash only
The
guys.
sign is funny.
You gotta work the charm on these guys.
Oh, here we go.
Apple IIe Platinum.
Holy smoke, $700.
Yep.
I had one of those
That
sitting
is a
on top of my refrigerator for like 5 years back in Lexington.
That
And it was
craft joystick
$6.99 for the dual drive thing. He's got one of these dual drives.
That joystick on top sells for about $135 now.
You're crapping me. I got one. I got a joystick like that.
That's a CH
I'm going to show you a
product.
joystick I did pick up. I'm going to show you
I'm
a
gonna
joystick
make me
I
some
did
money.
pick up in a
Thank you,
bit.
Adam.
Pay
window.
That was that 2 something?
Is that what is that? Is that an 800 XL or a 1200 XL?
Yeah, I don't know. There's too much, so I took a
Boat?
quick picture of it.
That's an 800.
Okay.
Yeah,
how much is that
It
thing?
has the cartridge slot on top. It's an
I think
800.
it says 236.
I remember they were giving those away back in the day.
Yeah, that is a ripoff right
Yeah,
there. Is what that
you
is.
get
'Cause you can
Jeopardy
get those
votes,
all
come on.
day online for a lot less than that.
They had the consoles. I didn't get any pictures of them, but yeah, they
They have the IntelliVoice. I think you have to make a wire adjustment to get that to work on television too.
I've got a few of those laying around there. Yeah.
I've got some joysticks for one. One
That's it. So that was my experience at GAME-ON EXPO, man. I could have been there all weekend. I went Saturday. I think I got there. They opened at 11. I don't think I left till they closed, probably about 6 or 7. I mean,
What did you find
it
yourself
was good fun.
partake again, Dave, if I may ask?
A lot of more of the arcade games.
Yeah. Now,
Um,
did you buy anything while you were there?
I did. I showed you this already, but I did buy this joystick.
Oh yeah, it's the quick shot.
Yep. I got him down to I think I $25. So I couldn't pass it up. It was in the box.
That's not bad.
In the box.
Bo,
in the
think of how
box.
much chewing you could do on that thing.
Is that the Apple IIn PC version?
Yes.
Cool.
Yes. Yeah. I was very excited. Very excited to get one. And it like I said, I've took it out before. It's got good action, everything like that. That was the majority. I also want to share some of the other things I've gotten.
Yeah, get in there.
I got me one of the brand new C64 bread bin case.
Nice.
I went for the clear. I don't know if you guys are following these. They came out of a Kickstarter in Australia, and I think they're actually even still selling these. But I went with the clear. I think it looks beautiful. It's all injection molded. I don't know how much of this you're going to see. It's a clear case, and it's not like clear fuzzy. It's like crystal clear. I'm very excited. I got a pal who's mailing me a PAL 64. I'm going to throw in here.
Very wise choice.
I'm very, very excited about that one.
Are they going to make external disk drive clear cases that you can match that up with? That's where the money's at, Dave.
I don't think there's that much love for the 1541 as there is for the actual other thing. This other one, I saw
I
a
have
post
to tell
on
you though that case, I've seen people use those clear cases and they put LEDs in it.
Oh yeah.
That's
yeah,
what
Super
Laser
Pepper
did
said.
say. That's what everyone
Tandy
said.
or Indie Classic had a group that had a bunch of those.
Yeah,
if you want to start a fight, go into a C64 Discord and ask them LEDs or not.
Yeah, it's happening right now in the
I
chat.
think there's a lot of passionate people about them.
Laser did
Not
yes,
just
BF says
LEDs
no.
or not just LEDs or not, but red LED versus any other color. Oh my gosh, the people go nuts.
I love it. Only geeks.
So I picked this up from Amiga. The guys were posting these. He only made a limited run. I think he made about 50 of them. Maybe it was 40. But I got me a mechanical Amiga keyboard.
Ooh, so swanky.
Yes.
Would that
This'll
run you?
fit-
Ballpark?
a kidney.
Ballpark?
Kidney. 250.
Yeah, that's
250. This
yeah.
was 250. It'll fit in either a 500 or I could take apart a 2000 external one and put it in there like a big box.
You can put a 500.
This one does actually even have LEDs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me
Very nice.
Go ahead
Dave.
and share again. Let's see here.
I'm on it.
I'm not sharing it yet. I'm trying to find the link. Here it is. Share.
Yeah, you get that right, STB. People are salivating over your various goodies, Dave.
Yeah. But yeah, you could see them with the LEDs. It's only at the top row and down here.
Yeah.
So it's not as robust as most of them. See, here's where you put it into a 2000 case.
I don't like that so much. You got to put it 500, Dave.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I got a black 500 case that I bought. I'm doing a picked out 500. If you will. This is I've always wanted the mechanic. I mean,
I like the
one of my.
That's nice.
Oh yeah.
Can you change the LEDs on the fly, Dave? So how that works?
I believe there's software that controls it.
All of this
is part of a GitHub. Let me see. Can you see that as well?
Yeah.
This is Henrik Richter. I don't know if you guys have heard of him, but it's all on the GitHub. He so if you guys want to start making your own, I mean, some of you guys are very soldery. I'm not very soldery. Yeah, you could get those going. The last thing I'd like to talk about is another project I'm working on. I mean, we've talked a lot about games here, games on this, games on that, and how good it looks. I think we all know that forever the C64 in the 8-bit with the SID had the best sound. Then the Amiga came out, and its sound rocked the 16-bit world and all looked, and it was fantastic. And for a while, that was always the best. But then they came out with this thing called MIDI. Are you guys familiar with MIDI?
Yeah.
It's the musical instrument digital interface, right? And a company called Roland came out with a MIDI machine somehow that you could plug a MIDI port into and play MIDI stuff. And now I know I'm getting a little technical here, but the Atari ST came with a MIDI port, and the Amiga itself has various MIDI ports you could buy coming out the serial port. So I stumbled upon another GitHub. Let me share again. 1 second. I'm slow on the share, folks. Sure. Okay, I think it's this one. Nope, not that one. Let me try another one. Let's try.
Those GitHubs are scary and confusing.
Oh, yeah.
I just sit there. I'm just like, what am I looking at? Can't they make it simpler? Why does it have to be so freaking hard?
This is the one you. So I heard about the MT32 Pi program.
Oh, yes, of course.
And I mean, we've talked about the Pi with the 1541, right?
Yeah.
And now this is a Pi hat for MIDI audio to emulate the MT32. I found this GitHub and it was okay, but it was missing some of the things I wanted, right? It does have the LED display, but it's got RCA jacks. I wanted a little higher level quality audio, and I wanted some buttons because can you guys still see my screen?
Yep.
So the art for what is it? It's MT32.
Didn't the
I don't know if you
MT32
guys
guy recently stop screwing with the MT32 because he got mad? Wasn't that project?
Well, I don't know about that. The problem is you can still buy these, but they're like $300.
Oh yeah, they cost a fortune.
Yeah,
LGR took care of that.
Yeah. So I found this GitHub, then I found another GitHub with another Pi hat, and this one actually has buttons to emulate the 4 buttons and the other buttons on the Roland. So I don't have to do stuff with configuration. So I went ahead and got this bad boy. I don't know if you can still see me.
Now we can.
Yep. I got this bad boy.
Okay.
I got 2 MIDI plugs here. It has a. I got to redesign the case.
2 MIDI plugs. Where?
Yes, right here.
Oh, okay. You're showing the.
I gotta fix the case.
Yeah. Okay.
I gotta fix. Sorry, I'm kind of slow. I gotta fix the case. I've got a new case in here.
So there's 2 MIDI ports right there. 2 of them.
Yes.
Because I don't know what a
internal
MIDI port. Yeah. Okay.
Internal. It looks like just any general 8-pin kind of a plug. You wouldn't know the. Let me pull it off. You wouldn't know any difference. If that's any better.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I got you. Ooh, yeah. 3D.
And then on right here is where you would have your headphone jack. Right, the headphone jack. Trying to see, can't see shit.
Does that thing have an amp
Trust
on it
me.
or anything, Dave? For audio?
You don't need an amp.
Oh, okay.
Because it's all just audio and it goes out to your speakers or whatever.
Okay.
So let me go ahead and I've got another thing here I want to share. Lots of sharing. Thanks for dealing with this, Aaron.
That's okay. No, you're fine, man. You told me you had very little. You got tons of great stuff. You liar.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay, which one? You see where it says original Atari ST sound? Yep. I hope I shared my audio.
We'll find out. Yes.
Can you hear it?
Yes, we can.
All right. Fantastic, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's speed it up a little bit.
Ooh, that's way better. Which one do you get? The dingy, crappy one or the good one?
This one.
Yeah, that's way better.
It's, I don't want to say total immersion, but it's really cool. And it's all throughout the game. It's not just on the intro. It's awesome. There's all kinds of sounds and stuff they could program into it and everything.
Now, those extra buttons that you held out for, like what additional functionality do you get with those that you had to go for the super duper version?
Mainly volume control lets me switch items if I wanted to use a more enhanced MIDI tool. Like, let's say I could take, because there's an in and out, right? I could take a MIDI keyboard, connect it to here, have this out go to whatever the device, and play on the keyboard, record it on the Amiga, and output it through the Roland. It's fantastic.
Have you ever done that?
Not yet. And I mean, so the one thing that's keeping me behind, I know I've got one, I just can't find it. I've got an Amiga MIDI cable that runs out the parallel and it goes through the to the machine, but I can't actually find it. So I've been playing with my ST, because the ST has the MIDI port by default.
Yeah.
But you can buy them. I mean, the MIDI interface Amiga store sells them like $20. I guess 31 funny money, whatever it is.
Euros.
The C with a thing through it. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, that's big money.
But
you're looking at $40. Yeah.
$40
for a cable.
But did you hear that? Yeah. There's probably 20 to 30 games that support it. A lot of your LucasArts, Escape from Monkey Island, stuff like that. But it just sounds fantastic.
People love those things. I know people dig them. It does sound nice. It's a nice, rich sound. You know, so I don't blame you. That's good stuff. Now, the gimmick you bought, I don't. And maybe you said this. We're gonna ask you again. Like, what ultimately? What's that gonna cost? What's that gonna run a sucker?
So, this one cost me about $50. However, I bought the parts, and I might be making a couple if anybody wants any.
So you may sell some yourself.
Yeah, for a little less, probably. The problem is there's some parts on here that are expensive. I'm sorry.
I might need the fork from here to flip.
The fork. So these are actually kind of expensive. You know, they're this digital to analog thing was about $10. You know, so all in all, putting them together, I think I'm gonna try and charge, I don't know, not too much, but I've only got like 3 or 4. So don't be sending me no emails. No. But it really makes. I mean, all of us are gamers, right? I mean, 90% of what we do here is gaming. So it's fantastic to hear that. Like I said, the Sid, don't get me wrong, 8-bit, you can't beat it, you know. And the same thing with the Amiga, the Amiga Audio. Yeah, Leisure Suit Larry 5, I think, supports it exactly. It's fantastic, man. Especially when you're in some of those cut scenes, and before you'd hear beep boop beep boop beep, now all of a sudden you're hearing like a symphony.
Very good. That looks good.
That's all I got, folks.
That's good stuff. Now,
I hope I kept you entertained for a couple minutes.
It's excellent work, Dave. Does anybody have any questions for Dave along the lines of his trip or his MIDI device? Pretty good, Dave.
Yeah, you answered my question about the MIDI devices to what it cost. I've been thinking about getting something like that. I've done a little with MIDI.
Yeah, that sounds great.
The chat approves, highly approves of this, Dave.
Awesome.
You're over.
Thanks, everybody.
You know,
glad you liked it.
You know, I'm looking here as we've now entered the 5.5 hour mark. We're running a little long, but I will say we've dropped a few people. But before we go, you know how I like to do it. Go run the horn. And Dave, just since we've got you on the stick here, you got any projects coming up you want to talk about in here before we take it to the house?
Sounds like I'm gonna be making some 3D stuff for Petzel. We can make you a better case, brother. It's not. Yeah, we'll work on that. And like I said, I'm waiting. And as soon as I get boards, I'm gonna start soldering up these MIDI things. Maybe we'll see who we can get a couple out to.
We got to find this.
Maybe I'll send one out for Boat Fest.
Yeah.
We can auction it off for millions.
There you go. Yeah, big money, Dave. Thank you last year for all the stuff you sent out. We appreciate that. Since Petzel's now in the conversation, Petz, what do you got coming up, my friend?
Well, just Boat Fest. I'm bringing the Wackadoodle for the Commodore 64.
Oh boy!
You'll have to come to Boat Fest and find out what that is.
I'm afraid.
And I'm going to bring Space Shuttle: A Journey into Space.
No,
make that a walk through an immersive experience. Show you how to fly the space shuttle. I don't know whether I'm going to do the Commodore 64 or the Atari 800 version. I've not tried the 800 version. But I'm going to try it out, see what that's like. Bring one or the other, maybe even both.
You're rubbing salt in the wounds there, Petzel. Well, that's still open flesh right there.
I think that your review of Shuttle, the fact that you guys are reviewing it, kind of made me think, hey, I want to play the Space Shuttle game again.
Are you familiar with that game intimately?
I used to be years ago, and then I played it again, and a lot of it came back.
Did you see that video where I landed the shuttle? Any comments on how great I am?
I'm talking about the Commodore 64.
I don't care. Did you see the video where I landed the shuttle? Someone give me a pat on the back and an attaboy. There's no video of anyone doing it. I'm the only man that's ever done it.
Is that the one that said you landed, but it was rough and you damaged it?
Those geeks at NASA, they don't know what diamond in the rough.
Well, the other one said that the shuttle was destroyed. So,
well, I mean, listen, you got to break a few eggs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sometimes.
Speaking of eggs, here's an egghead that's running the magazine world. It's our good buddy Petzel, who stuck around this whole time. What a trooper you are, Petzel. What's coming up in because you've got so many undertakings and so many things going on. What's next in the Petzel world? I'm sorry, Petzel. I keep calling you Petzel, but you're Pixel. But I went from Pixel. See, we can't have both of you guys together at the same time. Not 5 hours in. I can't do it.
Not the 5th hour, no.
What's a good word, Pix? Mic up, Pix. We can't hear you.
They couldn't hear me laughing away then.
Thank God.
Yeah, I'm pretty good. I can show you a couple of things, actually.
Show us some stuff.
So, switch my camera. Here we go.
Oh, yes.
Very much hot off the press. I literally picked this up from the shop or the post office an hour before the start of the stream. So
So this is very warm, very hot off the press. But yeah, had a lot of fun writing this one. I got to interview Andy Davidson about Worms. He talked about everything from how it got started and what came before, and the sort of what the very first version of Worms was. Told me a bit about Worms Director's Cut and how that came about, and also the new version he's working on as well. So that was quite interesting.
So you've got the cover story here.
I wrote the whole cover story.
Let me tell you something. That's awesome. You know, because if anyone that knows the story of Worms, it's bizarre. I mean, in a lot of ways.
It is.
And I have a feeling that that's going to be one heck of a story, because I know enough just to have some knowledge. That's great. That's great. I'm glad you got to do that, man.
Open the pages. Got a bit about we made our own Worms level for the new version, and got a bit about how we went about that. The other big thing in this edition of the magazine is, as it turns out, somebody I used to work with has been working on reviving the old Action Replay cartridge in a new form, with all new features and things like that. So he wrote us an article about how he went about that and what's got in it and all that good stuff. It's called a Demon Cart.
Now wait a minute, he's gonna make a new Amiga Action Replay?
Correct.
Ha! And you work with
I've seen them. They're red. The board's red. They look killer. Right, yeah, they look hardcore. They're great. There it is.
Ha ha! I love
yeah, they're red. They're awesome.
So that's pretty good. I don't have a copy of the new copy of Pixel Addicts. That's in the other box, which hasn't arrived yet. But that's got a big feature about music making and chip tunes, and I'm thinking probably a bit of MIDI and stuff as well in there as well, across the different systems. So
there you go, Dave.
We were talking a bit. Josh talking a bit about Roadcraft. I've got the boxed version of that.
Nice.
Relatively recently, also at least since the last ICC. So that's very nice.
It's a good looking box. Open that up if you don't mind.
It's
Let's have
really
a look
nice.
Inside.
Yeah. So,
put them over. It's a fun game too. I mean, it's not just a good looking box. It's a fun.
So I get my little chicken statue thing.
I love it. Yeah.
Get the game on disc. Also, little badge. Some stickers. Little Thalamus logo sticker as well. You get a proper color manual. It's always nice.
Color.
How to play the game.
Nice.
Get a Badger Punch postcards, or several postcards for different things. You got soundtrack on CD.
You're kidding me. The soundtrack.
Yep. And also a little bookmarker.
That's the premium box set right there.
That is the premium.
That is. Do you recall what that's going for? Right off the top of your head, Pix?
I don't know whether they're even selling it now. But
man, that is. I mean, if you're gonna go premium, that's a goodly amount of goodies in there.
It's a nice box set.
Yeah, and it's like I said, it's a good game. It's not like they just put a bunch of crap in a box and said, "Hey, also there's a game." I mean, it's a great game, and you get some other stuff.
I think I showed you last time, but I've also got the Rogue Declan bot set, and also Hoff.
Oh yes, I've got to play that. I still haven't tried that yet. I got to get into that.
Very good, very good. And then got a whole pile of things downstairs, but I grabbed stuff. Not new things, but things new to me or returned to me. I've got a nice Alien Breed 2.
Oh yeah, I actually have that one. Amazingly,
my favorite Alien Breed. So
is that the best one you think?
It is for me.
Yeah.
I know it's not everyone's favorite, but it's the one I like them. Seawolf 2, bit of helicopter 3D flying around stuff.
That one I haven't tried. I played the first one.
So if you've played anything like Virus or anything like that, it's a similar kind of sort of flat shaded polygons kind of effect. But it's basically you're flying around a little helicopter doing.
So they've improved upon the first one to a certain degree, then.
Yeah, well, in the second one, you get to like drive little tanks around.
Oh, nice.
And I also got my favorite Dizzy
man.
game, Fantastic
Listen,
Dizzy.
I'm drawing the
on the
line
Amiga.
here. I can't get the Dizzy games. I don't get them. Except for fast food. I like that one.
Yeah. I like the arcade Dizzy games a lot, like fast food and quick snacks. But I do like the adventure as well. And Fantastic Dizzy is kind of like the best combination of all of the different ones. But on the Amiga. Okay. It'll be on the show at some point. We'll get there. And that's it for me, I think, for this time. Currently working on the next magazine, which is not too far away, which is cover story on that's about high soft system. So like made like high soft basic and def. Bit more technical.
Super Tech Boy was commenting on your mouse pad. Can we take a look at that mouse pad?
Definitely can. I've had this one for a long time. This is a bit sticky. These.
Oh yeah.
This is actually
the
Fusion Retro
Moonstone.
books, but it's Moonstone.
Very
I've
nice.
got that. It's a little bit battered because I've had that for quite a long time.
That's quite a game too. Great game.
It is. I love Moonstone. So
I wish I didn't suck at it.
Well, I think that. So, but yeah. So I'll be at. I think the next big event I'm at is the Zap Live event in Kenilworth in the UK in May. They've kindly allowed us to have a table, even though we're kind of like the opposing magazine. But that's a 2-day event, so I'll be there blocking my goods as usual. So I should see a few people that we know at that event, I should think. So that'd be quite good.
Very good. You know, before we move on, I just want to say, you know, I'm 100% behind Amiga Addict for multiple reasons. But I think there's a cover story, and I'm going to give you a tip, hot tip, Pix, because you're the man that's running the show there. I don't like to put myself in the big can. I'm going to. I think if you want to move magazines by the truckload, and this game has been sorely undercovered, I think we need to see a little action right here on the Top Banana, because this game here not only is a quality game, but it's environmentally safe, but it's got a backstory that's as goofy as the day is long. So I'm going to be tuning in to see some Top Banana coverage in the near future.
We definitely should do that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, I don't know who we've got left here, and that's still around. I think Edvin. Edvin, are you still awake over there? Edvin's out. How about you, drummer? Are you still here, man? Last call for alcohol. How about you, Bill? I bet Bill's still here.
Oh, you know I'm still here.
Yeah, I knew you were, Bill. You are a man of many wacky projects. I'm going to let you close the show tonight. Tell us what you've got coming up aside from your incredible Xbox control panel you're working on. What else is cooking?
Well, I successfully repaired my K-Pro 2 today, so we're good with that. So that was a win. And then the next thing that I've got is Buck Owens sent me a PCB for a Atari Plus cart.
Oh yes.
And you know, I went ahead and bought the parts. I've got to put it together now. So he was just you know, encouraging me to do more work. But I'm also trying to get ready for Boat Fest, so get that all lined out. And if you'll recall, one, I wanted to do the Steel Battalions thing, and I've got it in process. But I also promised Boat that I'd bring the Odyssey. So if I can get this stupid camera to work, I will show you. It's
oh yes, there it is,
ready to go.
And the TV. We had a lot of fun with that last year.
Yeah, I'm hoping that TV that we can preview Vlad Killer on that.
Let me tell you something. I guarantee it. I'm never gonna let a sucker down. I will be broadcasting to terrestrial TVs all around the neighborhood that day, and it's gonna be awesome. If that looks great, look at that boxed, all that stuff boxed. That's something you're not gonna see that often, everybody. That looks great, Bill.
No, that's every commercially released game.
That's all you need.
So we've got to come up with some kind of scheme of how we're going to play that though.
I want to try the
'Cause, I mean,
casino
there's
stuff
some-
this time, since we tried the other stuff last
That's
time.
cool.
That's
Play it
I've seen
very
you all do
gently. Play
football.
it very gently.
Bill brings all that, and he brings that TV to Boat Fest. That big, huge TV, and that was the belle of the ball last year. That sounds great, Bill. You know, I guess it's Boat. Boat told me he hit the wall. He's out. So I'll go ahead and plug Boat Fest, or as it's known locally, the International Retro Computer Expo. It sounds so much more impressive than Boat Fest. It's going to be going down the weekend of Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, the 11th, 12th, and 13th of July, 2025, in scenic, beautiful Hurricane, West Virginia. We'd love to have you guys come down and visit us here in Hurricane. If you haven't got your tickets, you can go get your tickets. You just type in BoatFest 2025. You'll pick them right up. I think you can go to BoatFest. I think that's actually the URL. You can find it. You won't have trouble. We'd love to have you come down for BoatFest. That'll be our next big event. I think we're done, boys. It looks like we're in for 4 hours and 50 minutes. That's a little longer than I anticipated. But this was definitely the biggest and, in my opinion, the most entertaining of these International Computer Clubs. You guys brought your A games tonight for the people in here and the people that have conked out. I enjoyed it thoroughly. Thanks, everybody in the chat. For hanging and banging. We appreciate you guys for hanging out with us and all the support. Thanks, of course, for all the Patreon, Twitch subscribers, all those guys that keep us going. We just had our 500th edition of the Amigos last night, and you know, you don't go especially when you're a couple goose. There's no way you go 500 episodes of anything unless you got a lot of people that are helping you out, and we need all the help we can get, and we appreciate that help. And heck, we might do a couple hundred more. You never know how it's going to go. Everyone, thanks again. We're going to take us to the house. Everyone give a big wave and give a big one last call. 1, 2, 3. Adios.
Yeah.